Snowglobe and Mistletoe Murder. A Holly Hart Christmas Mystery. Holly Hart Mysteries, Book 1. By Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers in the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Formatted with vellum. 1. Coming Home to Secrets. The windshield wipers squeaked against December snow as Holly's Toyota crested the hill above Millbrook Falls. Gas street lamps flickered on along Main Street, and Christmas garland hung from every post. A massive tree dominated the town square, its lights blinking through the storm.
"Well, Tinsel,"
Holly said to the silver tabby in his carrier.
"we're really doing this."
The cat's green eyes judged her. She didn't blame him. 6 months ago, she'd been Holly Winters with a corner office in Denver and a husband who worked late. Now she was Holly Hart again, divorced, unemployed, about to inherit a Snowglobe shop in a town she'd spent 15 years avoiding. She turned onto Main Street. Frosted Memories sat between Jasper's books and Sweet Provisions, its mint-green Victorian facade smaller than she remembered. Snow globes filled the front windows, catching streetlight. A closed sign hung on the door. Above it, a smaller placard. In memory of Nora Winters, forever in our hearts. Holly's knuckles went white on the steering wheel. She'd known about the memorial sign, the lawyer mentioned it, but seeing Nora's name there hit her chest like a fist. 6 months of telling herself she was fine crumbled. She sat with the engine running, wipers fighting snow. Through the glass, security lights cast shadows between the displays. 40 years Nora had spent here, building something beautiful while Holly chased promotions and a marriage built on quicksand. The back door key was under the third flower pot, beneath snow and dead marigold stems. The door creaked open. Suddenly she was 12, racing through this same entrance, shouting, "Grandma Nora, I'm here!" The scent slammed into her. Old wood, glass polish, lavender sachets, peppermint tea, vanilla hand lotion. Holly pressed against the door and shut her eyes. Richard got the house, the savings, even the coffee maker. She got this beautiful weight of everything she'd lost.
"Home sweet home,"
she told Tinsel as she opened his carrier. He emerged with dignity and began sniffing everything twice. Hundreds of snow globes lined shelves from floor to ceiling. Some were tourist pieces, others works of art. A few played music when wound, their melodies overlapping. The brass register dominated the front counter beside a guest book and bowl of peppermint candies. Something was wrong. Holly knew this place by heart, where afternoon light fell at 3 o'clock, which floorboard creaked, how the tall cabinet behind the counter always sat crooked because one leg was shorter. That crooked cabinet used to drive her crazy at 10 years old. She moved through the displays on muscle memory, fingers tracing wooden shelves Nora had sanded herself. The cabinet sat perfectly straight against the wall. A small brass lock gleamed on the front. Holly tried the handle. Locked. She found a ring of keys in Nora's desk. The third one clicked. Inside sat a single snow globe on the center shelf. This one was different, larger, clearly antique. The silver base was carved with winter scenes, and the glass dome held an entire Victorian village. Tiny figures populated the scene. A woman by a church, a man near a carriage house, children in the square. A card lay beside it in Nora's handwriting. For Holly. When you're ready to see what's really there. All my love, Grandma Nora. Holly's hands shook. The ink was dark, the paper crisp. This was recent, intentional. When you're ready to see what's really there. What did that mean? Holly was good at seeing things, patterns, inconsistencies. Marketing had taught her that. But standing here in the wreckage of her life, she wasn't sure she trusted her eyes anymore. She lifted the globe, surprised by its weight. As she tilted it to watch the snow swirl, something clicked inside the base. The globe slipped in her sweaty palms. She caught it against the counter, pulse hammering. A small panel had shifted in the silver base, revealing an opening just wide enough for folded papers. The paper was yellowed but protected. Holly unfolded it with trembling fingers. A hand-drawn map of Millbrook Falls spread before her, marked with symbols she didn't recognize. A cross by the church, a star at the square, circles with lines through them in the woods. In the margin, EA and a date from 30 years ago, December 15th. Holly sank onto the stool. EA. Everyone knew those initials, even if they'd stopped talking about it. Emmeline Ashford, the little girl who vanished during Christmas pageant rehearsal. The front door chimed. A tall man with brown eyes and wire-rimmed glasses stood there, snow melting on his coat.
Holly, I saw the light and wanted to…
He stopped, taking in her white-knuckled grip on the counter, the opened cabinet, the antique globe beside old papers. She felt caught. Heat climbed her neck as she folded the map.
I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Jasper Holloway from next door. Between the Lines books?
She slipped the map into her pocket.
Of course. I remember you from school.
Your grandmother talked about you constantly. She was so proud.
His gaze drifted to the snow globe.
She mentioned you might come back after your divorce was finalized.
The words stung. Everyone knew about Richard's affair, about how her perfect life imploded.
Just settling the estate.
She said, sharper than intended.
I'll probably sell after the holidays.
Something flickered across his face. Disappointment, maybe.
Of course. Well, if you need anything, I'm right next door. I close at 8, but I live upstairs.
Thank you.
After he left, Holly locked the door and sagged against it. The shop felt too quiet, full of new shadows. Tinsel had claimed the window seat and was watching her with knowing eyes.
What do you think?
Her voice cracked.
Was Grandma Nora trying to tell me something, or am I losing it?
She pulled out the map. The ink was still dark against yellowed paper, every line careful and deliberate. Symbols marked locations throughout town: the church, the square, the abandoned Ashford Estate where no one had lived for 25 years, spots in the woods that meant nothing to her. One location was circled in red, behind the Ashford carriage house. Next to it, 30 feet east of the old oak. Below that, in different, newer ink, she never left. The map fluttered to the floor. Holly stared at those words. She'd come here to pack and sell, to tie up loose ends. Not to discover her grandmother might have known what happened to a missing child. But as she bent to retrieve the map, hands steady now, Holly realized maybe this wasn't an accident. Maybe Nora had waited for this moment, when Holly would be broken enough to see what was really there. She picked up the snow globe again, studying the tiny figures. The woman by the church wore red, the exact shade that had haunted the town for 30 years. The man by the carriage house held something small. A mitten, maybe, or a toy, or a secret buried too long.
What were you trying to tell me, Grandma Nora?
The silence felt expectant, as if the shop was holding its breath. Outside, snow continued falling, blanketing the town in white. But Holly couldn't shake the feeling that beneath that beautiful surface, something dark had been buried far too long. 2. Death interrupts Christmas. Sirens woke Holly from dreams of red coats and miniature villages. She lay in Nora's bed, disoriented by Tinsel's weight across her legs and pale light through lace curtains. The sirens were close. Too close for a town where the biggest emergency was usually Mrs. Patterson's cat in a tree. Her phone showed 6:47 a.m. Through the window, red and blue lights strobed against snow-covered buildings. An ambulance sat angled in the town square, back doors open. Sheriff's deputies moved with urgent purpose. Holly pulled on yesterday's jeans and grabbed one of Nora's cardigans. Tinsel chirped his protest, but she was already heading downstairs. Cold air bit through the sweater as she stepped outside. A crowd had gathered at the square's edge, townspeople in bathrobes and hastily thrown-on coats. Holly recognized faces from childhood. Mr. Henderson from the hardware store, the Morrison family, Dr. Vance who'd stitched her up at 8.
Excuse me,
Holly touched a woman's arm.
what happened?
The woman turned. Maeve O'Sullivan, Maeve Fitzgerald from elementary school. Red curls escaped her wool hat, blue eyes wide.
Holly, I heard you were back.
Maeve's voice carried surprise, maybe pleasure, but something else underneath.
It's Cordelia Thorne. Someone found her this morning in the gazebo.
Holly's gaze snapped to the white Victorian gazebo. Yellow tape fluttered around it. Sheriff Webb crouched beside something on the floor, his broad shoulders blocking her view.
Found her?
Dead.
Maeve's whisper was barely audible.
Mrs. Patterson was walking her dog and saw her there. Said it looked like she was posed.
Posed. Holly thought of the Snowglobe upstairs, the tiny figures in their perfect tableau, the woman by the church in red.
Posed how?
Maeve glanced around, then leaned closer.
Like a nativity scene, arms crossed, surrounded by hay, and these little wooden figures like Christmas display pieces.
Holly's vision blurred. Through the crowd, she could see more clearly now. The gazebo's white railings, the morning light, the angle of Cordelia's body. Just like the Snowglobe. Her fingers found the map in her pocket. The paper crinkled.
Holly,
Maeve was watching her.
you look like you've seen a ghost.
Holly Hart.
She turned. Sheriff Webb approached, his weathered face grave under his hat. Taller than she remembered, gray threading his brown hair, but the same steady gaze that had talked her through a statement at 16.
Sheriff Webb, I heard about Cordelia. This is terrible.
Terrible doesn't cover it.
His eyes studied her face.
I understand you're staying at your grandmother's place.
Just temporarily, until I settle the estate.
And you arrived yesterday evening?
Casual questions with an undercurrent. She was being interviewed.
Around 7. Jasper Holloway stopped by to welcome me back. We talked maybe 10 minutes.
Webb nodded, making notes.
Anyone else know you were in town?
Not that I'm aware of. I came straight from Denver.
Holly paused.
Do you know when Cordelia died?
Medical examiner will determine that. Based on the scene, we think after midnight.
Holly looked at the gazebo again. The hay was dusted with snow, but still golden underneath. Someone had taken time with this.
Did anyone see anything?
That's what we're figuring out.
Webb's frustration showed. A man dealing with his first murder in a town where the biggest crimes were petty theft and teenage pranks.
Cordelia lived alone, cars still in her driveway. Either someone she knew picked her up, or she walked here.
Walked in this weather?
Maeve had drifted closer.
Cordelia walked everywhere, but middle of the night.
Webb shook his head.
Doesn't make sense.
Holly studied the scene, trying to reconcile murder with the Christmas card beauty of snow-covered everything.
Sheriff, have you found anything unusual? Anything that doesn't belong?
His gaze sharpened.
Why do you ask?
Heat climbed her neck. She couldn't say the murder scene matched her grandmother's Snowglobe without sounding insane.
The staging seems deliberate, like someone was sending a message.
Interesting observation.
Webb's tone was neutral, but his eyes narrowed.
You wouldn't know anything about Cordelia's recent activities. Your grandmother and she were friendly.
I wouldn't know. I hadn't spoken to Nora much about local news.
The lie tasted bitter. They'd talked every Sunday for years, books, weather, small-town dramas. but admitting that felt like confessing she should have known something.
Well, if you think of anything.
Webb handed her a card.
I know this is a lot to come home to. Your grandmother always said you had a good eye for details.
After he moved on, Holly stood alone at the crowd's edge. Maeve had disappeared. The ambulance pulled away, leaving only crime scene tape and the feeling that everything in Millbrook Falls had changed. Holly walked back to the shop slowly. Inside, she climbed to the apartment and went straight to the Snowglobe. In morning light through the windows, the miniature village looked charming, but when she studied the figure by the church, her breath caught. The tiny woman wasn't just wearing red. She was lying down, arms across her chest, surrounded by what Holly had thought was snow, but now realized might be hay. The small objects scattered around weren't random decorations. They were miniature nativity figures. Her hands trembled as she lifted the globe. The piece was clearly antique, decades old. No way someone could have created this to match last night's murder. Unless the murder was planned to match the globe. Someone had seen this, studied it, used it as a template for killing Cordelia. But who? And why? Holly sank onto the stool. She thought about Webb's questions, the careful way he'd watched her face. Did he suspect there was more to this? She picked up her phone to call him, then stopped. What would she say? That her dead grandmother left her a snow globe depicting a murder scene. That there was a hidden map with cryptic references to a missing child? It sounded crazy, and if she was wrong, she'd look like a grief-stricken woman grasping for meaning. But if she was right... Holly turned the globe slowly. Other scenes, other tableau. A man near a carriage house, children in the square, figures she hadn't noticed before. If someone was using this as a guide, Cordelia might not be the only victim. The shop felt different now. Dangerous. What had seemed like Nora's charming eccentricity now felt like a warning. Holly placed the globe back carefully and pulled out the map. The red circle marking the Ashford carriage house seemed to pulse. She never left. If Emmeline Ashford was really buried there, someone had been keeping that secret for 30 years. Someone who might kill to keep it buried. Morning sun slanted through the windows, making hundreds of snow globes sparkle. But Holly couldn't shake the chill in her bones. She'd come here to escape her problems, to hide somewhere peaceful. Instead, she'd stumbled into something that made her divorce look trivial. Someone in this Christmas card town was a killer, and Nora had known. Tinsel appeared at the stairs, stretching with feline indifference to human drama. He patted down and wound around her legs, purring.
What do you think?
Holly scratched his ears, grateful for his warm reality.
Did Grandma Nora leave us more than just a shop?
Tinsel chirped once, then stalked to his food bowl with pointed dignity. Holly almost smiled. Maybe he was right. Focus on what she could control. Feeding the cat, making coffee, getting through 1 hour at a time. But as she moved around the kitchen, opening cabinets with Nora's mismatched dishes and half-empty spice jars, she couldn't stop thinking about the snow globe downstairs. The coffee maker gurgled. Holly found herself at the kitchen window overlooking Main Street. The bookstore next door was still dark. Most shops were closed. Millbrook Falls didn't bustle even on good days, and a murder scene would keep people inside. Her phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. Heard about what happened. Are you okay? Jasper, got your number from your grandmother's contact book. Sorry if that's weird. Something warm stirred in her chest despite everything. He'd been thinking about her, worrying. When was the last time anyone had checked on her without wanting something? She typed back, I'm fine. Shocking way to start the day. Thank you for asking. Quick response. Would you like company? I could bring breakfast, or just coffee if you prefer to be alone. Holly stared at the message. Part of her wanted to say yes, to have someone warm and solid sitting across from her, someone to help carry this weight. But another part, the part that had learned not to trust, whispered warnings. She compromised. Coffee would be nice. I could use a friendly face. While she waited, Holly paced the apartment, cataloging details she'd missed last night. Nora's reading glasses on the nightstand, folded on top of a romance novel bookmarked 3/4 through. A half-finished crossword on the kitchen table, Nora's handwriting filling in betrayal and secrets. Had those words been coincidence? The kitchen windowsill held miniature snow globes, not elaborate antiques, but simple tourist pieces from places Nora had never visited. Florida with a plastic palm tree, Las Vegas with tiny slot machines. Holly picked up one labeled Paris and shook it, watching fake snow swirl around the Eiffel Tower.
She collected the ones people gave her.
A voice said behind her. Holly spun, nearly dropping the globe. Jasper stood at the stairs holding a cardboard tray with coffee cups and a white pastry bag.
Sorry, I called up, but you didn't hear. The door downstairs was unlocked.
He looked uncertain.
Should I not have come up?
No, it's fine. I was just looking at Nora's things.
She told me once she didn't have the heart to tell people she didn't want cheap tourist snow globes when she had a shop full of antiques, so she kept them all up here.
Jasper set the coffee on the table.
Said it reminded her that people thought of her when they traveled, even if their taste was questionable.
That sounded like Nora. Too kind to hurt feelings, too sentimental to throw away gifts made with love. Holly's throat tightened. She set the Paris globe back on the sill.
Thank you for the coffee, and for checking on me.
She accepted the cup, grateful for warmth against her palms.
I'm still processing everything.
It's a lot.
Jasper settled across from her, comfortable in Nora's kitchen in a way that spoke of frequent visits.
Cordelia was difficult, but she didn't deserve this. No one deserves this.
What was she like?
Holly had only vague memories, someone peripherally involved in church activities when she was young.
Passionate. Demanding. She ran the Christmas pageant like a military operation. Everything had to be perfect. 20 years she'd been doing it. Swore every year would be her last.
Jasper's smile was sad.
Strong opinions about everything. Wasn't shy about sharing them. But she genuinely cared about community traditions.
Did she have family? Close friends?
No family I know of. Moved here from back east, never married, lived alone on Maple Street.
Jasper paused, studying her face.
Why do you ask?
Holly hesitated. She wanted to tell him about the snow globe, about the terrible possibility growing in her mind. But how could she explain without sounding unhinged?
I was thinking about who might want to hurt her, what Sheriff Webb was asking, about whether anyone saw anything unusual.
Did you see anything unusual?
Something in Jasper's tone made Holly look at him more carefully. His brown eyes were serious behind his glasses, tension in his shoulders.
Why would I? I only got here yesterday evening.
I know,
Jasper set down his cup and ran a hand through his hair.
Holly, I need to tell you something. Cordelia came to see me yesterday afternoon before you arrived. She was asking questions about your grandmother.
Holly's stomach dropped.
What kind of questions?
About Nora's collection. Whether she'd ever mentioned having unusual pieces, anything with historical significance. Cordelia seemed to think Nora might have had something that belonged to...
He stopped, looking uncomfortable.
Belonged to who?
the Ashford family. She kept asking about items that might have come from the estate after Emmeline's parents died.
Holly's coffee turned bitter in her mouth.
What did you tell her?
The truth, that Nora never mentioned anything like that to me. But Cordelia didn't seem satisfied. She said there were rumors, old stories about things that went missing when the Ashford house was cleared out.
Jasper leaned forward.
Holly, I think she was planning to talk to you. She asked when you were arriving.
Holly's hands started shaking again. She set her cup down carefully.
Did you tell her?
I said I thought it was soon, but I didn't know exactly when. I got the impression she was going to watch for you.
Jasper looked troubled.
What if someone didn't want her talking to you? What if that's why she was killed?
The possibility punched through her. If Cordelia had been killed to prevent her from speaking to Holly, then the killer knew about the Snowglobe, about whatever secrets Nora had been guarding.
I should call Sheriff Webb.
Holly said, but even as she spoke, she wondered what she would tell him. That a dead woman had been asking about antiques?
Maybe.
Jasper said carefully.
But Holly, if someone killed Cordelia to keep her from talking to you, calling attention to yourself might not be safe right now.
Holly stared at him. Are you suggesting I don't tell the police? I'm suggesting you be careful. Think about what you actually know versus what you suspect. Jasper's voice was gentle but firm. If something dangerous is really going on, rushing into it might put you at risk too. Holly stood abruptly, needing to move. She walked to the window and looked out at the quiet street below. Everything looked normal. Snow-covered sidewalks, Christmas decorations, peaceful small-town scene. But underneath that surface, something was rotten.
Jasper,
She said without turning around.
what do you know about Emmeline Ashford's disappearance?
She heard his sharp breath.
Why are you asking about that?
Because Cordelia was asking about Ashford family items. Because 30 years is a long time to keep a secret.
Holly turned to face him.
What do you remember?
Jasper was quiet for a long moment.
I was 14 when it happened. You don't forget something like that in a town this size. One day she was there, the next she was gone. They searched for weeks. Dogs, helicopters, volunteers from all over the county.
But they never found anything.
Nothing. Like she just vanished.
Jasper's voice was quiet.
Her parents never gave up hope. Kept her room exactly the same. Hired private investigators. Offered rewards. But nothing ever came of it.
Holly thought about the map, about the notation that read, "She never left." If that was true, if Emmeline's body had been here all along, someone had been very good at keeping secrets.
Did anyone ever suspect someone in town was responsible?
There were whispers, suspicions. A few families left town in the years after, but nothing was ever proven, and eventually people stopped talking about it. Officially?
But unofficially?
Unofficially, there are still people who lock their doors at night and don't like walking alone after dark, especially around Christmas.
Jasper looked directly at her.
Holly, if your grandmother had something related to that case, something that could implicate someone still alive?
They might kill to keep it secret.
The weight settled on her shoulders. She thought about the map, about other scenes in the Snowglobe she hadn't examined closely. How many more people might be at risk?
I need to show you something.
She said suddenly.
Will you come with me?
In the shop below, Holly went straight to the Snowglobe. In morning light, the miniature village looked even more detailed, more carefully crafted. But now that she knew what to look for, the scenes weren't charming. They were sinister.
My God,
Jasper breathed.
that's the gazebo, isn't it? And that figure ...
Looks exactly like how they found Cordelia this morning.
Holly's voice was steady, but her hands shook as she turned the globe.
Look at this other scene. The man by the carriage house.
They leaned closer. The tiny figure was positioned near what was clearly the Ashford Estate's carriage house, holding something small. Around him, barely visible unless you knew to look, were tiny scattered objects that might have been tools or something else entirely.
There are more scenes.
Holly said quietly.
If someone is using this as a guide,
Then Cordelia wasn't the only target.
Jasper's voice was grim.
Holly, we need to call Sheriff Webb. This is beyond what we can handle.
But even as Holly reached for her phone, a new thought struck her. If the killer was following the Snowglobe scenes, they would know she had it. They would know she'd figured out the connection, which meant by trying to solve the mystery, she might have just painted a target on her back. Outside, snow continued falling, blanketing Millbrook Falls in deceptive beauty. But Holly no longer saw a charming Christmas town. She saw a place where secrets had been buried for 30 years, where someone was willing to kill to keep them hidden, and where she might be the next person to disappear. 3. Secrets in the Snow. After Jasper left with promises to keep his eyes open and an awkward moment at the door where neither seemed sure how to say goodbye, Holly found herself alone with the Snowglobe and growing dread. She'd convinced him not to call Sheriff Webb yet, not until she examined everything more carefully. But now, sitting in the empty shop with only Tinsel for company, that decision felt less like caution and more like stupidity. The Victorian Snowglobe sat on the counter. Holly had avoided it for the past hour, busying herself with mundane tasks, sorting Nora's mail, organizing desk drawers, anything to avoid confronting what she'd found. But the globe drew her attention, its silver base gleaming in afternoon light. She pulled out the map again, spreading it beside the globe. In daylight, the details were clearer. The hand that drew this knew Millbrook Falls intimately, every street, every landmark rendered with loving accuracy. But the symbols made her skin crawl. Red circles, black X's, notations that seemed to catalog something far more sinister than tourist attractions. The largest red circle marked the Ashford Estate, specifically behind the carriage house. Next to it, in block letters that looked older, 30 feet east of the old oak. Below that, in newer ink, she never left. Holly noticed other markings she'd missed last night, smaller symbols scattered throughout town, each with initials and dates. R.M. December 1994. P.V. Mar 1998. D.O. November 2003. A timeline spanning decades, reaching almost to the present. Her hands went cold. This wasn't just about Emmeline Ashford. This was about multiple people, multiple incidents across 30 years. And if someone was still following whatever plan this map represented, Cordelia's death was just the beginning. Holly traced each marking with a trembling finger. Some initials meant nothing to her, but others. R.M. could be Robert Morrison, who'd supposedly left town suddenly in the mid-90s. D.O. might be Danny O'Sullivan, though he was still here. She'd seen him at Maeve's Bakery yesterday. Unless the initials didn't represent people who'd left, unless they represented people who'd died. She turned back to the snow globe, forcing herself to study each miniature scene methodically. The attention to detail was extraordinary. Whoever created this had been incredibly talented or incredibly obsessed. Maybe both. The woman in the red coat by the church was positioned as they'd found Cordelia, but now Holly could see other details she'd missed. The tiny church wasn't just any church. It was St. Mary's, complete with the distinctive bell tower and carved wooden doors. And the woman wasn't alone. Other figures nearby, so small they were almost invisible. Holly found a magnifying glass in Nora's desk drawer and bent closer. Yes, 3 other figures arranged around the woman in red. One appeared to be kneeling, hands clasped in prayer. Another stood with arms raised, like someone delivering a sermon. The third was smaller, child-sized, positioned as if watching from a distance. A child-sized figure watching from a distance. Just like Emmeline would have been during Christmas pageant rehearsal 30 years ago. There were more scenes. As Holly slowly rotated the globe, examining each section through the magnifying glass, a pattern emerged. Each tableau was a perfect miniature of a location in Millbrook Falls, and each contained figures arranged in specific, deliberate poses. Near the town square, a man in a dark coat stood beside a tiny car, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. The carriage house scene showed a figure lying prone near the building's entrance, arms splayed wide. And in the woods behind the main village, barely visible, was a cluster of small figures arranged in a circle, as if burying something. Or someone. Holly set down the magnifying glass. This wasn't just a snow globe. It was a record, a catalog of deaths spanning decades, preserved in miniature perfection. And if someone was using it as a guide now, then everyone represented in these scenes was either already dead or marked for death. She grabbed paper and began sketching each scene, making notes about positions, locations, anything that might help her understand what Nora had been documenting. The process took over an hour. By the end, Holly had identified at least 7 distinct tableaux, each more sinister than the last. 7 scenes, 7 potential victims. And according to the map, Cordelia was just the first. The front door chimed. Sheriff Webb filled the doorway, his expression unreadable, but something in his posture put her immediately on edge.
Afternoon, Holly. Hope I'm not interrupting anything important.
Just going through some of Nora's papers.
She gestured at the desk.
There's a lot to sort through.
I imagine there is.
Webb stepped into the shop, his eyes taking in every detail. His gaze lingered on the snow globe before moving on.
I wanted to follow up on our conversation this morning. Ask a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Of course.
You mentioned you hadn't spoken to your grandmother in a couple weeks before she died. But I've been looking through Cordelia's phone records, and it seems she called Nora's shop several times in the month before Nora passed. Long conversations according to the phone company.
Holly's mouth went dry.
I wouldn't know anything about that. Nora didn't mention it to me.
Interesting.
Webb moved closer to the counter.
Because according to Jasper Holloway, Cordelia was asking about items from the Ashford Estate. Items she thought your grandmother might have acquired over the years.
The way he said it made clear that Jasper had already called him. Holly felt a stab of something that might have been betrayal, though she knew he'd done the right thing. She just wished he'd warned her first.
Sheriff, I honestly don't know what Cordelia was looking for. But if you think it's connected to her death...
I think a lot of things might be connected to her death.
Webb's tone was mild, but his eyes were sharp.
For instance, I think it's interesting that you arrived in town the same day someone started asking questions about items that might be related to our most famous unsolved case. I think it's interesting that Cordelia died less than 12 hours after your arrival. And I think it's very interesting that she was posed in a scene that looks remarkably similar to something you might find in this shop.
Holly's pulse hammered. The sketches were hidden under the counter, but she could feel their presence like a weight.
I'm not sure what you're implying.
I'm not implying anything. I'm stating facts.
Webb leaned against the counter.
Here's another fact. I've been sheriff of this town for 8 years, and in all that time, your grandmother never once mentioned having anything that belonged to the Ashford family. But according to multiple witnesses, Cordelia seemed convinced she did.
Maybe Cordelia was wrong.
Maybe.
Webb's gaze drifted to the snow globe again.
Or maybe your grandmother was very good at keeping secrets. Tell me, Holly, in all those Sunday phone calls you had with Nora, did she ever mention feeling threatened, worried about anyone?
The question caught Holly off guard.
Threatened? No, never. She always said Millbrook Falls was the safest place on earth.
Webb made a note.
And yet, according to Dr. Vance, Nora came to see her several times in the months before she died, said she was having trouble sleeping, feeling anxious. Dr. Vance prescribed medication for anxiety, but Nora never filled the prescription.
Holly's mouth went dry. Nora hadn't mentioned any of this. But then again, Nora had always been protective, always tried to shield Holly from anything that might worry her.
Sheriff, if Nora was anxious about something, don't you think that's more reason to take her seriously? If she really did have information about Emmeline's disappearance?
That's a big if.
Webb straightened up.
And even if it's true, it doesn't explain why Cordelia had to die for it. Unless... ...
He paused, studying Holly's face.
Unless there's something you're not telling me.
The silence stretched between them. Holly could feel sweat at the base of her neck despite the chill in the shop. The snow globe sat on the counter between them, its innocent beauty masking the horrors it contained.
Sheriff,
she said carefully.
If I knew anything that could help solve Cordelia's murder, don't you think I'd tell you?
I'd like to think so.
Webb's tone was conversational, but his eyes never left her face.
But sometimes, people hold back information because they're scared, or because they're not sure what it means, or because they think they can handle things better on their own.
Are you asking me if I'm planning to investigate this myself?
I'm telling you not to.
Webb's voice turned hard.
I'm telling you that if you have any information, anything at all, you need to share it with me right now. Because whoever killed Cordelia is still out there, and if they think you know something that could expose them, you're in danger.
Holly stared at him, torn between the desperate urge to confess everything and the growing certainty that doing so would only make things worse. If Webb examined the snow globe too closely, if he saw what she'd seen, would he believe her? Or would he think she was having some kind of breakdown?
That's a beautiful piece.
Webb said, reaching for the snow globe.
Mind if I take another look?
Actually, it's quite fragile. I'd rather.
I'll be careful.
Webb's tone brooked no argument as he lifted the globe. This time, he examined it more slowly, turning it in the light, studying each section with methodical attention. Holly held her breath, watching his face for any sign that he was seeing what she'd seen. But Webb's expression remained neutral, professional.
Remarkable detail,
He said finally.
almost like whoever made it was trying to capture every aspect of the town.
He set it down gently.
Funny thing about details, though. Sometimes they reveal more than the artist intended.
Stories.
Holly corrected before she could stop herself.
There are several different scenes.
Ah,
Webb's eyes fixed on her face.
and what stories do you think it's telling?
The question hung in the air like a trap. Holly could feel herself balancing on a knife's edge. Tell the truth and risk looking insane, or lie and risk obstructing a murder investigation.
I think
She said carefully.
that whoever made it loved this town very much. All the details are so accurate, so carefully observed.
Webb straightened up.
Well, Holly, I appreciate your time. If you happen to come across anything in your grandmother's papers that might be relevant to our investigation, I hope you'll let me know immediately.
Of course.
And Holly, be careful. We don't know who killed Cordelia or why, but until we do, I'd recommend not walking around alone after dark, especially not to places like the old Ashford Estate.
Why would you mention the Ashford Estate specifically?
Because
Webb said, moving toward the door.
that's where Cordelia's car was found this morning, parked at the bottom of the hill, like she'd been planning to walk up to the house.
The door chimed as he left. Holly stared after him, her mind reeling. Cordelia had gone to the Ashford Estate the night she died. She'd been looking for something there, something she believed Nora had known about, something worth killing for. Holly sank onto the stool behind the counter. The conversation with Webb replayed in her mind, each word weighted with implication. He suspected she was hiding something. That much was clear. But did he believe she was involved in Cordelia's murder, or was he trying to protect her from whoever was? She pulled out her sketches of the snow globe scenes, spreading them across the counter. In the harsh fluorescent light, her hasty drawings looked crude, almost childish. But the patterns they revealed were undeniable. 7 distinct tableaux, each showing figures arranged in poses that suggested violence, death, or burial. Holly forced herself to examine each sketch systematically, trying to match the scenes to locations around town. The church scene was obvious. That was where they'd found Cordelia. The carriage house was at the Ashford Estate. But the others, the town square scene showed a figure slumped beside what looked like a car. Holly thought about the initials on the map. RM-December 1994. Robert Morrison had supposedly left town suddenly in December of 1994, just before Christmas. What if he hadn't left? What if something had happened to him in the town square, something that had been covered up for nearly 30 years? Another scene showed figures in what appeared to be a basement or cellar, one standing over another who was clearly prone. The detail was so small Holly couldn't make out specific features, but the implication was clear. And then there was the woods scene. Multiple figures arranged in a circle as if they were involved in some kind of group activity or conspiracy. The more she studied the sketches, the more convinced she became that the snow globe wasn't just documenting deaths. It was documenting a pattern of murder and cover-up that had been going on for decades. And somehow Nora had known about it all. But why hadn't she gone to the police? Why create this elaborate record and then hide it away, leaving only cryptic clues for Holly to find? The answer came to her, because the police couldn't be trusted, because someone in a position of authority was involved, someone who could make evidence disappear and witnesses go silent, someone like Sheriff Webb. Holly pulled the map back out from under the counter. The red circle around the carriage house seemed to pulse with new meaning. If Cordelia had gone there looking for evidence of what happened to Emmeline 30 years ago, had she found it? And if so, who had killed her to keep that secret buried? She thought about the notation on the map. She never left. The implication was clear. Emmeline Ashford hadn't been kidnapped by a stranger and taken far from Millbrook Falls. She was still here, somewhere on the property where she'd grown up, where someone had been keeping her disappearance secret for 3 decades. Holly folded the sketches with trembling hands and tucked them into her pocket along with the map. She looked around the shop at the hundreds of snow globes that had seemed magical yesterday and now felt ominous. How many other secrets had Nora been keeping? How many other mysteries were hidden in plain sight? She'd come here to escape her problems, to find peace in a place where the worst thing that happened was supposed to be arguments over the church bake sale. Instead, she'd stumbled into something that made her divorce look like a minor inconvenience. But overwhelming as it was, Holly realized she couldn't walk away. Not when Cordelia had died trying to uncover the truth. Not when Emmeline Ashford had been waiting 30 years for someone to find her. And not when there might be other victims, other families who'd never gotten answers about what happened to their loved ones. The question was, could she trust anyone to help her? Webb's behavior had been suspicious, but that didn't necessarily mean he was involved. He could just be a thorough investigator doing his job. But if he wasn't, if he was part of whatever conspiracy Nora had been documenting, then going to him with her evidence would be signing her own death warrant. Jasper seemed trustworthy, but she'd only known him for 2 days, and he'd already proven he was willing to go to the authorities without consulting her first. Could she risk trusting him with something this dangerous? Holly pulled out her phone and stared at the screen, thumb hovering over Jasper's number. She wanted desperately to call him, to share the burden of what she'd discovered, but the memory of Webb's questions about their conversation this morning held her back. If the sheriff was monitoring phone calls, if he was tracking who she talked to and when. Number. For now, she was on her own. The thought terrified her, but it also crystallized her resolve. If Nora had managed to document this conspiracy while living right in the middle of it, if she'd survived for decades knowing what she knew, then Holly could figure out how to navigate this safely, too. She just hoped she'd inherited more than Nora's shop and her secrets. She hoped she'd inherited some of her grandmother's courage as well. Tinsel appeared from wherever he'd been napping and wound around her legs, purring. The simple, uncomplicated affection made her eyes burn. Everything in her life had become so complicated, so dangerous. She'd come here looking for simplicity, for a chance to heal, and instead she'd stumbled into something that could get her killed. Holly looked down at the map in her hands, at the careful notations and precise measurements. She couldn't walk away, not when Cordelia had died trying to uncover the truth, not when Emmeline Ashford had been waiting 30 years for someone to find her, and not when Holly might be the only person left alive who could decode what Nora had spent decades documenting. Outside, snow continued to fall, covering Millbrook Falls in its deceptive blanket of purity. But Holly no longer saw a peaceful winter wonderland. She saw a town built on buried secrets, where the past refused to stay dead and where someone was willing to kill to keep it that way. The question was, would she be brave enough to dig up the truth, or would she become the next victim of someone desperate to keep it buried? Tinsel chirped once and padded toward the back door, his tail twitching with alertness. Holly followed him to the window and peered out into the alley behind the shop. A figure in a dark coat stood at the edge of the tree line, barely visible through the falling snow. Even from this distance, Holly could tell they were watching the shop, waiting for something. Or someone. Holly stepped back from the window. She grabbed her phone and crept back to the window, trying to get a photo of the figure. But the snow was too heavy, the light too dim. All she could make out was a dark silhouette against the white backdrop of the woods. How long had they been there? Had they been watching while Webb was inside? The thought made her skin crawl. If someone had been monitoring her conversation with the sheriff, they would know exactly how much she'd revealed and how much she was still hiding. Holly watched for another 5 minutes, but the figure didn't move. They stood with inhuman patience like a statue carved from shadow. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. If someone was watching her, she wanted to know who. She grabbed her coat from behind the counter and headed for the back door, then stopped. What was she doing? Walking out there alone would be incredibly stupid. If this person meant her harm, she'd be playing right into their hands. But she couldn't just cower inside forever either. And if she called Webb, what would she tell him? That someone was standing in the woods behind her shop? In a town where people walked everywhere, that was hardly suspicious behavior. Holly compromised by turning on the back porch light and opening the door just wide enough to call out,
Hello? Can I help you with something?
Her voice echoed off the snow-covered trees, but there was no response. The figure remained motionless, watching.
I can see you there.
Holly called louder this time.
If you need something from the shop, we're open.
Still nothing. Holly's nerve broke. She slammed the door and twisted the deadbolt, then went around the shop checking every window, every entrance. Everything was locked, but that didn't make her feel safer. Locks were only effective against people who cared about breaking and entering laws. Someone who'd already committed murder probably wasn't concerned about trespassing. When she looked out the back window again, the figure was gone. Only the snow remained, falling steadily into the gathering darkness, erasing all traces of whoever had been watching. But Holly knew they'd been there, just like she knew they'd be back. She pulled out her phone again, but this time she didn't hesitate. She scrolled through her recent calls until she found Jasper's number.
Holly?
He answered on the second ring, concern in his voice.
Is everything okay?
Someone was watching the shop,
She said without preamble.
standing in the woods behind the building for at least 10 minutes. When I called out to them, they didn't respond.
Are you sure it wasn't just someone taking a shortcut through the woods?
For 10 minutes? Without moving?
Holly realized she was pacing.
Jasper, I think Sheriff Webb suspects I'm hiding something, and I think he might be right to be suspicious, just not in the way he thinks.
There was a pause.
What do you mean?
Holly looked around the shop at the Snowglobe sitting innocently on the counter, at the sketches hidden in her pocket. How much should she tell him? How much could she trust him?
I mean, I think my grandmother left me more than just a shop.
She said finally.
And I think someone killed Cordelia to keep me from finding it.
Another pause, longer this time.
Holly, that sounds…
Crazy, I know, but what if it's not?
She stopped pacing and gripped the phone tighter.
Jasper, what if everything that's happened in this town for the past 30 years isn't what it seems? What if people didn't just leave or disappear or die in accidents? What if someone's been covering up murders for decades?
The silence stretched so long that Holly wondered if the call had dropped.
Jasper.
I'm here.
His voice was quiet, thoughtful.
Holly, if what you're suggesting is true, then you're in serious danger. Whoever's responsible wouldn't hesitate to kill again to protect themselves.
I know.
The admission came out as barely a whisper.
But I can't just pretend I haven't seen what I've seen. I can't pack up and leave, knowing that Emmeline Ashford might still be out there, waiting for someone to find her.
Then we need to be smart about this. We need evidence, real evidence that we can take to the state police or the FBI. Something that can't be dismissed or covered up.
The word "we" sent a warm rush of relief through Holly's chest. She wasn't alone in this after all.
Does that mean you believe me?
It means I believe something is very wrong in this town, and I believe your grandmother was trying to tell you about it.
Jasper's voice was steady, reassuring.
And it means I'm not going to let you face this alone.
Holly closed her eyes, feeling some of the tension leave her shoulders. Maybe she didn't have to figure this out by herself after all. Maybe Nora had known that when the time came, Holly would find people she could trust. She just hoped they'd be enough to uncover the truth before someone decided to bury them with it. 4. Between the lines. 20 minutes after her phone call with Jasper, Holly heard the soft knock on the shop's front door. Through the glass, she could see him standing on the sidewalk with a canvas bag slung over his shoulder and snowflakes gathering on his wire-rimmed glasses. When Holly unlocked the door to let him in, she caught something different in his expression. A quiet determination she hadn't seen before.
Thank you for coming.
She said, relocking the door behind him.
I wasn't sure you would.
Where else would I be?
Jasper stamped the snow off his boots and unwound a wool scarf.
You said someone's been covering up murders for 30 years. That's not exactly something you can ignore.
Holly led him to the counter where the Snowglobe sat under the shop's warm lighting. In the presence of another person, her theories felt less like revelations and more like paranoid ravings. But when Jasper set his bag down and pulled out a stack of old newspapers, manila folders, and handwritten notes, she realized he'd been taking her seriously from the start.
I spent the afternoon going through my local history collection.
He said, spreading the materials across the counter.
If there really has been a pattern of unexplained deaths and disappearances, I wanted to see what I could find.
Holly stared at the documents. The sheer volume of research he'd assembled in just a few hours was staggering. Newspaper clippings, photocopied police reports, handwritten timelines, genealogy charts mapping family connections.
You believe me?
I believe something isn't right in this town. I've lived here my whole life, and there are too many stories that don't add up. Too many people who supposedly moved away without saying goodbye to anyone.
Jasper pulled out a yellow legal pad covered in his careful handwriting.
But more than that, I believe your grandmother was trying to warn you about something. Nora was the most observant person I've ever known. If she left you that snow globe and that map, she had a reason.
Holly felt a tightness in her throat at the mention of Nora.
I still can't believe she's gone. And I can't believe she was carrying something like this alone for all these years.
Maybe she wasn't entirely alone.
Jasper pulled out a manila folder labeled Correspondence in his neat script.
I went through some old records at the Historical Society this afternoon. Your grandmother made regular donations, but she also spent a lot of time in the archives, reading old newspapers, looking at property records, asking questions about families who'd left town suddenly.
She was investigating.
For years, apparently, and she wasn't the only one.
Jasper opened the folder to reveal photocopied letters and notes.
I found correspondence between Nora and at least 3 other people who seemed to be documenting the same kinds of disappearances. Sarah Chen, Robert Morrison's fiancée, Dr. Patricia Vance's mother, Eleanor, and someone whose signature I can't make out, but the return address is a P.O. box in Denver.
Holly leaned forward, studying the letters. Nora's handwriting was unmistakable, but seeing it in this context felt surreal.
What do they say?
They're careful, coded almost, but reading between the lines?
Jasper pulled out one letter dated just 2 years ago.
Sarah Chen mentions the anniversary approaches, and we must be ready to act if the opportunity arises. Eleanor Vance writes about the pattern continuing and protecting our children from the truth until we can ensure their safety.
They knew. They all knew something was happening, and they were planning to do something about it.
But then Nora died unexpectedly, and the others lost their leader.
Jasper looked grim.
Holly, what if your arrival wasn't coincidental? What if the remaining members of this group were waiting for you to come back, hoping you'd be able to finish what Nora started?
The possibility sent cold through Holly's veins.
You think Cordelia was part of this group?
I think Cordelia found out about it. Maybe she was trying to join them, or maybe she was trying to stop them. Either way, someone killed her before she could talk to you.
Jasper pulled out another document, a copy of Cordelia's phone records that looked suspiciously official.
How did you get these?
Let's just say that working at the library gives you access to more than books. People trust librarians with all sorts of information.
Jasper's smile was rueful.
Look at this pattern of calls in the weeks before Cordelia died. Take Robert Morrison, for instance. You mentioned seeing those initials on your map.
RM, December 1994.
Holly pulled out her sketches and the map, spreading them next to Jasper's research.
I thought it might be him.
It probably is. Robert was on the town council, had a successful accounting practice, was engaged to Sarah Chen, who ran the flower shop. Then one day in mid-December, he supposedly got a job offer in Seattle and left town immediately. Didn't give notice to his clients, didn't say goodbye to Sarah, didn't even pack most of his belongings.
That does sound suspicious.
Jasper flipped through a folder and pulled out a newspaper clipping.
This is from the Millbrook Falls Gazette, December 20th, 1994. Local man missing after car found abandoned.
Holly read the brief article, which reported that Robert Morrison's car had been discovered in the town square with the engine running and the driver's door open. His wallet was still inside, along with Christmas presents he'd apparently been shopping for. The official explanation was that he'd suffered some kind of mental breakdown and left town on foot, but his body was never found.
Mental breakdown. How convenient.
And look at this.
Jasper pulled out another clipping, this one from 3 years later.
Patricia Vance's younger sister, Linda, supposedly ran away from home at 17. But Linda was valedictorian of her class, had a full scholarship to college, was close to her family. Dr. Vance hired private investigators, offered rewards, but Linda was never seen again.
Holly thought about the initials on the map, the timeline spanning decades.
How many others?
At least 8 that I could document going back 30 years, all unexplained disappearances or sudden departures that never quite made sense. And that's just the ones I could find records for. In a town this small, people disappearing should be big news. But somehow, these stories all got buried quickly.
Because someone didn't want them investigated too closely.
Holly picked up the Snowglobe, studying the miniature scenes with new understanding.
Jasper, look at this tableau near the town square. The figure slumped by the car.
She showed him her sketch of the scene, and Jasper leaned closer, adjusting his glasses.
The positioning matches what they found when they discovered Robert's car. Someone sitting in the driver's seat, head tilted back.
As if they'd been struck or poisoned.
Holly felt sick.
This isn't just a record of deaths. It's a how-to guide. Someone created this globe to document their methods, their locations, maybe even to plan future murders.
But who? And why?
Jasper sat back, running his hands through his hair.
Holly, if this is all true, we're talking about a serial killer who's been operating in this town for 3 decades. Someone who's managed to make multiple murders look like disappearances or accidents.
Someone with authority, someone people trust.
Holly thought about Sheriff Webb's pointed questions, his careful examination of the Snowglobe.
Someone who could control how investigations were conducted.
You think Webb is involved?
I think someone in law enforcement has to be. How else could this many cases be swept under the rug?
Holly pulled out the map, pointing to the various locations marked with symbols.
But look at this timeline. Some of these dates go back to before Webb was sheriff. So either there's been a conspiracy spanning multiple administrations, or
what?
Or the killer isn't law enforcement themselves, but they have enough influence to control what gets investigated and what gets ignored.
Holly stared at the map, trying to piece together a pattern. Someone respected in the community, someone who's been here long enough to know where bodies could be hidden, who could be trusted to keep secrets. Jasper was quiet for a long moment, studying the documents spread across the counter.
Holly, there's something else. Something I didn't want to tell you over the phone.
The tone of his voice made her stomach drop.
What?
This afternoon, after I called Sheriff Webb about Cordelia's questions, he asked me to keep an eye on you. Said he was concerned for your safety, but the way he said it felt more like surveillance than protection.
Holly's mouth went dry.
You think he suspects I know something?
I think he knows you know something. and I think that makes you very dangerous to whoever's behind this.
Jasper reached across the counter and touched her hand briefly.
Holly, we need to be extremely careful. If Webb is involved, or if he's reporting to someone who is, then everything we do is probably being watched.
The warmth of his fingers against hers was reassuring, but it also reminded Holly how alone she'd felt for the past 6 months. She pulled her hand back, not because she didn't want the comfort, but because she couldn't afford to depend on it, not when trusting the wrong person could get them both killed.
What do you think we should do?
I think we need more evidence before we can go to outside authorities, and I think we need to be very strategic about how we gather it.
Jasper picked up one of the newspaper clippings.
If the Snowglobe really is a catalog of murders, then somewhere in this town there are burial sites, physical evidence that can't be explained away.
The map shows locations.
Holly said, studying the red circles and symbols.
If we could find actual remains,
We'd have proof that couldn't be dismissed or covered up. But Holly, that means going to some very isolated places. Probably at night. Probably alone. If the killer realizes what we're doing.
I know, but what's the alternative? Sit here and wait for them to decide I'm too much of a threat? Hope that Sheriff Webb is actually trying to protect me instead of building a case against me?
There is another option.
Jasper's voice was quiet.
You could leave. Pack up tonight and drive back to Denver. Put this all behind you and let someone else deal with it.
Holly considered this, really considered it. It would be so easy to walk away, to convince herself that she'd imagined the connections between the Snowglobe and Cordelia's death, to go back to her apartment and her job search and her quiet, safe, uncomplicated life. But then she thought about Emmeline Ashford, 8 years old and missing for 30 years, about Robert Morrison, who'd been shopping for Christmas presents when someone killed him, about all the families who'd never gotten answers, never gotten closure, never gotten justice.
I can't.
She said finally.
I can't just leave knowing what I know, even if I'm wrong about some of it, even if I'm only right about Emmeline.
Then we do this together. We're careful, we're smart, and we don't take any unnecessary risks. But we find the truth.
Holly felt something loosen in her chest, a knot of fear and isolation that had been tightening since the moment she'd discovered the hidden compartment in the Snowglobe. She wasn't alone in this anymore. Whatever happened next, she had an ally.
Where do we start?
Jasper pulled out a topographical map of the area around Millbrook Falls and spread it next to the hand-drawn map from the Snowglobe.
We start with what your grandmother was trying to tell you, the notation about the Ashford Estate, 30 feet east of the old oak. If Emmeline really is buried there, finding her remains would prove that her disappearance was murder, not kidnapping.
And it would prove that someone in this town has been lying about it for 30 years.
Exactly?
Jasper traced the route from town to the estate with his finger.
It's about 2 miles through the woods. We could hike there after dark, when there's less chance of being seen.
Tonight?
Why not? The longer we wait, the more time the killer has to realize what you figured out. And if they're already watching you,
Jasper gestured toward the back window.
better to act while they think you're still stumbling around in the dark.
Holly nodded, though her stomach was churning at the thought of hiking through snowy woods to a potentially dangerous location.
What will we need?
Shovels, flashlights, maybe a metal detector if I can borrow one from the hardware store. And warm clothes. It's going to be cold out there.
Jasper began gathering up his research materials.
Holly, are you sure about this? Once we start digging, there's no going back. If we find what I think we're going to find,
Everything changes. The whole town will know that their perfect little Christmas village has been built on buried secrets.
and whoever's responsible will do anything to stop us from revealing them.
Holly looked around at the shop one more time, at the hundreds of snow globes reflecting the warm light, at the place that had represented safety and peace in her childhood. Tomorrow, if they were successful, none of this would feel the same. The innocence would be gone forever. But maybe that was what Nora had wanted. Maybe she'd spent 30 years waiting for someone brave enough to dig up the truth, someone who cared more about justice than about preserving lies.
I'm sure.
Holly said.
Let's find Emmeline Ashford.
Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the town in its deceptive blanket. But beneath that surface, Holly knew, the truth was waiting to be unearthed, and tonight, she and Jasper were going to start digging. 5. Frost and old friends. The next morning brought crystalline air and brilliant sunshine that made yesterday's revelations feel like something from a fever dream. Holly stood in the shop's front window, watching Millbrook Falls wake up under a fresh blanket of snow. Children walked to school with their backpacks and lunch boxes. Parents hurried to work with steaming coffee cups, and the town looked exactly like the innocent Christmas village she'd remembered from her childhood. But appearances could be devastatingly deceptive. She and Jasper had spent half the night planning their approach to the Ashford Estate, mapping out routes and timing, gathering equipment. They'd agreed to wait one more day to avoid drawing suspicion with an immediate expedition after Webb's visit and to give Jasper time to quietly acquire the tools they'd need. The waiting was agony. Every moment felt like another opportunity for the killer to realize how much Holly had figured out, another chance for evidence to disappear or witnesses to be silenced. But Jasper was right. Rushing in unprepared would only get them caught or killed. Holly was arranging a display of Christmas-themed snow globes when the shop door chimed. She looked up to see a woman with flame-red curls and flour-dusted apron standing in the doorway, holding a white bakery box and looking uncertain.
Maeve.
Holly's voice came out warmer than she'd expected. Despite everything that had happened since their awkward encounter at the crime scene, seeing her childhood friend felt like a small anchor to normalcy.
I brought you some muffins.
Maeve said, lifting the box slightly.
Cranberry orange. I remembered they used to be your favorite when we were kids.
They still are.
Holly came around the counter to accept the box, catching the scent of citrus and cinnamon that immediately transported her back to Saturday mornings in Maeve's mother's kitchen.
Thank you. That's incredibly thoughtful.
Maeve's smile was tentative.
I also wanted to apologize for being so strange yesterday. Seeing you again after all these years, with everything that's happened with Cordelia, I wasn't at my best.
You don't need to apologize. This has been overwhelming for everyone.
Holly gestured toward the small seating area Nora had created near the front window.
Would you like to sit? We could have coffee and actually catch up properly.
I'd like that.
Maeve followed her to the cushioned chairs, but Holly noticed the way she kept glancing toward the window. Holly busied herself making coffee, using the time to study her old friend. Maeve had always been the more outgoing of the two of them, the one who made friends easily and seemed comfortable in her own skin. But the woman sitting in the shop now seemed diminished somehow, like she'd learned to make herself smaller.
You look good.
Maeve said when Holly returned with 2 steaming mugs.
Success suits you. Nora always bragged about your job, your apartment, your husband.
She paused, her cheeks flushing.
I'm sorry about the divorce. I heard through the grapevine.
The grapevine being Mrs. Patterson, I assume?
Holly managed a rueful smile.
Yes, well, it turns out that being successful at work doesn't automatically make you successful at marriage. Richard decided he preferred his secretary to his wife.
I'm sorry. That must have been devastating.
It was, but looking back, I think I was more devastated by the failure than by losing him specifically. We'd been growing apart for years.
Holly settled into her chair.
What about you? Are you happy with Danny?
The question seemed to hit Maeve like a physical blow. She stared down at her coffee mug, her fingers wrapped around it like she was trying to draw warmth from the ceramic.
Happy is complicated,
She said finally.
Danny's a good provider. He works hard. He doesn't gamble or run around with other women. By most people's standards, I should be grateful. But sometimes I feel like I'm disappearing, like I'm becoming this smaller and smaller version of myself until one day I'll just fade away completely.
Maeve's voice was barely above a whisper.
Do you remember what I wanted to be when we were kids?
Holly thought back to their endless childhood conversations about the future.
A teacher. You wanted to teach elementary school and have a classroom full of art supplies and read stories to kids every day.
I had a scholarship to the state university, full ride, based on my grades and a portfolio of my artwork.
Maeve's smile was bitter.
I was going to study education and art, maybe travel during summers, see the world beyond Millbrook Falls.
What happened?
Life happened. My parents needed help with the bakery when Dad's arthritis got bad. Danny and I were dating, and he said there was no point in me going to college when we were planning to get married anyway.
Maeve set down her mug.
And then I got pregnant, and suddenly all those dreams seemed selfish and childish.
Holly felt a stab of guilt. She'd been so focused on her own escape that she'd never even known Maeve was struggling.
You said yesterday that you miscarried. I'm so sorry.
12 weeks. We'd already told everyone, already started planning. Danny's mother had bought a crib.
Maeve's eyes filled with tears she didn't let fall.
The doctor said it was just one of those things that happen, that we could try again later. But we never did.
Did you want to?
I don't know anymore. Sometimes I think that baby was my last chance to be someone other than just Danny's wife and the baker's daughter. After I lost him,
She trailed off, shaking her head.
listen to me, talking like this. You must think I'm pathetic.
I think you're human, and I think it's never too late to make different choices. You're only 33, Maeve. That's hardly ancient.
Easy for you to say. You made your choices and got out. You built a life.
And then I watched it fall apart when my husband decided to trade up to a younger model.
Holly leaned forward.
Trust me, success isn't a guarantee of happiness. And it's definitely not a guarantee that life won't sucker punch you when you least expect it.
Maeve was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the snow-covered street.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd made different choices. If I'd gone to college. If I'd left town. If I'd said no when Danny proposed.
Holly studied her friend's face, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the tension around her mouth.
Are you okay, Maeve? You look like you haven't been sleeping.
Danny's been difficult lately. Drinking more than usual, staying out late, getting angry about things that don't usually bother him.
Maeve's voice dropped to almost a whisper.
Yesterday, when I mentioned you were back in town, he got furious, started ranting about outsiders stirring up trouble, bringing up old business that should stay buried.
The phrase, old business that should stay buried, made Holly's stomach clench.
Did he say what kind of old business?
Maeve shook her head, but Holly caught the way her eyes darted toward the window, checking to make sure they weren't being overheard.
He just keeps saying that some things are better left alone, that people who dig around in the past usually don't like what they find.
Holly opened the bakery box and pulled out a muffin, more to buy herself time to think than because she was hungry.
Maeve, can I ask you something about your parents?
My parents?
Maeve looked surprised by the subject change.
You mentioned yesterday that they're in a care facility. When did they start having problems?
About 10 years ago. It started gradually, little things, you know. Dad would forget appointments. Mom would get confused about recipes she'd been making for 30 years. We thought it was just stress.
Stress from what?
Dad's business was struggling. People were saying terrible things about his bookkeeping, questioning his integrity. Clients he'd had for decades suddenly found reasons to take their business elsewhere.
Maeve's voice grew smaller.
Dad was so proud of his reputation. He'd built that accounting practice from nothing, and suddenly people were treating him like he was some kind of criminal.
Holly set down her coffee.
What kind of things were people saying?
That he was skimming money, that his records didn't add up, that he couldn't be trusted with other people's finances. Dad swore it wasn't true, that someone was spreading lies about him.
Maeve wrapped her arms around herself.
But once rumors like that start in a town this size,
They take on a life of their own.
exactly. And the worse things got for the business, the worse Dad's memory problems became. The doctor said it was stress related, that financial pressure could accelerate cognitive decline in some people.
Maeve paused, frowning.
Although it was strange how quickly both of them deteriorated.
What do you mean?
Dad had always been sharp as a tack, and Mom was only 55 when she started having problems. Memory loss, confusion, coordination issues. She'd forget how to do things she'd been doing her whole life. Baking bread, balancing the till, even driving sometimes.
Holly kept her expression neutral.
That must have been difficult.
It was devastating. One day they were running the bakery together. The next day they couldn't be trusted to remember to turn off the stove.
Maeve stared into her coffee mug.
But you know what the strangest part was? Right before everything got really bad, Dad seemed to rally. He was lucid and focused in a way he hadn't been in months.
What do you mean?
He kept saying he'd figured something out, that he'd found proof of who was behind the rumors about his business. He was so excited, so determined to clear his name.
Maeve's voice grew thoughtful.
He said he was going to take his evidence to the authorities, that the people who'd been lying about him were going to be exposed.
Holly's heart started to race, but she forced herself to remain calm.
Did he say what kind of evidence?
No, but he was obsessed with going through old records, cross-referencing dates and transactions. He'd spread papers all over the kitchen table and work late into the night.
Maeve smiled sadly.
For a few days, he seemed like his old self again. Mom was so hopeful that maybe the doctors had been wrong.
But then,
Then he had the stroke. Massive brain hemorrhage, Dr. Fitzgerald called it. Said it was probably building for weeks, that the stress had finally taken its toll.
Maeve's eyes filled with tears.
After that, he couldn't remember anything about his research or his evidence.
Holly had to work to keep her voice steady.
what happened to the papers he'd been working with?
Danny cleaned up the kitchen while I was at the hospital with Dad. Said he wanted to help, that I didn't need the extra stress of dealing with a mess.
Maeve wiped her eyes with her sleeve.
By the time I got home, everything had been put away or thrown out. Danny said most of it was just Dad's confused ramblings anyway.
The casual way Danny had disposed of potentially crucial evidence made Holly's skin crawl, but she couldn't say that to Maeve.
Do you visit them often?
As often as I can. Dad doesn't really know who I am anymore, but Mom has good days sometimes.
Maeve's expression softened.
Last month, she grabbed my hand and said, "Tell Danny to be careful. They're watching him too." When I asked her what she meant, she couldn't remember saying it.
She said they're watching Danny?
It didn't make sense. Mom says all kinds of things that don't connect to reality. But Danny got so upset when I told him about it. Said I shouldn't repeat Mom's confused ramblings, that it wasn't fair to her memory.
Maeve looked up at Holly with troubled eyes.
Sometimes I wonder if there was more to Dad's problems than just rumors and stress. But then I think that's probably just wishful thinking.
Holly wanted desperately to tell her friend that her instincts were right, that there probably had been more to her father's situation than anyone had admitted, but doing so would put Maeve in danger.
I've been going through some of Nora's things,
She said carefully.
finding documents and papers that suggest she was interested in local history. Some of the names and dates match up with things you're telling me.
What kind of documents?
Before Holly could answer, the shop door chimed again. Danny O'Sullivan stood in the doorway, his face flushed with cold and something that might have been anger. He was shorter than Holly remembered, with thinning brown hair and the soft physique of someone who spent his days behind a desk. But there was nothing soft about the way he looked at Holly.
Maeve,
He said, his voice tight.
I've been looking for you.
I brought Holly some muffins.
Maeve said, and Holly caught the defensive note in her voice.
We were just catching up.
Catching up. About what, exactly?
Old times.
Holly said, forcing her voice to stay level.
School, mutual friends, that sort of thing.
Mutual friends. Like who?
Holly sensed this was dangerous territory, but she couldn't back down without seeming suspicious.
The Ashford family, for one. I was asking Maeve if she remembered anything about Emmeline's disappearance.
The temperature in the shop seemed to drop. Danny's face went pale, then flushed red again.
That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about.
He said, his voice rising.
Ancient history that doesn't concern anyone anymore. Why would you want to drag up something that painful?
Because it was never solved. Because that little girl's family never got answers.
The little girl's family is dead. Has been for 25 years. The only people you'd be hurting by stirring up that old mess are the ones who've had to live with the rumors and suspicions ever since.
Holly noticed that Maeve had gone very still, her eyes fixed on her husband with an expression Holly couldn't quite read.
What rumors? What suspicions?
Danny's hands clenched into fists at his sides.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. People pointing fingers, making accusations, destroying reputations based on nothing but gossip and speculation. Good people had their lives ruined because of that investigation.
And what about Emmeline? What about her life?
Emmeline Ashford was kidnapped by some drifter who was probably 100 miles away, before anyone even knew she was missing. The fact that they never found her body doesn't mean there's some big conspiracy hiding in plain sight.
Holly felt Tinsel wind around her legs, his purr rumbling loud enough to be heard across the shop.
I'm not suggesting there's a conspiracy. I'm just curious about the history of the town I'm inheriting property in.
Then be curious about the good history. The families who built this place, the traditions that make it special. Not the one tragedy that everyone spent 30 years trying to move past.
He grabbed Maeve's arm, his fingers digging into the fabric of her coat.
We need to go. The lunch rush is starting, and you're supposed to be at the bakery.
Danny, you're hurting me.
Maeve said quietly. He released her immediately, but Holly caught the way his wife rubbed her arm where his fingers had been. This wasn't the first time he'd grabbed her too hard.
Sorry.
He muttered.
I just don't want you to be late.
But as they headed toward the door, Danny turned back to Holly one more time.
Ms. Hart, I hope you'll take some friendly advice. This is a good town full of good people. But like any small community, we don't much care for outsiders who come in thinking they know better than folks who've lived here their whole lives. You might want to keep that in mind.
Holly's temper flared.
Is that what happened to Cordelia Thorne? She asked too many questions and someone decided she was being a troublesome outsider?
Danny's face went white.
Cordelia Thorne was killed by some maniac who's probably long gone by now. Anyone who suggests otherwise is either stupid or dangerous.
He left without another word, practically dragging Maeve behind him. But Holly caught the look her old friend threw back over her shoulder. A look that was equal parts apology and warning. Holly stood in the empty shop, her heart pounding and her hands shaking with adrenaline. Danny's reaction had been far too strong for someone who was simply annoyed by gossip. He was terrified, and people who were terrified of old secrets being exposed usually had good reason to be. She thought about Maeve's parents, about their sudden decline after supposedly finding proof of something, about Dr. Fitzgerald diagnosing both of them and recommending institutionalization, about Danny's intimate knowledge of what rumors and suspicions had circulated after Emmeline's disappearance, and about the way he'd grabbed Maeve's arm, the way she'd flinched, the practiced way she'd rubbed the spot where his fingers had been. Holly pulled out her phone and scrolled to Jasper's number. They'd planned to wait another day, but Danny's behavior changed everything. If he reported this conversation to whoever was behind the cover-up, if he convinced them that Holly was getting too close to the truth.
Jasper,
She said when he answered.
we need to move tonight. I'll explain when I see you, but we can't wait any longer.
What happened?
Holly looked around the shop at the hundreds of snow globes that had once seemed magical and now felt like they were watching her with tiny, accusing eyes.
I think I just figured out why someone killed Cordelia. and I think they're going to try to kill me next.
6. Messages from the past. After Danny and Maeve left, Holly found herself unable to concentrate on anything productive. She rearranged the same display of snow globes 3 times, started and abandoned 2 different attempts to organize Nora's paperwork, and jumped every time a car passed by the shop windows. Danny's barely veiled threats had left her feeling exposed and vulnerable, like she was walking around with a target painted on her back. By mid-afternoon, she decided she needed to understand more about what Nora had actually known. Not the dramatic revelations she'd been imagining, but the practical reality of what her grandmother had observed and documented over the years. Holly had always known Nora was exceptionally observant. It was what made her so good with customers, so attuned to the needs of the community. But maybe that observational skill had extended beyond customer service. Holly locked the front door and flipped the sign to closed, then headed to the back office. Yesterday's search had been cursory, focused on immediate practical matters like insurance documents and vendor contracts. Today, she wanted to understand Nora as a person, not just as a businesswoman. The filing cabinet in the corner held exactly what she'd expected: decades of meticulous business records, tax documents, and correspondence with suppliers. But tucked behind the cabinet, Holly discovered something she'd missed before: a small wooden box that had been pushed back against the wall, almost out of sight. The box was about the size of a jewelry case, made of polished cherry wood with brass hinges. It wasn't locked, but it had clearly been placed where it wouldn't be found during a casual search. Inside, Holly found a collection of items that painted a picture of Nora she'd never known existed. There were newspaper clippings, carefully cut out and folded, dating back decades. Not the usual small-town news about church fundraisers and high school sports, but articles about missing persons cases from surrounding counties, disappearances that had been solved, investigations that had led to arrests, families that had gotten justice, as if Nora had been studying how these cases were supposed to work. Underneath the clippings, Holly found a small notebook filled with Nora's handwriting. But unlike the business records, this writing was cramped and hurried, like notes taken quickly during conversations or observations made in secret. The entries were brief and cryptic. Mrs. Patterson mentioned that the Henderson boy left town suddenly in '98. No forwarding address. Family seemed surprised. Dr. F. prescribed medication for anxiety to 3 different people this month. All were asking questions about old property transfers. Town council meeting ran long again. Closed session lasted 2 hours. Sarah C. asked what they discussed, but no one would say. Holly felt a chill as she read through the entries. These weren't the ramblings of a paranoid person. They were the careful observations of someone who'd noticed patterns that others had missed or chosen to ignore. Nora had been watching, listening, documenting inconsistencies in the fabric of small-town life. But the entries were frustratingly vague. No accusations, no theories, just careful documentation of things that had struck her as odd or worth remembering. It was the kind of record-keeping that could be dismissed as an elderly woman's eccentricity, but read all together. It suggested someone who suspected something was wrong without knowing exactly what. At the bottom of the box, Holly found something that made her breath catch: a letter addressed to her in Nora's careful script. The envelope was sealed with "For Holly, in case of emergency," written across the front. Holly's hands shook as she opened it. The letter was dated just 6 months ago, not long before Nora's death.
My dearest Holly, if you're reading this, it means something has happened to me, and you've come home to settle my affairs. I pray you're reading it because I'm in the hospital with a broken hip or some other mundane crisis of old age. But I suspect the truth may be more complicated. I want you to know that I've lived a good life, and any choices I've made about what to investigate and what to leave alone have been mine alone. You are not responsible for whatever circumstances led you to find this letter. Over the years, I've noticed things about our town that don't quite add up. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would interest the police or the newspapers. Just small inconsistencies that accumulate over time. People leaving suddenly. Families facing unexpected troubles. Questions that don't get answered. I don't know if these observations mean anything significant. They might just be the paranoid fantasies of an old woman who reads too many mystery novels. But I've kept careful records, just in case someone someday needs to understand what I've seen. The Snowglobe collection contains more than just pretty decorations. Some of the pieces came to me in unusual ways, from people who needed to ensure certain things were preserved safely. I trust your good judgment to know what to do with them if the time comes. Most importantly, remember that you are not alone. There are good people in this community who care about truth and justice. Trust your instincts about who they are. All my love, Grandma Nora. P.S. If you need help understanding any of my records, Jasper Holloway has always been a trustworthy friend to this family. His knowledge of local history is unparalleled.
Holly read the letter 3 times, trying to decode what Nora was really telling her. It was careful, diplomatic language, the kind of communication someone would write if they suspected their papers might be searched after their death. But between the lines, Holly could hear her grandmother's voice, cautious but determined, protective but honest. The reference to snow globes coming to her in unusual ways made Holly think about the Victorian piece with its hidden compartment. Had other people brought Nora evidence, trusting her to keep it safe? Was the shop serving as some kind of informal archive for people who were afraid to go to official authorities? Holly carefully returned everything to the box except the letter, which she folded and tucked into her pocket. As she replaced the box behind the filing cabinet, she noticed something else she'd missed, a small gap between the wall and the cabinet itself, as if it had been moved recently and not quite pushed back into place. On impulse, Holly grabbed a flashlight from Nora's desk drawer and shined it into the gap. There, taped to the back of the cabinet where it would never be found during a normal search, was a manila envelope. Holly had to move the cabinet slightly to retrieve the envelope, and when she opened it, she found photocopies of what appeared to be medical records. Not complete files, just selected pages, and with names blacked out so thoroughly that she couldn't identify the patients. But she could read the dates, the symptoms, and the diagnoses. The pattern was subtle but unmistakable. Over the past 15 years, an unusual number of people in Millbrook Falls had been diagnosed with early-onset dementia, sudden-onset neurological disorders, or severe depression requiring immediate hospitalization. The timing seemed to cluster around certain events, town council elections, property development discussions, anniversary dates of various incidents. It was the kind of pattern that would be easy to miss unless someone was specifically looking for it. But once seen, it raised uncomfortable questions about why so many people in a small, relatively healthy community were suffering from conditions that typically affected much older populations or occurred under very different circumstances. Holly's phone buzzed with a text message, making her jump. It was from Jasper. "Are you okay?" Saw the shop was closed and wanted to make sure everything was all right. She looked at the clock and realized she'd been going through Nora's hidden materials for over 2 hours. The afternoon light was already starting to fade, and she had the uneasy feeling that she'd been so absorbed in her discoveries that she hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings. She texted back.
Fine. Found some of Nora's personal papers. Can you come over? I think we need to talk.
On my way.
Holly carefully returned the medical records to their hiding place and moved the filing cabinet back into position. But she kept Nora's notebook with her, along with the letter. If Jasper was someone Nora had trusted, then Holly was going to trust him too. When he arrived 20 minutes later, carrying a bag of takeout Chinese food and wearing an expression of concern, Holly felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. She'd been alone with these discoveries for too long, and the weight of them was becoming overwhelming.
You look like you've seen a ghost,
Jasper said, setting the food on the counter and studying her face.
Maybe I have.
Holly pulled out Nora's letter and handed it to him.
She knew something was going to happen to her.
Jasper read the letter slowly, his expression growing more serious with each paragraph. When he finished, he looked up at Holly with troubled eyes.
She mentions me specifically.
She trusted you, and she trusted me to trust you.
Holly pulled out the notebook.
Jasper, I think my grandmother spent years documenting things that other people either didn't notice or didn't want to see. I don't think she knew exactly what it all meant, but she knew it was important to preserve the information.
They spent the next hour going through the notebook entries together, with Jasper providing context for many of the names and incidents Nora had recorded. His knowledge of local families and town history helped illuminate patterns that might not have been obvious to an outsider.
Look at this.
Jasper said, pointing to a series of entries from 8 years ago.
These three families all left town within 6 months of each other. The Hendersons, the Kowalskis, and the Brennans. At the time, people said it was just economic pressures. The recession was hitting small towns hard.
But
all three families had been asking questions about the proposed development of the old mining area behind town. They were concerned about environmental impact, water table contamination, that sort of thing.
Jasper frowned.
The development never happened, by the way. The investors pulled out suddenly right after these families left.
Holly thought about Maeve's story of her father's business troubles, about how his reputation had been destroyed by rumors just as he was investigating something important.
what if asking questions in this town is dangerous? What if there are people who will go to great lengths to silence inconvenient curiosity?
That would explain why Nora was so careful about how she documented things. She didn't want to make direct accusations that could be traced back to her, but she wanted to preserve evidence in case someone else ever needed it.
Jasper closed the notebook.
Holly, if she was right about this, if there really is some kind of systematic intimidation happening here,
Then we need to be very careful about how we proceed.
Holly thought about the snow globe upstairs, about the map, about the connections they'd already made between past and present.
But we can't just ignore what she's shown us.
no,
Jasper agreed.
we can't.
They ate their Chinese food in contemplative silence, both lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Holly spoke up.
The estate. We still need to go there and see if we can find anything concrete. But after today, after reading Nora's records,
After today, it feels even more important.
Jasper finished.
If she was right about everything else, then what she hid in that snow globe might be the key to understanding all of it.
Holly nodded, though the thought of hiking through dark woods to search for evidence of a 30-year-old crime made her stomach turn. But Nora had spent decades carefully, quietly gathering information, waiting for someone who would be brave enough to act on it. Holly wasn't going to let her down, even if it meant walking directly into the kind of danger that had already claimed too many lives in Millbrook Falls. 7. Winter storm warning. The weather radio crackled with static as Sheriff Caleb Webb adjusted the volume. Winter storm warning in effect for Milbrook County. Heavy snow expected beginning Friday evening, continuing through Sunday morning. Travel not recommended. He clicked off the radio and rubbed his eyes. 3 days until the frost fair, and Mother Nature was throwing them a curveball on top of everything else. His desk was covered with witness statements, crime scene photos, and a growing stack of questions that seemed to multiply faster than he could answer them. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but he took another sip anyway. A knock interrupted his brooding.
Come in.
Holly Hart pushed through the door, Tinsel's carrier in one hand and a manila folder in the other. The cat meowed plaintively from his transport prison.
sorry to bring him, but I didn't want to leave him alone in the shop.
Holly said, setting the carrier down carefully.
I found something you need to see.
Webb gestured to the chair across from his desk.
What have you got?
Holly opened the folder and pulled out photocopied pages.
These are from my grandmother's journal. The entries from around the time Cordelia started asking questions.
She slid the pages across the desk.
Look at the dates.
Webb picked up the first page, squinting at Nora Winter's careful handwriting. The entry was dated 3 weeks ago. Cordelia came by the shop today, asking about the old snow globes again. She wanted to know if I had any from 1994, specifically ones that might have been made locally. I told her I'd look, but something in her eyes worried me. She knows more than she's saying. He flipped to the next page. Cordelia called this morning. She said she'd been going through old pageant records and found some inconsistencies in the reports from that Christmas. She wants to meet tomorrow to show me what she's discovered. I'm afraid she's getting too close to something that should stay buried.
This is dated 2 days before Cordelia died.
Webb said, setting the page down.
There's more.
Holly pointed to another entry.
Grandma Nora mentions that Cordelia had scheduled meetings with 3 people the day she died: Dr. Patricia Vance, Ralph Morrison, and someone she only refers to as EF.
Webb leaned back in his chair.
Morrison's the town council member, right? And Dr. Vance ran the medical clinic until she retired last year.
Right. But here's the thing. When you interviewed people about Cordelia's last day, only Dr. Vance admitted to meeting with her.
Morrison and this EF person lied to me.
Webb's jaw tightened. He hated being lied to, especially during a murder investigation. In a town this size, lies had a way of unraveling fast, but they also had a way of protecting people who'd been neighbors for decades. He flipped back through his notes from the Morrison interview. The man had been nervous, fidgeting with his wedding ring and avoiding eye contact. When Webb had asked about his whereabouts the day Cordelia died, Morrison claimed he'd been home with his wife, working on Frost Fair preparations. Standard alibi, nothing suspicious on the surface.
Did your grandmother mention what Morrison might have wanted to discuss with Cordelia?
Holly shook her head.
Just that the meeting was scheduled for late afternoon, after the library closed, and that Cordelia seemed worried about it.
There's more. Holly pulled out another document.
I did some research at Jasper's bookstore. Cordelia had been at the library every day for 2 weeks before she died, going through old newspaper archives. The librarian said she was particularly interested in articles from Christmas 1994.
Webb pulled out his notebook and flipped to a fresh page.
Tell me what she found.
That's just it. We don't know. But Jasper remembered something. He said Cordelia came into his store the day before she died, looking for any books about local families or genealogy. She seemed agitated.
Holly paused, glancing at Tinsel's carrier where the cat was now awake and watching them with bright green eyes.
She bought a book about researching property records.
Property records from 1994?
Jasper wasn't sure, but she asked specifically about how to trace ownership changes during that time period.
Webb made another note. Property records were public information, but they could reveal a lot about who had access to what land 30 years ago. If Emmeline Ashford had been buried somewhere, the killer would have needed a place they could access without being seen.
Did Cordelia mention anyone by name when she was talking to Jasper?
He said she asked about the Ashford family's property holdings. Apparently they owned quite a bit of land around here before Emmeline disappeared.
Holly shifted in her chair.
The family sold everything and left town about 5 years after she vanished.
That matched what Webb remembered from the old files. Grief and suspicion had driven Emmeline's parents away from Millbrook Falls, leaving behind only an empty mansion and painful memories. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows of the small sheriff's station. Webb glanced toward the glass, watching snow beginning to dust the parking lot. The storm was arriving earlier than forecast. His phone buzzed with a text from his part-time deputy. Roads getting slick. 3 fender benders on Mountain View already. Webb grimaced. If the weather deteriorated this fast, they'd be dealing with stranded motorists on top of everything else. And once the heavy snow started, the mountain passes would close, cutting Millbrook Falls off from outside help until the plows could get through.
Sheriff?
Holly brought his attention back.
There's something else. In the last entry before Cordelia died, Grandma Nora wrote something that doesn't make sense. She said, "The past is catching up to all of us. Emmeline's ghost won't rest until the truth comes out."
Webb set down his pen.
Emmeline Ashford.
You remember the case?
I was deputy in the next county over when it happened, but everyone heard about it. 8-year-old girl disappears during Christmas pageant rehearsal. Biggest manhunt in the region's history, and they never found so much as a thread from her coat.
Webb rubbed his temple.
I was part of the search effort for the first few days. We covered every inch of these mountains, checked every cabin, every mine shaft, every hunting blind. It was like she just vanished into thin air.
What did you think happened to her?
Webb was quiet for a moment, remembering the desperate urgency of those early search days, the way hope had slowly faded as each lead turned cold.
Honestly, I figured someone grabbed her and took off. Maybe a drifter passing through or someone who'd been watching her. The alternative ...
He shook his head.
Nobody wanted to believe someone local could hurt a child like that.
But what if it wasn't a stranger?
Then we were looking in all the wrong places.
Holly leaned forward.
What if Cordelia discovered something about that case? Something that connected to people still living here?
And someone killed her to keep her quiet. But that was 30 years ago. Most of the people involved would be in their 50s or 60s now.
Old enough to have a lot to lose if the truth came out.
Webb studied Holly's face. She was sharp, he'd give her that. And she knew the town in ways he never would, despite his 15 years here. The question was whether he could trust her to keep investigating without getting herself killed.
I've been thinking,
Holly continued.
about the way Cordelia was posed in the gazebo. It was so deliberate, like someone was making a statement.
What kind of statement?
I'm not sure yet, but combined with everything else.
Holly trailed off, then met his eyes.
Sheriff, I think Cordelia was killed because she figured out what happened to Emmeline Ashford.
The weather radio crackled to life again. Storm intensifying. Snowfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour expected by Friday evening. Authorities advise completing travel plans by noon Friday. Webb turned down the volume and looked back at Holly.
If you're right, then whoever killed Cordelia has been sitting on this secret for 3 decades. They won't hesitate to kill again to protect it.
I know. That's why I brought this to you instead of investigating on my own.
Smart woman.
Webb gathered the photocopied pages.
I'm going to need to talk to Morrison and Dr. Vance again. And I want to find out who this EF is.
What about the frost fair? With the storm coming?
Webb glanced at the window again. The snow was falling harder now, coating the street in white.
Town council's meeting tomorrow morning to decide. But if we cancel, we lose thousands in revenue. And if we don't,
He shrugged.
we might have a killer trapped in town with a couple thousand potential witnesses or victims.
Holly stood, picking up Tinsel's carrier. The cat had fallen asleep during their conversation. A gray furry ball curled in the corner of his prison.
Sheriff? What do you want me to do?
Webb considered the question. Standard procedure said he should tell her to stay home and let him handle the investigation, but standard procedure didn't account for small-town murders with 30-year-old roots, or for having only himself and one part-time deputy to work with.
Keep your eyes open, and if you find anything else in your grandmother's things, bring it to me immediately.
He paused.
But Holly, don't go playing detective on your own. If someone's willing to kill to keep this secret, they won't think twice about adding you to the list.
Understood.
As Holly reached the door, Webb called after her.
One more thing. Do me a favor and stick close to Jasper for the next few days. I get the feeling you're safer when you're not alone.
Holly's cheeks flushed slightly.
We're just friends.
Uh-huh.
Webb allowed himself a small smile.
Just make sure you stay that way long enough to help me solve this case.
After Holly left, Webb stared at the photocopied journal pages for a long time. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and he could hear the wind picking up strength. By Friday night, Millbrook Falls would be cut off from the outside world, isolated in the mountains with whatever secrets lay buried beneath 30 years of silence. He picked up his phone to call Ralph Morrison. Time to find out what the town council member had been hiding and why he'd lied about meeting with Cordelia Thorne. 8. The Ashford Estate. Holly pulled her grandmother's old Subaru into the overgrown driveway of the Ashford Estate, tires crunching over neglected gravel. Beside her, Jasper studied the Victorian mansion through the windshield.
Are you sure about this? He asked. Sheriff Webb said to stay away from here.
He said not to investigate alone.
Holly turned off the engine and smiled at him.
Good thing I brought backup.
The mansion loomed before them, 3 stories of Queen Anne architecture that had once been the crown jewel of Millbrook Falls. Now it stood weathered and neglected, its wraparound porch sagging under accumulated snow, missing railings creating gaps in the structure. Paint peeled from the elaborate trim, and several upper windows were boarded over. Holly remembered visiting here as a child with her grandmother back when the Ashfords still lived here. Mrs. Ashford had been a friend of Nora's, and Holly had vague memories of playing in the tower room with Emmeline while the adults had tea downstairs. The house had been magical then, filled with light and laughter. Now it looked haunted. Holly pulled the photocopied map from her jacket pocket, the one she'd found hidden in the Victorian Snowglobe. According to her grandmother's careful markings, they were looking for a spot behind the carriage house near what appeared to be an old garden shed.
The property records show the Ashfords owned 43 acres.
Jasper said, consulting his notebook.
Most of it extends back into the forest, but the main grounds are about 5 acres around the house itself.
They climbed out of the car, and Holly immediately pulled her coat tighter against the wind. The storm was still hours away, but the temperature had dropped significantly since morning, and the gray sky threatened snow.
Look at this place,
Jasper said, gazing up at the tower room that dominated the mansion's eastern corner.
It must have been beautiful once.
Holly followed his gaze to the tower windows, which offered a commanding view of Millbrook Falls spread out in the valley below.
Emmeline's room was up there, according to the newspaper articles. Her parents preserved it exactly as she left it.
Did you know her well?
We played together sometimes when I was little. Grandma Nora and Mrs. Ashford were friends.
Holly's throat tightened.
Emmeline was a few years younger than me, but she was so bright and funny. She always wanted to be the angel in the Christmas pageant, even though she was too small. She said angels should be little because that way they could fly better.
Jasper's hand brushed hers.
I'm sorry.
I barely remember her face now. Just impressions, really. But I remember how excited she got about Christmas.
Holly shook her head.
Come on, let's see what Grandma Nora wanted us to find here.
They walked toward the house, their footsteps muffled by snow. The front porch steps were treacherous with ice, but Holly noticed that someone had recently cleared a path to the front door. Fresh footprints led up to the entrance and around the side of the building.
Someone's been here, she said, pointing to the tracks.
Jasper crouched to examine the prints more closely.
Recently, too. These can't be more than a day or 2 old.
A chill ran down Holly's spine.
Maybe we should call Sheriff Webb.
We haven't found anything yet. Let's at least check the location on your map first.
They followed the footprint trail around the side of the mansion, past windows shrouded with old sheets and a side door that hung slightly ajar. The carriage house came into view, a smaller but equally ornate building that had once housed the family's vehicles. Like the main house, it showed signs of long neglect, but the structure remained sound. Behind the carriage house, Holly consulted the map again. According to the markings, they were looking for a spot approximately 30 yards from the building's northeast corner, near what her grandmother had labeled as the Old Rose Garden. The area that had once been a formal garden was now overgrown with weeds and volunteer saplings, but Holly could still make out the remnants of carefully planned beds and pathways. A few hardy rose canes poked through the snow, their thorny branches black against the white ground.
There, Holly said, pointing to an area where the snow seemed disturbed, darker earth showing through in patches. That has to be it.
They approached carefully. The ground here was definitely different from the surrounding area, softer, as if it had been disturbed and settled multiple times over the years. Jasper pulled out his phone and took several photos from different angles.
We should mark the GPS coordinates for Sheriff Webb.
Holly knelt beside the disturbed earth, studying the area more closely.
Jasper, look at this. She pointed to a slight depression in the ground, roughly rectangular in shape. This isn't natural settling. Someone dug here.
Recently?
I don't think so, but it's been dug more than once.
Holly stood, brushing dirt from her knees. She pulled off her gloves and touched the soil with her bare fingers. It was softer than the surrounding ground, less compacted. And there was something else, small fragments of what looked like fabric caught on the thorns of a nearby rose bush.
Jasper, come look at this.
He crouched beside her as she carefully extracted a small piece of red wool from the thorns. It was faded and weathered, but the color was still recognizable.
Red. Like the coat Emmeline was wearing when she disappeared.
Holly's hand trembled as she held the fragment.
I think Grandma Nora knew exactly where to find Emmeline. The question is, how long has she known?
A sound from the direction of the mansion made them both freeze. Car doors slamming, followed by voices carried on the wind.
"Someone's here," Jasper whispered.
They crept toward the corner of the carriage house, peering around the building toward the main house. A dark SUV was parked behind Holly's Subaru, and two figures were walking toward the mansion's front entrance.
Can you see who it is? Holly asked.
Jasper squinted.
"One of them is tall, wearing a long coat. The other is shorter, but I can't make out faces from here."
The voices grew louder as the figures reached the front porch, but the words were still indistinct. One voice was definitely male, the other could have been either gender. They seemed to be having an argument about something.
We need to get closer, Holly said.
"Or we need to leave. Now."
Jasper's hand found hers.
"If these people killed Cordelia, being here puts us in serious danger."
Holly knew he was right, but her curiosity was stronger than her fear.
Just a few minutes. I want to see who it is.
They moved carefully around the carriage house, using the building as cover while they worked their way closer to the mansion. The voices became clearer as they approached.
"Told you this was a mistake," the male voice was saying. "Coming here now with everything that's happening."
"We don't have a choice," the second voice interrupted, and Holly realized it was a woman. "After what happened to Cordelia, we have to make sure there's nothing left to find."
"The sheriff's already asking questions. If someone sees us here."
"Then we tell them we're thinking about buying the place. It's been on the market for years."
The woman sounded accustomed to being in charge.
"But first, we need to check the garden area. If that Hart woman found the map."
Holly's breath caught. They knew about the map, which meant they knew exactly what she and Jasper were looking for.
"She's just like her grandmother," the male voice said with frustration. "Nora never could leave well enough alone."
"Nora's dead. And if her granddaughter doesn't stop digging around in the past, she might join her."
Holly and Jasper exchanged glances. These people were definitely involved in something they didn't want discovered. And they were talking about Cordelia's death as if they knew more than they should. The sound of the front door opening echoed across the grounds, followed by footsteps on the wooden porch floor. Holly risked a quick look around the corner of the carriage house and caught a glimpse of the two figures entering the mansion.
Now's our chance, she whispered. Let's get to the car.
They moved as quietly as possible back toward the driveway, but Holly's foot caught on a hidden root, and she stumbled, sending a small avalanche of snow sliding from a low-hanging branch. Both of them froze, listening. After a long moment of silence, they continued toward the cars, moving even more carefully. Holly was reaching for her car door handle when a voice called out from the mansion.
"Hello? Is someone out there?"
They dove behind Holly's Subaru, crouching in the snow as footsteps crunched across the front porch. The wind had picked up, whipping snow around the vehicles and making it difficult to hear clearly. Holly pressed herself against the cold metal of her car, feeling Jasper's warmth beside her as they huddled together in their makeshift hiding spot.
"Probably just an animal," the male voice said, but he sounded uncertain.
"Check the cars," the woman replied. "I want to make sure we're alone."
Footsteps approached the driveway. Holly could see boots through the gap under the vehicle, expensive-looking leather boots that belonged to someone who could afford quality winter gear.
"Holly Hart," the voice said suddenly. "That's whose car this is."
"Nora's granddaughter."
The woman's voice was closer now.
"The one who's been asking questions about Cordelia and about old Snowglobes."
Holly's mind raced. These people knew who she was, knew about her investigation. That meant they'd been watching her, or someone had been reporting back to them about her activities.
We need to find her, the woman said. If she's here, she's seen too much.
The footsteps split up, one set heading toward the carriage house while the other moved around the opposite side of the mansion. Holly and Jasper were trapped between the cars and whoever was searching for them. Jasper touched her arm and pointed toward the forest that bordered the estate. If they could reach the tree line, they might be able to circle back to the main road and find help. They waited until the footsteps moved away from their position, then crept away from the cars, staying low and using the mansion's bulk to shield them from view. The snow was deeper here, making their progress slow and leaving obvious tracks, but they had no choice. Just as they reached the edge of the forest, Holly heard a shout from behind them.
There! They're heading for the woods.
Run, Jasper said, grabbing her hand.
They plunged into the forest, branches catching at their clothes and snow flying up around their legs. Behind them, Holly could hear their pursuers crashing through the underbrush. The trees provided some cover, but they also made navigation difficult. Holly had no idea which direction led back to town, and the gray sky offered no clues about the sun's position. Jasper seemed to have a better sense of direction, leading them along what appeared to be an old deer trail that wound between the larger trees. His longer legs gave him an advantage in the deep snow, and he stayed close beside her, occasionally reaching back to help her over fallen logs.
This way, Jasper gasped, pulling her toward what looked like a hiking trail.
They followed the narrow path as it wound deeper into the forest. The sounds of pursuit gradually faded behind them, but Holly didn't dare slow down until they'd put significant distance between themselves and the estate. Finally, when her lungs felt ready to burst, she collapsed against a large pine tree.
Are you okay? Jasper asked.
Holly nodded, though she was anything but okay.
Did you recognize either of those voices?
The man sounded familiar, but I couldn't place him. What about you?
I think
Holly paused, trying to replay the conversation in her mind.
the woman might have been Dr. Vance, the retired doctor who admitted to meeting with Cordelia.
Dr. Patricia Vance? But why would she be at the Ashford Estate with someone else, talking about making sure nothing was left to find?
Holly pulled out her phone to check their location, but there was no signal this deep in the forest. The screen showed only emergency calls available.
I don't know, but we need to get back to town and tell Sheriff Webb what we heard.
How? We can't go back to the car.
Holly looked around at the forest surrounding them. The hiking trail they'd followed seemed to head generally downhill, which suggested it might eventually lead back toward town. But it was getting colder, and the light was starting to fade, even though it was only mid-afternoon.
We follow this trail and hope it connects to one of the main hiking routes, she said. It's going to be a long walk, but it's safer than going back to the estate.
As they started down the trail, Holly's mind churned over what they'd witnessed. Dr. Vance and an unknown accomplice, searching the Ashford Estate for something they didn't want found. People who knew about her investigation and were willing to chase her through the forest to keep her from learning their secrets. The storm was coming, and Holly was beginning to understand that the weather might be the least of their worries. 9. Frost Fair preparations.
Holly wrapped white lights around the gazebo's railings, her hands unsteady from the morning's coffee and lingering adrenaline from their escape through the forest.
The town square buzzed with activity despite the gray clouds gathering overhead, volunteers transforming Millbrook Falls into a winter wonderland for the weekend's Frost Fair. The familiar ritual of decorating should have been comforting, but every time Holly looked at the gazebo, she saw Cordelia's body arranged in that grotesque nativity pose. The memory made her fumble with the light strings, and she had to start over twice when the bulbs tangled.
Careful with those lights,
called Maeve from across the square, where she was setting up the sweet provisions booth.
We don't want any electrical fires on top of everything else.
Everything else. Everyone was thinking about Cordelia's murder, but nobody wanted to say it outright. Instead, they threw themselves into preparations with determined cheerfulness that felt forced. Holly and Jasper had made it back to town just as the sun was setting, following the hiking trail until it connected with Mountain View Road about 2 miles from the estate. They'd gone straight to Sheriff Webb's office, but he'd been out investigating another lead. Holly had left a detailed message with his deputy about what they'd witnessed at the Ashford Estate, though she'd kept the discovery of the red fabric to herself for now. Some evidence was too precious to trust to second-hand reporting.
You're quiet today.
Jasper observed, climbing down from the ladder where he'd been hanging garland on the street lamps.
Just thinking about what we heard yesterday, about how they knew who I was.
Jasper glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then moved closer.
Dr. Vance has lived here for 30 years. She knows everyone.
But the way she said it, like she'd been watching me, like they all have.
Across the square, Ralph Morrison was directing the placement of vendor booths with military precision. He wore an expensive winter coat and leather gloves, and every few minutes he checked his phone with growing anxiety. Holly noticed that Morrison kept consulting a clipboard, but his eyes weren't following the checklist. Instead, he seemed to be watching the volunteers, particularly anyone who got too close to certain areas of the square. When one of the younger helpers started to move a hay bale near the gazebo, Morrison quickly redirected him to a different task.
Morrison looks nervous,
Jasper murmured, following her gaze.
He's been checking his phone constantly, and did you notice? He keeps looking at the road out of town like he's thinking about leaving.
or expecting someone.
Holly wrapped another strand of lights around the gazebo post.
Jasper, what if the storm is exactly what the killer wants? Everyone trapped in town, no way for outside help to get in, perfect cover for
what?
For finishing what they started.
A burst of laughter from the other side of the square drew their attention. Dr. Patricia Vance was chatting with a group of volunteers near the Christmas tree, her silver hair catching the early afternoon light. She looked completely at ease, the picture of a retired doctor enjoying community activities. Nothing like the woman Holly thought she'd heard making threats at the Ashford Estate.
Are you sure it was her?
Jasper asked quietly.
I thought so yesterday. Now ...
Holly studied the older woman's face, trying to reconcile the kindly doctor with the cold voice that had discussed making sure nothing was left to find.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I wanted it to be someone I didn't know well.
Dr. Vance looked up at that moment, catching Holly's stare. She smiled and waved, the gesture so normal and friendly that Holly felt foolish for suspecting her. But then the doctor's gaze shifted to Jasper, and something flickered in her expression. Just for a moment, so quickly Holly almost missed it, Doctor. Vance looked afraid. The older woman said something to the volunteers around her and began walking in their direction. Holly's pulse quickened. What would Dr. Vance say to them? Would she ask about their visit to the Ashford Estate? But before the doctor could reach them, Sheriff Webb's voice carried across the square.
Holly! Jasper!
He approached from the direction of Main Street, looking tired, with new lines around his eyes.
Sheriff,
Holly said, setting down the string of lights.
did you get my message about yesterday?
I did, and we need to talk. But not here. Too many ears.
My bookstore?
Jasper suggested.
It's just around the corner, and I can close for a few minutes.
Webb nodded.
Give me 10 minutes to finish coordinating security for tonight, then meet me there.
As the sheriff walked away, Holly noticed that several people had been watching their conversation. Ralph Morrison had stopped directing booth placement and was staring at them with obvious concern. Dr. Vance had moved closer, close enough to potentially overhear, and near the Sweet Provisions booth, Danny O'Sullivan was loading boxes from his truck while his eyes tracked Webb's movements around the square.
We're definitely making people nervous.
Jasper said.
Good. Maybe nervous people make mistakes.
They finished hanging the lights in silence, both lost in their own thoughts. The gazebo looked magical with its white, twinkling border, like something from a Christmas card. It was hard to believe that just days ago, Cordelia's body had been found here.
Holly?
Maeve's voice interrupted her dark thoughts. Her friend approached with 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate, her red curls escaping from beneath a green knit hat.
You look like you could use this.
Thanks.
Holly accepted the cup gratefully, wrapping her cold fingers around the warm ceramic.
How are you holding up?
Better than yesterday. Danny's been difficult since Cordelia died. Drinking more, staying out late. I think he's scared.
Scared of what?
Maeve glanced around nervously, making sure no one was close enough to overhear.
That's just it. I don't know. He won't talk to me about it. Just keeps saying that some things should stay buried and that you're stirring up trouble that's going to hurt innocent people.
Holly set down her hot chocolate.
Maeve, has he always been secretive? Or is this new?
Newer. It started about 5 years ago, right around the time we got married. He'd disappear for hours, claim he was hunting or fishing, but he never brought anything home. And sometimes
Maeve hesitated, then continued in a whisper.
Sometimes he'd come back with dirt under his fingernails, like he'd been digging.
Digging where?
I don't know. When I asked, he'd get angry and change the subject.
Maeve, what does Danny know about Emmeline's disappearance?
He was just a kid then, maybe 14 or 15. His family lived on the edge of town, near the woods. He used to hunt in those woods all the time, knew every trail and hiding spot. But after Emmeline disappeared, he stopped going there. Said the woods felt wrong.
Did he ever say why?
Not to me, but Holly,
Maeve hesitated, then seemed to make a decision.
I found something in his truck yesterday, a shovel with fresh dirt on it.
Before Holly could respond, Danny O'Sullivan himself appeared at Maeve's shoulder, his face flushed and his breath sharp with the smell of alcohol.
What are you two whispering about?
He demanded.
Just Christmas preparations.
Maeve said quickly, but her husband's eyes narrowed.
Don't lie to me, Maeve. I heard my name.
Danny turned his attention to Holly.
You need to stop asking questions. Stop digging around in things that don't concern you.
Danny,
Maeve started, but he cut her off.
People are saying you found something at the old Ashford place. Something that should have stayed lost.
Danny stepped closer to Holly, close enough that she could see the red veins in his eyes.
Some secrets are meant to protect people, not hurt them. You keep pushing and someone's going to get hurt.
Holly forced herself not to step back.
What kind of secrets, Danny?
The kind that keep families together. The kind that keep good people from paying for old mistakes.
His voice dropped to a harsh whisper.
You think you're so smart, coming back here with your big city attitude, stirring up things that happened before you were even born. But you don't understand what you're messing with.
Then help me understand.
Danny laughed bitterly, loud enough to draw stares from nearby volunteers.
It's too late for understanding. Too late for a lot of things.
Is that a threat?
Jasper's voice was calm, but Holly could see the tension in his shoulders as he moved to stand beside her.
It's a warning. This town has been peaceful for 30 years. Cordelia started asking questions and look what happened to her.
Danny, that's enough.
Maeve grabbed her husband's arm, her face pale.
You're drunk. Let's go home.
I'm not drunk enough.
Danny muttered, but he allowed Maeve to lead him away toward their truck. Holly watched them go, her mind racing. A shovel with fresh dirt. Danny's knowledge of the woods. His fear that someone would get hurt if she kept investigating.
We need to tell Sheriff Webb about this.
Jasper said quietly.
About what? That Danny O'Sullivan drinks too much and says cryptic things? Webb already knows Danny's got problems.
About the shovel. About his knowledge of the woods where Emmeline might be buried.
Holly nodded, but part of her wondered if they were looking at this wrong. Everyone seemed to have secrets. Everyone seemed nervous about her investigation. But was that because they were guilty of something, or because they were afraid of what the truth might reveal about their community? A commotion near the Christmas tree caught her attention. 2 volunteers were arguing about the placement of a nativity scene.
It has to go exactly here.
One of them was saying, consulting a piece of paper.
Cordelia had very specific instructions about the layout.
Cordelia's dead.
The other volunteer replied harshly.
Maybe it's time to do things differently.
The argument continued. But Holly wasn't listening to the words anymore. She was thinking about the staging of Cordelia's body, about the deliberate way she'd been posed in the gazebo. Someone who knew Cordelia's plans, who understood how important the pageant was to her.
Jasper,
She said slowly.
what if we've been thinking about this wrong? What if Cordelia wasn't killed because she discovered something about Emmeline? What if she was killed because she was about to change something about the Christmas pageant?
Change what?
I don't know. But think about it. The pageant has been the same for 20 years, ever since Cordelia became director. What if this year she was planning to do something different? Something that would reveal the truth about what happened 30 years ago?
Holly's phone buzzed with a text message. She glanced at the screen and felt her stomach drop. Stop looking or you'll join them. This is your only warning. The message was from an unknown number sent just minutes ago. Holly looked around the busy square, realizing that whoever had sent it was probably watching her right now. Jasper, she said quietly, showing him the phone.
I think we need to find Sheriff Webb, now.
As they hurried toward Between the Lines, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. The cheerful bustle of Frost Fair preparations continued around them, but underneath the holiday spirit, something darker was stirring. 10. Second strike. Holly was arranging snow globes in the Frosted Memories display when her phone rang. Sheriff Webb's name appeared on the screen. She'd been trying to keep busy, to push away the memory of the anonymous text message and Danny O'Sullivan's threatening words from the day before. The familiar routine of organizing her grandmother's collection usually brought comfort, but today even the cheerful tinkling of the musical snow globes felt ominous.
Holly, I need you to come to the town hall. Now.
Webb's voice was grim.
And bring that Victorian snow globe with you.
What's happened?
Ralph Morrison's dead.
Holly nearly dropped the phone. Tinsel, who had been napping on the counter, opened one green eye and regarded her with mild interest.
Dead how?
Looks like carbon monoxide poisoning in his car. But Holly...
Webb paused.
There are things about the scene that don't add up. Things you need to see.
20 minutes later, Holly stood behind the town hall with the Victorian snow globe cradled in her arms, watching the coroner's team work around Ralph Morrison's sedan. The car was parked in the small lot behind the municipal building, engine still running, a hose snaking from the exhaust pipe through a crack in the rear window.
Classic suicide setup.
Deputy Martinez explained to Holly while Webb spoke with the coroner.
Hose from the exhaust, windows sealed with duct tape, victim found slumped over the steering wheel.
But Holly wasn't buying it. Morrison's body was positioned too carefully, his hands folded in his lap instead of clutching the steering wheel. The duct tape around the windows was applied too neatly without the frantic, uneven strips someone intent on suicide might use. Morrison's expression bothered her too. She'd seen enough grief in her life to recognize genuine despair, and Morrison's face showed none of the anguish she'd expect. Instead, he looked almost peaceful, as if he'd been arranged that way deliberately.
Holly?
Webb approached, pulling off his latex gloves.
What do you think?
It's staged, just like Cordelia's death.
That's what I'm thinking too, but there's something else.
Webb gestured toward the snow globe in her arms.
I need you to look at that thing again. Really look at it.
Holly set the globe down carefully on the hood of Webb's patrol car and studied the miniature village inside. When she'd first discovered it, she'd been focused on the hidden map. But now, with Morrison's death adding a new piece to the puzzle, she examined each tiny scene more closely. The globe contained 5 distinct tableaux arranged around the central Christmas tree. She'd already identified the first one, a nativity scene in the tiny church that matched how Cordelia's body had been posed in the gazebo. Now, studying the other scenes, her stomach dropped.
There,
She whispered, pointing to a miniature carriage house near the edge of the village. Inside the tiny structure, barely visible unless you knew what to look for, was a figure slumped over in a small carriage.
That's Morrison.
Webb leaned closer, squinting at the delicate details.
Son of a bitch. The killer is using your grandmother's snow globe as a blueprint.
But why? What's the connection between the globe and the murders?
Maybe your grandmother knew who was involved in Emmeline's disappearance. Maybe this wasn't just a map to where she was buried. Maybe it was a record of everyone who helped cover it up.
Holly felt sick. If Webb was right, then her beloved grandmother had spent decades documenting a conspiracy, creating an intricate record of guilt disguised as a beautiful collectible. The thought that Nora had carried this burden alone, watching and waiting while living among the people she suspected of murder, was almost unbearable.
How many more scenes are there?
She studied the globe carefully. Each tiny tableau was a masterpiece of miniature artistry, but now they looked sinister rather than charming.
3 more. A figure in the bell tower of the church, someone near the pond behind the main house, and
She paused.
someone in the workshop behind the general store.
5 people total.
Webb said grimly.
2 down, 3 to go.
Unless we stop this, we have to warn them, the potential victims.
Warn who? We don't know who the figures represent.
Holly turned back to the globe, studying each remaining scene with desperate intensity. The figure in the bell tower was small, delicate, possibly a woman. The person near the pond was harder to make out, but seemed to be carrying something. The workshop figure appeared to be working at a tiny bench. The detail work was extraordinary. Each figure wasn't just a generic miniature person. They had distinct characteristics. The bell tower figure wore what looked like a doctor's coat. The pond figure had long hair and appeared to be female. The workshop figure was stockier, male, with something that might be tools in his hands.
The bell tower.
She said slowly.
That could be Dr. Vance. She's small, and she was involved in the medical examination when Emmeline disappeared.
What about the others?
Holly shook her head in frustration.
I need more time to study this, and I need to understand what my grandmother was thinking when she created these scenes.
Webb's radio crackled to life.
Sheriff, we've got a problem. The storm's moving in faster than expected. National Weather Service is upgrading to a blizzard warning. They're recommending immediate travel restrictions.
Webb grabbed the radio.
How long do we have?
6 hours, maybe 8 before the roads become impassable. After that, we're on our own until the plows can get through.
Holly felt the walls closing in. Not only was a killer stalking potential victims in their small town, but soon they'd be completely cut off from outside help. The Frost Fair would go on as planned. It was too late to cancel now, and whoever was behind these murders would have a town full of people trapped with nowhere to run.
Sheriff,
Holly said urgently.
we need to get this information to the potential victims now, before the storm hits.
Agreed. But first, I want to know more about Morrison's activities before he died.
Webb pulled out his notebook.
The coroner says he's been dead for at least 6 hours, which puts his death sometime early this morning.
Around the time the volunteers were setting up for tonight's pre-fair activities.
Right. And according to his wife, he left the house at 7 a.m., said he was going to check on something at the town hall before the fair preparations began.
Holly thought about Morrison's nervous behavior the day before, the way he'd kept checking his phone and watching the roads out of town.
What was he checking on?
That's what we need to find out. His wife gave me permission to search his office.
They walked around to the front of the town hall, a modest brick building that housed the mayor's office, the town council chambers, and various municipal departments. Morrison's office was on the second floor, a cramped space filled with filing cabinets and stacks of paperwork related to his council duties. Webb went straight to Morrison's computer while Holly examined the papers on his desk. Most of it was routine municipal business, budget reports, zoning applications, permits for the Frost Fair. But buried under a stack of vendor applications, she found something that made her pulse race.
Sheriff, look at this.
It was a photocopy of a property deed from 1994, showing the transfer of a small parcel of land from the Ashford Estate to the town of Millbrook Falls. The land in question was described as approximately 2 acres of woodland adjacent to the municipal watershed, to be maintained as protected open space in perpetuity. The document was marked with yellow highlighter in several places, and Morrison had made handwritten notes in the margins. One note read, "Check surveyor records. Who requested exact boundaries?" Another said, "Timeline suspicious. Only 3 months after E disappeared."
That's the area where we think Emmeline is buried,
Webb said, reading over her shoulder.
And look at the signatures.
Holly pointed to the bottom of the deed. The witnesses to the transfer included Dr. Patricia Vance, Cordelia Thorne, and Ralph Morrison himself.
They were all involved in the land transfer. All 3 of them had access to that area right after Emmeline disappeared.
Holly felt the pieces falling into place.
What if it wasn't just a cover-up? What if they actually moved her body? What if someone buried her on private property first, and then they arranged to transfer that land to the town so it could never be developed?
making sure she'd never be found. But that would mean...
That more people were involved than we thought. You don't arrange a property transfer like this without help from lawyers, surveyors, maybe even town officials.
Holly's voice grew quiet.
Morrison wasn't just covering up an accident. He was part of an organized effort to hide evidence of a crime.
And now someone's killing everyone who was involved. But why now? Why after 30 years?
Holly thought about her grandmother's journal entries, about Nora's growing concern in her final months.
Maybe because the secret was about to come out anyway. Maybe Cordelia found something that would have exposed everything, and killing her was just the beginning.
Webb's phone buzzed with a text message. He glanced at the screen and frowned.
The coroner wants to see us. Says there's something about Morrison's body that doesn't match carbon monoxide poisoning.
They hurried back outside, where Dr. Sarah Chin, the county coroner, was waiting by the ambulance. She was a compact woman in her 40s with the kind of precise manner that came from years of dealing with evidence.
Sheriff, I need to run full toxicology, but I can tell you right now that Ralph Morrison didn't die from carbon monoxide poisoning.
What do you mean?
Holly asked.
No cherry red skin discoloration, no bright red blood, none of the classic signs. Plus, look at this.
Dr. Chin showed them a small puncture wound on Morrison's neck, barely visible beneath his collar.
Someone injected him with something first. The carbon monoxide setup was just staging.
Holly clutched the Snowglobe tighter.
So it definitely wasn't suicide.
Not even close. This was a carefully planned execution, made to look like suicide, just like...
Dr. Chin paused, glancing at Webb.
Just like Cordelia's murder was made to look like an accident.
Webb finished. A snowflake landed on Holly's cheek, then another. The storm was arriving ahead of schedule.
We need to find the other potential victims,
Holly said.
Dr. Vance, and whoever the other 2 figures represent.
Already on it.
Webb said, pulling out his phone.
Doctor. Vance first, then we'll work on identifying the others.
But as Webb dialed Dr. Vance's number, Holly had a sinking feeling that they were already too late. The killer had been planning this for a long time, using her grandmother's snow globe as both inspiration and instruction manual. And now, with the storm providing perfect cover, they were accelerating their timeline. The wind picked up, sending snow swirling around the town hall parking lot. Holly looked down at the Victorian snow globe in her arms, its perfect miniature world no longer charming in the gray afternoon light. Somewhere in Millbrook Falls, 3 more people were going about their daily routines, unaware that their names might be written in tiny figurines in a glass sphere. And somewhere else, a killer was preparing for the next scene in their deadly tableau. The Frost Fair would begin in just a few hours, and Holly couldn't shake the feeling that before it was over, more people would die. 11. Seeking sanctuary. The snow was falling steadily by the time Holly and Jasper reached St. Nicholas Church, the old stone building that had anchored the spiritual life of Millbrook Falls for over a century. The Gothic spire pierced the gray sky, and the stained glass windows glowed with warm light against the gathering storm.
Are you sure Father Miguel will talk to us?
Holly asked as they climbed the steps to the heavy wooden doors. The Victorian snow globe was tucked safely in her messenger bag, wrapped in one of her grandmother's silk scarves.
He's always been willing to listen.
Jasper replied, though his voice held uncertainty.
The question is whether he'll be willing to share what he knows.
The church's interior was peaceful. Tall columns supported the vaulted ceiling, and soft light filtered through the stained glass onto the stone floor. The scent of incense and old wood filled the air. Holly had always found comfort here as a child, especially during the difficult months after her parents' death. She remembered sitting in the back pew with Grandmother Nora, finding solace in the familiar rituals and Father Miguel's gentle voice. The church had been a constant in her life when everything else felt uncertain. Now, returning under such dark circumstances, she wondered how many other secrets these walls had absorbed over the years. Father Miguel Santos emerged from the sacristy as they entered, his silver hair catching the candlelight. He'd served St. Nicholas for 40 years, arriving as a young priest just a few years before Emmeline's disappearance. Holly remembered him from her childhood, a gentle man with kind eyes who somehow managed to make even the most restless children sit still during Sunday service.
"Holly, Jasper,"
he said, his voice carrying a slight accent.
"I heard about Ralph Morrison. Such a terrible thing.
He paused, studying their faces.
But you're not here just to grieve, are you?"
Father, we need your help.
Holly said without preamble.
We think more people are going to die, and we're running out of time to stop it.
Father Miguel's expression grew grave.
"Come, we'll speak in my office, where we won't be overheard."
Father Miguel's office was a small, cluttered room behind the altar, filled with theological books, parish records, and the accumulated correspondence of 4 decades of ministry. He gestured for them to sit in the worn leather chairs facing his desk, then settled himself carefully.
"What brings you here on such a dark day?"
he asked. Holly pulled out the Victorian Snowglobe, unwrapping it carefully on the priest's desk.
Father, do you remember this? It belonged to my grandmother.
The priest's eyes widened as he recognized the intricate miniature village.
"Nora's Christmas treasure. She was so proud of it. She brought it to show me once, many years ago. She said it was her way of preserving the town's memory."
Father Miguel reached out to touch the globe gently.
"She was troubled that day. I remember. This was perhaps 10 years ago. She said she'd spent considerable time creating something that would endure. Something that would tell the truth, even if she couldn't."
What kind of memory?
Jasper asked. Father Miguel was quiet for a long moment, his fingers steepled in front of him as he studied their faces.
"You know about Emmeline Ashford?"
It wasn't a question, and Holly nodded.
We think these murders are connected to what happened to her 30 years ago.
"And you believe this snow globe contains some kind of record?"
Each scene in the globe matches how the victims have been killed.
Holly explained, pointing to the tiny nativity scene in the miniature carriage house.
Cordelia posed like the nativity figure. Ralph arranged in his car, just like the figure in the carriage. We think there are 3 more potential victims.
The priest leaned forward, studying the globe more closely. His face was troubled, and Holly could see the conflict between his pastoral duty to protect confidences and his moral obligation to prevent more deaths.
Father,
Holly said gently.
People are dying. If you know something that could help us stop this.
"The seal of confession is sacred."
Father Miguel said slowly.
"But there are ways to speak truth without breaking sacred vows."
He stood and moved to his window, looking out at the snow-covered cemetery beside the church.
"In the weeks after Emmeline disappeared, several parishioners came to me, not for confession, but for guidance. They were troubled by guilt, by the weight of keeping secrets."
What kind of secrets?
Jasper asked.
"The kind that eat at a person's soul. The kind that make them question whether protecting the innocent is worth allowing the guilty to escape justice."
Father Miguel turned back to them.
"I told them that God sees all things, that truth has a way of emerging, no matter how deeply it's buried.
Holly could see the weight those conversations had placed on the priest's shoulders. For 40 years, he'd carried the burden of knowing that his community harbored a terrible secret.
The hardest part
He continued softly.
was watching the parents. Emmeline's mother and father, yes, but also the parents of those who were involved. Good people torn apart by what their children had done or failed to do.
Holly's pulse quickened.
Did any of them tell you what really happened to Emmeline?
Not directly, but I am not naive, child. When grown adults come to me weeping about accidents and cover-ups, about protecting families from shame, about the greater good requiring difficult choices,
He shrugged sadly.
a priest learns to read between the lines.
You think Emmeline's death was an accident that was covered up?
I think a child died, and adults made choices they've regretted for 30 years. But regret and murder are very different things.
Father Miguel returned to his desk.
What concerns me now is that someone has decided the time for regret is over.
Holly studied the priest's face, trying to understand what he wasn't saying directly.
Father, in your conversations with these parishioners, did anyone mention specific names? People who were involved?
Not in ways I can repeat, but
He hesitated, then seemed to make a decision.
your grandmother was not among those who sought my counsel in those early days. But in her final months, she came to me regularly, not for confession, but to discuss the moral implications of revelation versus protection.
What do you mean?
She was torn between her desire to see justice done and her fear of destroying innocent lives. She spoke often about timing, about waiting for the right moment when the truth could emerge without causing unnecessary harm.
Holly felt tears in her eyes as she imagined her grandmother wrestling with this impossible choice.
She was protecting me, wasn't she? Waiting until I was old enough to handle the responsibility.
Perhaps, or perhaps she was waiting for someone with enough distance from the events to see clearly. Someone who could pursue justice without being paralyzed by old loyalties and fears.
Jasper leaned forward in his chair.
Did she mention having evidence?
She said she had preserved certain truths for when they would be needed. She also said,
Father Miguel paused, choosing his words carefully.
she said that Holly would be the one to decide what to do with those truths.
Holly shivered.
She knew I'd come back. She knew I'd find the Snowglobe.
Your grandmother was a wise woman. She understood that some burdens can only be carried by family, and that some truths can only be revealed by those who have no agenda beyond justice.
The sound of the church's front door opening and closing echoed through the sanctuary, followed by footsteps on the stone floor. Father Miguel rose from his chair, moving to his office door.
I should see who.
He stopped abruptly, his face paling.
Father?
Holly started to stand, but the priest held up a hand.
Stay here,
He whispered urgently.
both of you. Don't make a sound.
Through the partially open door, Holly could hear voices in the main sanctuary. One was familiar, though she couldn't immediately place it. The other was definitely female, crisp and authoritative. Holly strained to listen, trying to place the male voice. It had a local accent, educated, someone used to speaking with authority.
Told you this was risky.
The male voice was saying,
Meeting here, of all places.
It's perfect.
the woman replied.
Who would suspect a conversation in God's house? Besides, we need to coordinate our stories before the sheriff asks more questions.
Holly's stomach dropped. These were the voices from the Ashford Estate, the people who had chased her and Jasper through the forest. They were here, in the church, and they were talking about coordinating stories with law enforcement. Father Miguel had gone very still, listening intently. His face was grave, and Holly could see him struggling with what he was hearing.
The Hart woman is becoming a problem,
The female voice continued.
She's already figured out the pattern with the Snowglobe. It's only a matter of time before she identifies the remaining targets.
Holly's breath caught. They were talking about her specifically, which meant they'd been watching her investigation closely.
Then we accelerate the timeline. The storm will give us cover and everyone will be focused on the Frost Fair. We can finish this tonight.
3 more,
The woman said.
and then it's over. The secret dies with them.
Holly's hand moved instinctively to her phone, but Father Miguel caught her wrist and shook his head. The voices were too close. Any sound might give them away.
What about the priest?
The male voice asked.
He knows things. People talk to him.
Miguel's bound by his vows. He can't repeat what he's heard in confession.
But he can be encouraged to keep quiet about what he's observed.
The threat in the man's voice was unmistakable, and Holly saw Father Miguel's jaw tighten. The footsteps moved closer to the office area. If the killers discovered them here, listening to their plans, there would be no escape.
We should go.
The woman said suddenly.
Too many people will notice if we're away too long.
The bell tower first.
The man agreed.
Tonight, during the opening ceremony, everyone will be watching the pageant.
The footsteps retreated toward the main entrance, and after a few moments, the heavy church doors opened and closed again. Father Miguel waited several more minutes before moving to lock his office door.
Dear God,
He whispered, sinking into his chair.
they're going to kill Dr. Vance tonight.
We have to warn her.
Holly said, already reaching for her phone.
No,
Father Miguel's voice was firm.
if you call her now, she might panic and do something that alerts the killers. We need to be smarter than that.
Then what do you suggest?
Jasper asked. The priest was quiet for a moment, staring at the snow globe on his desk. When he looked up, his expression was resolute.
I suggest we prevent them from carrying out their plan. The opening ceremony is in 3 hours. If we can keep Dr. Vance away from the bell tower, if we can disrupt their timeline,
We might be able to stop them.
Holly finished.
but more than that,
Father Miguel continued.
we might be able to force them to reveal themselves. Desperate people make mistakes.
Holly rewrapped the snow globe carefully, her mind already racing with possibilities. They had 3 hours to save Dr. Vance and possibly identify the killers. 3 hours before the Frost Fair opened and the entire town gathered in the square where 2 people had already died. Father, she said as they prepared to leave.
Thank you for listening and for helping us understand.
Child, I have spent 40 years trying to help people find peace with their sins. But some sins are too great for human forgiveness. Some require earthly justice before heavenly mercy can be found.
As they prepared to leave the church, Holly felt the weight of her grandmother's burden settling on her shoulders. Nora had carried these secrets for 30 years, waiting for the right person to carry them forward. Now it was Holly's turn to decide how far she was willing to go to see justice done. Father, she said, pausing at the office door.
When you spoke with those parishioners 30 years ago, did you get the sense that Emmeline's death was truly an accident?
Father Miguel considered the question carefully.
I believe it began as an accident. But what followed?
He shook his head sadly.
The cover-up became its own crime, one that compounded with each passing year.
And now someone's trying to end it by eliminating everyone who knew the truth.
Yes, but Holly, remember this. Whoever is doing these killings, they're not seeking justice. They're seeking to preserve their own safety at any cost. Don't let their actions taint your pursuit of truth.
The snow was falling harder as they stepped outside, the storm that would trap them all in Millbrook Falls for the next day or two. But Holly no longer saw the weather as an obstacle. She saw it as an opportunity to catch killers who thought they were untouchable and to finally give Emmeline Ashford the justice she deserved. 12. The Weight of Secrets. The pages of Grandmother Nora's journal felt heavy as Holly walked toward Sweet Provisions. Each step through the slush-covered sidewalk carried the weight of what she was about to do, shatter whatever remained of her oldest friendship. The bakery's windows glowed warm against the gray afternoon, steam fogging the glass from the ovens inside. Holly paused at the door, watching Maeve through the window as she arranged cinnamon rolls in neat rows. Her red curls had escaped their hairnet again, and flour dusted her apron. For a moment, Holly could see the 8-year-old girl who used to sneak her extra cookies after school. The bell chimed as Holly entered, bringing with it the scent of yeast and sugar. Maeve looked up, her smile faltering when she saw Holly's expression.
"We're closed,"
Maeve said quietly, but she didn't move to unlock the display case between them.
I know.
Holly set the journal on the counter, her fingers still gripping its leather binding.
We need to talk, Maeve. About what you remember. About what you've been keeping to yourself.
The color drained from Maeve's face. She glanced toward the back room where Danny's voice carried over the hum of industrial mixers.
"I don't know what you mean."
Your father's name is in here.
Holly opened the journal to a page she'd marked with a receipt from the hardware store.
September 15th, 30 years ago. Patrick O'Sullivan came by the shop again today, asking if I'd heard anything new about the search. His hands were shaking. He can barely look me in the eye anymore.
Maeve's breath caught.
"Holly, don't—"
October 3rd.
Holly continued reading.
Patrick stopped by to return the snow globe he'd borrowed for the church display. He looked terrible. When I asked if he was feeling well, he broke down crying. He kept saying he was sorry over and over, but wouldn't say for what.
"Stop."
Maeve's voice broke on the word. Holly closed the journal but kept her hand on its cover.
She knew, Maeve. Grandma Nora knew something happened, and she kept track of everyone who was acting strange after Emmeline disappeared. Your father's name comes up more than anyone else's.
The timer on one of the ovens began beeping, a shrill cry that seemed to pierce the tension between them. Maeve didn't move to turn it off.
"He's dead."
Maeve whispered.
"Whatever you think he did, he's been dead for 5 years. He can't answer for it now."
But someone else can. Someone who was there when it happened. Someone who helped cover it up.
Holly leaned forward.
Cordelia and Ralph are dead because they were going to talk. How many other people knew what really happened that night, Maeve?
The oven timer continued its relentless beeping until Danny's voice cut through it from the back room.
Maeve, the damn timer.
Maeve moved to silence the alarm, pulling golden dinner rolls from the oven. Holly watched her friend's careful movements, remembering all the times Maeve's hands had been steady when everything else in their world was falling apart.
"He wasn't a bad man,"
Maeve said finally, setting the hot pan on a cooling rack.
"My father, he worked 3 jobs to keep us fed after the mill closed. He never missed church, never raised his voice to us kids."
She turned to face Holly, tears streaming down her cheeks.
"But he was desperate."
What happened?
"The church collection?"
Maeve wiped her face with her flour-dusted apron, leaving white streaks on her cheeks.
"They always kept the Sunday donations in the safe until Monday morning, when Father O'Brien would take them to the bank. Dad knew the combination because he helped count the money sometimes."
Holly felt the pieces clicking into place.
He was stealing from the church.
"We were 3 months behind on rent. Mom was pregnant with Tommy, and the doctor bills."
Maeve's voice cracked.
"Dad thought he could just borrow it, pay it back when things got better. He'd been doing it for weeks, taking small amounts, replacing them when he could.
Holly waited.
That night was supposed to be the last time. He was going to take enough to catch up on rent and then never touch it again. But Emmeline was there."
Maeve pressed her hands against her mouth for a moment before continuing.
"She'd left her angel wings in the community center after pageant practice. She came back to get them."
Holly could picture it. A little girl in her red coat pushing through the community center doors, finding a grown man she trusted with his hands in the church safe.
She saw him.
Holly said.
She asked what he was doing. She wasn't scared or accusatory, just curious the way kids are. And Dad, he panicked. He tried to explain, to convince her not to tell anyone, but she didn't understand why he was so upset. She started to leave, said she was going to find her mom and ask her about it.
Maeve's legs seemed to give out, and she sank onto a flour sack in the corner.
He grabbed her arm to stop her. Not hard, he swore it wasn't hard, but she pulled away and lost her balance. She fell backward and hit her head on the corner of the communion table.
The silence stretched between them, broken only by the hum of refrigeration units and the distant sound of traffic on Main Street. Holly felt sick.
She died instantly,
Maeve whispered.
Dad said there wasn't even time to call for help. 1 minute she was there, asking questions, and the next,
Who else knew?
Dr. Fitzgerald was the first one he called. She delivered all us kids, and Dad trusted her. She came right away, confirmed that Emmeline was gone. Then they called Helen Morrison. She was the pageant director then, Ralph's wife, because they had to explain why Emmeline wasn't coming home.
Holly sank into the chair across from Maeve.
They covered it up.
Dr. Fitzgerald said an investigation would destroy our family and 3 others. Dad would go to prison. We'd lose our house. And Tommy.
Maeve's hand moved instinctively to her stomach.
Mom was 8 months pregnant. The stress could have killed them both.
So they made Emmeline disappear.
Maeve nodded, tears falling freely now.
Helen Morrison called in a kidnapping report. Said Emmeline had left the community center alone and never made it home. Dr. Fitzgerald helped prepare things, made it look like she'd been taken from outside.
And your father?
Lived with it every day for the rest of his life. He quit drinking, started going to Mass twice a week, gave every spare penny to charity. He never forgave himself.
Maeve looked up at Holly with desperate eyes.
He saved up for years to pay back what he'd stolen, with interest. When he died, he left a note for Father Miguel explaining everything and including a check for the full amount plus 30 years of interest.
Holly's mind raced through the implications.
Ralph Morrison knew because his wife was involved. Cordelia knew because she took over as pageant director and probably asked questions about what happened to Emmeline.
And now they're both dead.
Maeve's voice was barely audible.
Someone's killing everyone who knew the truth.
But not your father. He died of a heart attack 5 years ago.
Natural causes. The guilt ate at him, but no one killed him for it.
Maeve stood up abruptly, pacing to the window.
Holly, you can't tell anyone about this. My mother still doesn't know. She thinks Dad died believing he was a good man, and Tommy ...
She turned back with wild eyes.
Tommy's applying to colleges. If this comes out, if people know what our family did...
Maeve, listen to me.
Holly stood and reached for her friend's hands, stilling her frantic movements.
What happened to Emmeline was a terrible accident. Your father was desperate, not evil. But whoever's killing people now, that's not an accident. That's not desperation. That's murder, planned and cold-blooded.
I know, but...
Dr. Fitzgerald is probably next,
Holly continued.
She's the only one left who was there that night, who helped with the cover-up. If we don't stop this person, she's going to die too.
Maeve pulled her hands free.
What if she deserves to die? What if they all deserved it for what they did?
The words hung in the air between them. Holly stared at her oldest friend, seeing decades of guilt and anger in her eyes.
Do you really believe that?
Holly asked quietly. Maeve's shoulders sagged.
I don't know. I'm so tired of carrying this secret, Holly. It's been like poison in our family for 30 years, but I can't let it destroy what's left of us.
Then help me stop the person who's using your family's tragedy to justify murder.
Holly picked up the journal again.
Tell me everything you know about who else might have suspected the truth. Anyone who asked questions, anyone who seemed to know more than they should.
Before Maeve could answer, the back door slammed open and Danny strode in, his face flushed with anger and alcohol.
What the hell is she doing here again?
He pointed an unsteady finger at Holly.
I told you to stay away from my wife.
Danny, go home.
Maeve said firmly.
You're drunk and this doesn't concern you.
Like hell it doesn't.
He moved closer to Holly, his breath sharp with whiskey.
Ever since you came back to town, stirring up trouble, asking questions about things that should stay buried.
Holly felt a chill.
What do you know about things that should stay buried, Danny?
His face went white, then red again.
I know enough. I know some secrets are worth keeping, no matter what some nosy bitch thinks.
Danny!
Maeve's voice cracked like a whip.
She's going to ruin everything, Maeve. Can't you see that? All these years of keeping quiet, of protecting people, and she's going to throw it all away for what? Justice?
He laughed bitterly.
Justice is leaving the dead alone and letting the living have some peace.
Holly studied his face, seeing something she hadn't noticed before. The same haunted look she'd seen in the photograph of her father from Nora's journal.
You knew,
she said slowly.
You've known all along what really happened to Emmeline.
Shut up.
How long have you known, Danny? Did you know when you married Maeve? Have you been carrying this secret too?
I said shut up!
He lunged forward, but Maeve stepped between them.
That's enough.
Maeve's voice filled the small bakery.
Danny, get out, now before I call Sheriff Webb myself.
For a moment, Holly thought he might hit his wife. Then something seemed to deflate in him, and he stumbled toward the door.
You'll regret this, Maeve,
he said without turning around.
When it all comes out, when everyone knows what your family did, you'll wish you'd kept your mouth shut.
The door slammed behind him, leaving the two women alone in the sudden quiet.
I'm sorry,
Maeve said, sinking back onto the flour sack.
He's been drinking more since the murders started. I think he's scared.
Scared of what?
That someone will remember he was there that night too.
Holly's stomach dropped.
At the community center?
He was 17, working as a janitor to earn money for his senior trip. He was the one who found Dad with...
Maeve swallowed hard.
He's the one who suggested calling Dr. Fitzgerald instead of 911, said his uncle was a cop and that sometimes accidents looked bad to investigators who didn't know the whole story.
Holly sank into her chair again.
So, Danny's known since the beginning.
He's been protecting me, protecting all of us, ever since. Even married me partly because he thought if we were family, he'd never have to testify against my father if the case was ever reopened.
Maeve, that's not love. That's...
I know what it is.
Maeve's voice was quiet but firm.
I've known for years that Danny married me for the wrong reasons, but he's still the father of my son, and he's kept this secret when it would have been easier to tell the truth.
Holly studied her friend's face, seeing the years of compromise and quiet desperation.
What do you want to do?
I want to go back 30 years and stop it from happening. I want my father to have asked for help instead of stealing. I want Emmeline to have stayed home that night.
Maeve wiped her eyes again.
But I can't do any of that. All I can do is try to protect what's left of my family.
And I want to stop a killer.
Holly said quietly.
Someone who's using your family's tragedy to justify murdering people. Someone who thinks they know better than the rest of us what justice looks like.
Maeve was quiet for a long moment, staring at her flour-dusted hands. When she looked up, her eyes were clear for the first time since Holly had arrived.
Dr. Fitzgerald,
she said.
If you're right about the pattern, she's next. She's the only one left who was there that night.
Do you know where she lives?
The old Victorian on Elm Street, across from the library. But Holly?
Maeve reached across the space between them and caught Holly's hand.
Be careful. Whoever's doing this, they've already killed 2 people. They won't hesitate to kill you, too, if they think you're a threat.
Holly squeezed her friend's hand, feeling the calluses from years of kneading dough.
I'll be careful,
She promised.
but Maeve, this has to end. Your family has carried this guilt long enough. It's time to let someone else decide what justice looks like.
As Holly left the bakery, the journal tucked securely under her arm, she felt the weight of 30 years of secrets settling on her shoulders. Behind her, Maeve stood silhouetted in the window, one hand pressed against the glass as if she were trying to hold back the inevitable flood of truth that would soon wash over them all. The snow had begun falling again, soft flakes that would cover the town in pristine white by morning. But Holly knew that beneath the beautiful surface, old secrets were finally ready to see the light. 13. Storm clouds. Gathering. Sheriff Caleb Webb stared at the weather radar on his computer screen, watching the massive storm system crawl across the Colorado Rockies. The meteorologists were calling it a significant weather event, the kind of diplomatic language that meant they were about to get buried under 3 feet of snow just as half the Front Range descended on Millbrook Falls for the frost fair. He rubbed his eyes and reached for his 4th cup of coffee of the day. Outside his office window, the first vendors were already setting up their booths despite the gray sky and the bite in the air that promised the storm would arrive exactly when the weather service predicted. In 18 hours, the frost fair would officially begin, and Webb would have nearly 10,000 visitors wandering around his town while a killer walked free among them. His radio crackled to life.
Sheriff, you there?
Webb keyed the microphone.
Go ahead, Janet.
Holly Hart's here to see you. Says it's urgent.
Webb glanced at the clock. 4:30 p.m. Holly had left 3 messages in the past 2 hours, each one more insistent than the last.
Send her in.
Holly appeared in his doorway moments later, clutching a leather journal and looking windblown. Tinsel peered out from the pet carrier she held in her other hand.
We need to talk.
Holly said without preamble.
About Dr. Patricia Vance.
Webb gestured to the chair across from his desk.
What about her?
She's next.
Holly set the pet carrier down and opened the journal to a marked page.
According to this, she was the young nurse on duty the night Emmeline Ashford disappeared. If someone's killing everyone who was involved in the cover-up, she's the only one left besides Dr. Fitzgerald.
Webb had been afraid of this conversation ever since finding Ralph Morrison's body.
Holly, I can't discuss an ongoing investigation.
Caleb.
The use of his first name stopped him. Holly had been calling him Sheriff Webb for the past week, maintaining careful professional distance.
2 people are dead. The Frost Fair starts tomorrow, and we're about to be snowed in with thousands of tourists and a killer who's working from some kind of list.
Webb studied her face, seeing the same determined expression that had gotten her into trouble as a teenager when she'd convinced half the high school to stage a protest against the cafeteria's mystery meat.
What aren't you telling me?
I know what happened to Emmeline Ashford.
Webb set down his coffee cup carefully.
I'm listening.
Holly told him everything. Maeve's confession about her father's accidental killing of Emmeline, the cover-up orchestrated by Dr. Fitzgerald and Helen Morrison, Danny's involvement as a teenage witness. Webb listened without interrupting, making notes while his mind raced through the implications.
And you believe Dr. Vance was involved, how?
He asked when Holly finished.
According to Nora's journal, Patricia Vance was a nursing student doing her clinical rotation at the hospital that year. She would have been the one to assist Dr. Fitzgerald with any medical examination of the body before the cover-up story was put in place.
Webb flipped through his own notes from the current investigation.
I tried calling Dr. Vance this morning to ask about her memories of the original case. Her phone went straight to voicemail.
When's the last time anyone saw her?
Yesterday afternoon. Mrs. Chen from next door saw her bringing in her mail around 3 o'clock.
Webb stood up, reaching for his coat.
Let's take a ride.
Dr. Patricia Vance lived in a modest ranch house on Maple Street, set back from the road behind a screen of blue spruce trees. Her car was in the driveway, but the house had the empty feeling that settled over places when their occupants had been gone too long. Webb knocked on the front door while Holly peered through the living room window.
Lights are off, but there's a coffee cup on the kitchen counter.
She reported.
Dr. Vance? It's Sheriff Webb.
He knocked again, louder this time.
I'd like to speak with you about a case.
No answer. Webb tried the doorknob, locked. He walked around to the back of the house with Holly following. The back door was unlocked, which immediately set off alarm bells in his head. Dr. Vance had been living alone since her husband died 3 years ago, and she was careful about security.
Dr. Vance?
Webb called out as they entered through the kitchen.
Millbrook Falls Sheriff's Department.
The house felt wrong the moment they stepped inside. Not just empty, but disturbed. A chair was overturned in the living room, and Dr. Vance's purse lay spilled across the coffee table, its contents scattered. Caleb! Holly's voice was tight.
Look at this.
She stood beside Dr. Vance's desk in the small home office, pointing to a handwritten note left beside the telephone. Webb pulled on latex gloves before picking it up. Meet me at the place where it all began. Come alone, or Holly Hart will be next. The note was written in block letters on Dr. Vance's own stationery, but the handwriting was shaky.
Son of a bitch.
Webb muttered.
Someone has her.
Holly wrapped her arms around herself.
The place where it all began. The community center.
That's my guess.
Webb was already pulling out his radio.
Janet, I need you to patch me through to the state patrol. We're going to need backup, and I want roadblocks set up on all routes out of town.
Sheriff, the storm.
I know about the damn storm, just do it.
He clipped the radio back to his belt and turned to Holly.
I'm taking you home.
Like hell you are.
Holly, this person has already killed 2 people and kidnapped a 3rd. I'm not having your death on my conscience, too.
And I'm not sitting at home while Dr. Vance dies because someone thinks I'm getting too close to the truth.
Holly picked up Tinsel's carrier.
Besides, you need me. I'm the only one who's seen the inside of that Snowglobe, who knows what scenes the killer might be planning to recreate.
Webb wanted to argue, but the truth was that Holly had been right about everything so far. Her amateur investigation had uncovered more in a week than his department had learned in 30 years.
You stay behind me at all times,
he said finally.
You don't approach anyone without my permission, and if I tell you to run, you run. Understood?
Understood.
They drove to the community center in Webb's patrol car, the radio crackling with updates from his deputies. The building looked exactly as it had for the past 3 decades, brick and stone construction with tall windows and a bell tower that had once housed the town's fire alarm. During the day, it bustled with activity as volunteers prepared for the Frost Fair. Now, with evening settling in and the storm approaching, it looked abandoned. Webb parked 50 yards away and studied the building through his binoculars.
2 cars in the parking lot. Dr. Vance's Honda and a dark SUV I don't recognize.
Any movement inside?
Can't tell. Most of the windows are too high to see through clearly.
He lowered the binoculars and looked at Holly.
Last chance to stay in the car.
Not happening.
They approached the building from the side, using the landscaping for cover. Webb had his service weapon drawn, but held it low, not wanting to escalate the situation if Dr. Vance was still alive. The main entrance was locked, but Webb had keys to all the public buildings in town. The lobby was dark except for the red glow of exit signs. Webb switched on his flashlight, keeping the beam low, and gestured for Holly to stay close behind him. The community center smelled of floor wax and coffee. They moved toward the main assembly hall where the Christmas pageant rehearsals had been held 30 years ago. Webb could hear voices now, one pleading, one coldly authoritative. He held up a hand to stop Holly and crept closer to the doorway.
Told you this would happen if people started asking questions.
A woman's voice was saying.
30 years of peace, and then that Hart girl comes back and ruins everything.
Webb risked a look around the doorframe. Dr. Patricia Vance sat in a folding chair in the center of the hall, her hands zip-tied behind her back. Standing over her was Doctor. Eleanor Fitzgerald, looking nothing like the kindly community physician Webb had known for 15 years. She held a syringe in one hand, and her face was hard with determination.
Eleanor, please,
Dr. Vance was saying.
We agreed never to talk about it, and I kept that promise. I never told anyone what we did.
But you were going to.
Dr. Fitzgerald replied.
Cordelia called you the day before she died, didn't she? Asked you to meet with her and that Hart girl to set the record straight. You would have told them everything.
I would never have.
Don't lie to me, Patricia. You were always the weak link in our little group, always wringing your hands about the ethics of what we did.
Dr. Fitzgerald raised the syringe.
This will be quick. A heart attack brought on by stress. Very believable for a woman your age.
Webb stepped into the doorway, his weapon raised.
Dr. Fitzgerald, put down the syringe and step away from Dr. Vance.
The older woman turned toward him with an expression of mild surprise, as if she'd been expecting him.
Sheriff Webb, you're earlier than I anticipated.
Put it down, Eleanor. Now.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
She kept the syringe raised, though she didn't move any closer to Dr. Vance.
You see, this is about protecting our community. These two women would have destroyed everything we've worked to build here.
By covering up a little girl's death?
By preventing a tragedy from becoming a catastrophe.
Dr. Fitzgerald's voice remained calm, clinical.
Patrick O'Sullivan's mistake would have destroyed 4 families, ruined dozens of lives. The choice was simple. Let one person's accident destroy many, or protect the innocent.
Webb sensed movement behind him and realized Holly had moved closer to the doorway. He wanted to order her back, but he didn't dare take his attention off Dr. Fitzgerald.
What about Cordelia and Ralph?
Holly's voice came from behind him, steady despite the circumstances.
Were they innocent?
Dr. Fitzgerald's calm mask slipped for just a moment.
They were going to tell you everything. Cordelia had convinced Ralph that they had a moral obligation to come clean, as she put it. She didn't understand that some secrets are meant to be kept.
So you killed them.
I protected them from making a terrible mistake.
The syringe was still raised, still pointed at Dr. Vance's neck.
Just as I'm protecting the community now.
Webb could see that Dr. Fitzgerald was beyond reasoning with. She genuinely believed she was doing the right thing, which made her more dangerous than any criminal he'd ever faced. True believers didn't surrender.
Eleanor, think about what you're doing.
He tried once more.
You've been a healer your whole life. Don't end it as a killer.
Sometimes healing requires cutting out the diseased tissue.
She replied.
Sometimes the doctor has to make the hard choices.
She moved the syringe toward Dr. Vance's neck, and Webb knew he was out of time.
Holly, get down.
The shot echoed through the hall. Dr. Fitzgerald stumbled backward, the syringe flying from her hand to shatter against the far wall. She looked down at the spreading red stain on her shoulder with the same clinical detachment she might have shown examining a patient.
Caleb.
Holly's voice was tight with fear.
Look.
Dr. Fitzgerald was smiling as she pressed her other hand against the gunshot wound.
You're too late, Sheriff. I took the same injection I was going to give Patricia. Fast-acting potassium chloride. I'll be dead in minutes.
Webb rushed forward, kicking away the broken syringe while checking Dr. Vance for injuries. She was shaken, but unhurt. Behind him, he could hear Holly on her cell phone calling for an ambulance.
Why?
Webb demanded as he knelt beside Dr. Fitzgerald.
Why kill innocent people to cover up an accident?
Dr. Fitzgerald's breathing was becoming labored, but her eyes remained clear.
Because some things are more important than individual lives, Sheriff. Community, stability, the greater good.
She coughed, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth.
That Hart girl will destroy everything we've built here, everything we've protected.
The only thing you protected was your own reputation.
No,
Dr. Fitzgerald's voice was growing weaker, but her conviction remained strong.
I protected this town. For 30 years, I kept the peace. I let good people live with dignity instead of shame.
She closed her eyes, and Webb felt for a pulse. By the time the ambulance arrived, Dr. Eleanor Fitzgerald was dead. As the EMTs worked on Dr. Vance and the State Patrol secured the scene, Webb found Holly sitting on the front steps of the community center, Tinsel's carrier beside her. The first snowflakes of the storm were beginning to fall.
You okay?
He asked, settling onto the step beside her.
She really believed she was protecting people.
Holly said quietly.
Even at the end, she thought she was doing the right thing.
Sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones who think they're heroes.
Holly was quiet for a moment, watching the snow fall more heavily now.
What happens next?
Next, we deal with the storm, get through the frost fair, and try to help this town heal.
Webb stood up, offering her his hand.
But first, I'm taking you home. You've had enough excitement for one day.
Holly accepted his help up, then paused.
Caleb, thank you for trusting me, for letting me help.
Thank you for being right about everything, even when I didn't want to listen.
As they drove back through the increasingly heavy snow, Webb couldn't shake the feeling that while they'd caught their killer, the hardest part was still ahead of them. Tomorrow, the Frost Fair would begin as scheduled, and Millbrook Falls would have to face the world with the knowledge that their respected doctor had been a murderer, and their darkest secret was finally coming to light. But for tonight, the town was safe, and that was enough. 14. The Frost Fair begins. Holly woke to the sound of snowplows scraping against asphalt and the distant hum of generators. She lay still for a moment, watching the pale morning light filter through the frost-covered windows of the apartment above Frosted Memories. 6 inches of snow had fallen overnight, enough to make everything look pristine and magical, but not enough to cancel the Frost Fair. Tinsel stretched beside her on the bed, his purr rumbling. The events of the previous evening felt surreal in the gentle morning light. Dr. Fitzgerald was dead. Her 30-year campaign of protection and murder finally ended. But somehow, that felt like the easy part. Now the town had to face the truth about Emmeline Ashford's death and decide how to move forward. The smell of coffee and bacon drifted up from the street, carried on the crisp air through her slightly open window. Below, she could hear the sounds of vendors setting up their booths, the cheerful chaos of people preparing for celebration despite everything that had happened. Holly pulled on her warmest sweater and jeans, then made her way downstairs to Frosted Memories. The shop felt different this morning, not just because of the investigation that had consumed her for the past week, but because she was finally seeing it as more than just something to settle and sell. The hundreds of snow globes on their shelves caught the morning light. She was arranging a display near the front window when Jasper appeared at the door, carrying 2 coffee cups and a white bakery bag that could only have come from Sweet Provisions.
Thought you might need breakfast,
he said as she let him in.
Maeve sent apple turnovers with explicit instructions to make sure you eat something.
Holly accepted the coffee gratefully, inhaling the rich aroma.
How is she this morning?
Worried about you, worried about her family, but stronger than she was yesterday, I think.
Jasper set the bag on the counter and studied Holly's face.
How are you holding up?
I keep thinking about what Dr. Fitzgerald said, about protecting the community, about some secrets being worth keeping.
Holly sank into the chair behind the register.
She wasn't evil, Jasper. She genuinely thought she was doing the right thing.
Good intentions don't excuse murder.
Jasper pulled up a chair beside her.
But it makes it more complicated, doesn't it? She spent 30 years as the town's beloved doctor, helping people, saving lives, and all that time, she was carrying this secret.
Through the front window, Holly could see the transformation of Main Street into a winter wonderland. Vendors were hanging garlands and stringing lights between the lampposts. A crew was setting up the stage where local musicians would perform throughout the weekend. Despite the recent tragedy, the Frost Fair was proceeding as planned.
Sheriff Webb stopped by the bookstore earlier,
Jasper said.
He wanted me to tell you that Dr. Vance is doing well. Shaken up, but physically fine. She's staying with her sister in Denver for a few days.
Did she say anything about what she knew?
Webb didn't give me details, but I got the impression she's ready to cooperate fully with any investigation into the original cover-up.
Jasper reached over and took Holly's hand.
It's going to come out, Holly, all of it. Emmeline's death, the cover-up, everything Dr. Fitzgerald did to keep it quiet.
Holly nodded, squeezing his fingers.
I know. I just hope the town can handle it.
Millbrook Falls has survived worse. We'll figure it out.
The bell above the door chimed and Sheriff Webb entered, shaking snow off his coat. He looked exhausted but relieved.
Morning,
he said, nodding to both of them.
Holly, I wanted to update you on the situation before the crowds arrive.
Any new developments?
The state crime lab confirmed that Dr. Fitzgerald died from the same potassium chloride injection she used on Ralph Morrison. They also found evidence in her house: syringes, vials of the drug, detailed notes about each of the people she considered threats to the secret.
Webb pulled out a small notebook.
She'd been planning this for months, ever since she learned you were coming back to settle your grandmother's estate.
Holly felt cold.
She knew I'd figure it out?
She suspected your grandmother had left you clues. Dr. Fitzgerald had been trying to get into the shop for months before Nora died, claiming she wanted to buy a particular Snowglobe for her collection. When Nora refused to sell, Dr. Fitzgerald became convinced that Nora was planning to reveal the truth.
Was she right?
Webb consulted his notes again.
We found a letter in Dr. Fitzgerald's house, written by your grandmother, and apparently stolen from Nora's papers. It was addressed to you, explaining everything about Emmeline's death and the cover-up. Nora planned to give it to you after Christmas.
Holly's eyes filled with tears. Even in death, her grandmother had been trying to protect her, waiting for the right moment to share the burden of the truth.
There's something else,
Webb continued.
The district attorney's office has decided not to pursue charges against anyone else involved in the original cover-up. Patrick O'Sullivan is dead, and the statute of limitations has run out on most of the relevant crimes. The focus now is on helping the community heal.
The bell chimed again, and Maeve entered, her cheeks pink from the cold. She looked uncertain, as if she wasn't sure of her welcome after yesterday's revelations.
I brought cinnamon rolls for the shop,
she said quietly, holding up a basket covered with a red checkered cloth.
For your customers today.
Holly stood and embraced her friend.
Thank you for the rolls and for telling me the truth yesterday.
I should have told you years ago,
Maeve said.
All these years of carrying Dad's secret, of watching Danny drink himself into a stupor every Christmas because he couldn't forget what he'd seen. Maybe if I'd been braver, Dr. Fitzgerald wouldn't have felt she needed to protect us all.
You were 3 years old when it happened,
Holly reminded her.
And you've been protecting your family ever since?
Sheriff Webb cleared his throat.
Speaking of your family, Maeve, I spoke with Danny this morning. He's agreed to give a full statement about what he witnessed that night. The district attorney wants to close the books on this case as completely as possible.
Maeve nodded, though her face was pale.
How is he?
Sober, for the first time in weeks. He's scared about what people will think, but I think he's also relieved that the secret's finally coming out.
Through the window, Holly could see more visitors arriving for the Frost Fair. Families with young children, couples walking hand in hand, elderly people wrapped in warm coats and scarves. The snow continued to fall lightly.
What do we tell people?
Holly asked.
The tourists. The media, when they start asking questions?
The truth.
Sheriff Webb said simply.
Or as much of it as we can legally share. A tragic accident 30 years ago, covered up by well-meaning people who made poor choices. Recent murders committed by someone who thought killing was preferable to facing the past.
And Emmeline?
Maeve asked quietly.
The Ashford family plot is in the cemetery on the hill.
Webb said.
Father Miguel and I discussed it this morning. We'll hold a proper burial service for her once the investigation is completely closed.
Holly felt something ease in her chest. Emmeline would finally be laid to rest with her family, and the truth of what happened to her would be known.
I should get back to the station,
Webb said, heading for the door.
The fair officially opens in 2 hours, and I want to make sure security is in place. Holly, try to enjoy today.
After he left, the three friends stood in comfortable silence, watching the town come alive outside the windows.
I should open the shop,
Holly said finally.
People will want to see the snow globes, and I have a feeling today's going to be busy.
I'll help,
Maeve offered.
if you want me to.
I'd like that.
As they worked together to arrange displays and prepare for the day's customers, Holly thought about the week that had changed everything. The Victorian Snowglobe was gone, shattered in the name of justice and truth. But the shop was still here, and so were the people who mattered. Tinsel jumped onto the counter and began washing his paw. Outside, the first fairgoers were starting to wander past, peering into shop windows and pointing at decorations. Holly unlocked the front door and flipped the sign from closed to open. A family with 2 young children stepped through the door, shaking snow from their coats.
Oh, wow.
The little girl breathed, staring at the displays.
Mom, look at all the snow worlds.
Holly smiled.
Would you like to see some of the special ones?
The parents nodded, and Holly began showing them around the shop, explaining the history of different pieces, watching the children's faces light up as they discovered tiny details in the miniature scenes. It felt good to share Nora's collection, to see other people find joy in something her grandmother had loved. The morning passed quickly, with a steady stream of visitors browsing and buying. Some asked about the Victorian Snowglobe they'd heard about. News traveled fast in a small town, but Holly simply said it had been damaged and was no longer available. Around noon, Jasper brought lunch from the diner, and they ate in comfortable conversation while Maeve handled the customers. It wasn't the dramatic resolution Holly might have expected, but it was real, and it was theirs.
You know,
Maeve said during a quiet moment.
I think Nora would be proud of what you've done here.
Holly looked around the shop, at the customers browsing happily, at her friends working beside her, at the snow falling gently outside the windows.
I think she would too.
The afternoon stretched ahead, full of possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. There would be more questions to answer, more healing to do, more decisions to make about the future. But for now, Holly was content to be exactly where she was. 15. Pageant of Secrets. The town square filled with families as evening settled over Millbrook Falls. The Frost Fair had been a remarkable success despite the shadow of recent events. Vendors had sold out of hot chocolate and handmade ornaments, children had squealed with delight at the ice sculpture garden, and visitors had filled the streets with laughter and Christmas carols. Now, as the final event approached, the entire community had gathered for the Christmas pageant that would cap off the weekend. Holly stood at the edge of the crowd, watching families claim spots on hay bales and folding chairs arranged around the temporary stage erected in front of the gazebo. String lights twinkled overhead, and the scent of pine and wood smoke from the warming fires filled the crisp air. It should have felt magical. Instead, Holly couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong.
Nervous?
Jasper appeared beside her, carrying 2 cups of mulled cider.
Just watchful,
Holly said, accepting the warmth gratefully.
After everything that's happened this week, large crowds make me jumpy.
Sheriff Webb's security measures were subtle but thorough. Holly had spotted at least 6 deputies scattered through the crowd in civilian clothes, and Webb himself stood near the stage with his radio close at hand. The State Patrol had maintained roadblocks throughout the weekend. officially to manage traffic, but really to ensure no one could slip away unnoticed.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Father Miguel's voice carried over the crowd as he stepped up to the makeshift podium.
welcome to Millbrook Falls' annual Christmas pageant. This year's performance is dedicated to the memory of all those we've lost and to the hope that truth and love will always triumph over fear and darkness.
The crowd murmured appreciatively, understanding the deeper meaning behind his words. Holly noticed Maeve standing with her mother and son Tommy near the front, Danny conspicuously absent. He'd given his statement to the authorities that morning and then disappeared, probably to one of the bars in the next town over. The pageant began with the traditional processional, children dressed as angels and shepherds, their faces glowing with excitement and stage makeup. Holly found herself thinking of another Christmas pageant 30 years ago, when a little girl in a red coat had walked into the community center and never walked out again. As the familiar story unfolded on stage, Holly's attention drifted to the crowd. Most faces were turned toward the performers, parents recording videos on their phones, and grandparents dabbing at their eyes during the more touching moments. But there were others whose attention seemed divided, people who kept glancing around nervously or checking their watches.
Holly,
Jasper's voice was low, urgent.
look at the staging.
Holly turned her attention back to the pageant and felt her stomach drop. The scene on stage matched the final tableau in the Victorian Snowglobe exactly. The stable arranged just so, the shepherds positioned in a perfect arc, even the angel perched above the manger at precisely the same angle she remembered from the globe's miniature scene.
That's not possible,
She whispered.
The snow globe was destroyed. No one else knew about the scenes inside.
Someone did.
Jasper said grimly.
Someone who helped create them.
Holly's mind raced through the possibilities. Dr. Fitzgerald was dead, ruling her out as the source of the recreation. But what if she hadn't been working alone? What if someone else had known about the globe's significance, someone who was now completing whatever plan Dr. Fitzgerald had started? The pageant continued, building toward the climactic nativity scene. Holly scanned the crowd more carefully now, looking for anything out of place. There, a shepherd near the back of the stage, partially hidden by the stable backdrop. Something about the figure's posture seemed wrong, too rigid and still compared to the other performers.
Jasper, do you see the shepherd on the far left? The one who's not moving?
Jasper followed her gaze and stiffened.
That's not one of the local kids. Too tall, and the costume doesn't fit right.
Holly was already moving toward Sheriff Webb when she spotted something that made her stomach lurch. Partially visible beneath the shepherd's robes was a pair of sensible brown shoes, the kind Dr. Patricia Vance always wore. But Dr. Vance was supposed to be in Denver with her sister, safely away from Millbrook Falls and any remaining danger.
Sheriff!
Holly pushed through the crowd toward Webb, who was standing near the sound equipment.
That shepherd on stage. I think it's Dr. Vance, and I don't think she's there voluntarily.
Webb followed her gaze, his hand moving instinctively toward his weapon.
You sure?
The shoes. And look at how she's standing. Like someone who's restrained somehow.
Webb spoke into his radio, his voice barely audible over the children's choir.
All units, we may have a situation on stage. Converge on my position, but stay back until I give the signal.
The pageant reached its crescendo as Mary and Joseph approached the manger, the angel choir singing Silent Night. The crowd was rapt, completely absorbed in the timeless story playing out before them. No one noticed the figure emerging from the shadows behind the stable, except Holly, Jasper, and the sheriff. A woman stepped into the light, younger than Dr. Fitzgerald, blonde where Eleanor had been silver-haired, but there was something familiar about her bearing, her movements. She wore the white robes of an angel, and in her hand she carried something that caught the stage lights, a syringe.
That's impossible,
Holly breathed.
Dr. Fitzgerald is dead. I saw her die.
Not Eleanor,
Jasper said suddenly.
her daughter, Dr. Sarah Fitzgerald from Denver General. She was visiting for the holidays.
Holly felt understanding dawn. The daughter who had inherited her mother's sense of moral righteousness, her conviction that some secrets were worth killing for. The daughter who would have known about the Snowglobe scenes, who would have felt compelled to complete her mother's work.
She's going to kill Dr. Vance in front of the entire town,
Holly realized.
During the most sacred moment of the pageant, when everyone's attention is focused on the nativity scene.
Sheriff Webb was already moving, but he was on the wrong side of the crowd to reach the stage quickly. Holly saw him trying to push through the sea of families, but there were too many people, too many obstacles.
We have to stop her,
Holly said.
We have to wait for backup,
Jasper replied, but his voice lacked conviction. On stage, Sarah Fitzgerald raised the syringe, positioning herself behind the motionless figure of Dr. Vance. The pageant continued around them, the children oblivious to the drama unfolding in their midst. Holly could see the wild look in Sarah's eyes, even from a distance, the same certainty that had driven her mother to murder, now focused on completing the family mission.
No more secrets.
Sarah called out suddenly, her voice cutting through the angelic chorus.
No more lies.
The pageant ground to a halt as performers and audience alike turned toward the disturbance. Parents pulled their children closer, and several people at the back of the crowd began edging toward the exits.
My mother died protecting this community,
Sarah continued, her voice cracking.
She understood that sometimes you have to make hard choices.
Sheriff Webb had finally reached the front of the crowd, his weapon drawn but unable to get a clear shot with so many innocent people nearby.
Sarah, let Dr. Vance go,
he called out.
Your mother's gone. This won't bring her back.
She's not gone. She's right here in me, finishing what she started.
Sarah's composure cracked.
Doctor, Vance was going to tell you everything, wasn't she? Going to destroy 30 years of peace for what? Justice?
She laughed bitterly.
Justice is letting good people live without shame.
Holly found herself moving forward. Behind her, she heard Jasper calling her name, but she couldn't stop. Someone had to reach Sarah before she completed her mother's work.
Sarah, look around you,
Holly said, her voice carrying clearly in the cold air.
Look at all these families, all these children. Do you really want their Christmas memory to be watching you commit murder?
They won't understand now,
Sarah replied, but Holly could hear uncertainty creeping into her voice.
But someday they'll realize I saved them from the truth.
The truth is already out,
Holly said gently, still moving closer.
Everyone knows about Emmeline now. Everyone knows it was an accident, that people were trying to protect a desperate family. You can't put that secret back in the box, Sarah.
Then I'll make sure the questions stop.
Holly was close enough now to see the tears streaming down Sarah's face, close enough to see that the syringe in her hand was shaking. This wasn't a cold-blooded killer like her mother had become. This was a grieving daughter trying to honor what she thought her mother had died for.
Your mother was wrong,
Holly said softly.
She thought she was protecting people, but she was really protecting herself. Her reputation, her legacy. She couldn't bear the thought that people would know she'd helped cover up a child's death.
That's not true.
It is true, and deep down you know it. Your mother was a good doctor who made a terrible choice 30 years ago. She made worse ones after that, but that doesn't mean you have to make the same mistakes.
Sarah's hand wavered, the syringe moving away from Dr. Vance's neck.
She was protecting the community.
She was protecting herself from facing what she'd done, and now she's dead because she couldn't live with the truth coming out.
Holly took another step closer.
Don't let her mistakes destroy your life too, Sarah.
For a long moment, Sarah stood frozen between past and present, between her mother's legacy and her own choice. The entire town square held its breath, parents clutching their children, the Christmas pageant forgotten. Then, Sarah's shoulders sagged and the syringe clattered to the wooden stage. Sheriff Webb was there instantly, securing the weapon while his deputies moved in to restrain her. Dr. Vance slumped forward, conscious but weak from whatever drug Sarah had used to keep her compliant.
I'm sorry,
Sarah whispered as the handcuffs clicked into place.
I just wanted to make her proud.
Holly felt Jasper's arms around her then, steadying her as the adrenaline hit and her legs went weak. Around them, the crowd began to disperse. parents leading confused children away from the scene while volunteers helped clear the stage.
It's over.
Jasper murmured.
It's really over this time.
Holly nodded, watching as the EMTs checked Dr. Vance and Sheriff Webb coordinated with his team. The Christmas pageant was ruined, the perfect ending to the Frost Fair transformed into something darker. But as she looked around at the faces of her neighbors and friends, Holly saw something unexpected. Relief. Not just that the immediate danger had passed, but that the last secrets were finally coming to light. No more cover-ups, no more lies passed down through generations. Father Miguel approached the abandoned microphone.
Let us bow our heads in prayer.
He said simply.
For the living and the dead, for the guilty and the innocent, and for the wisdom to know the difference.
As heads bowed throughout the town square, Holly felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. The pageant hadn't ended the way anyone expected, but maybe that was fitting. Real life was messier than any perfect tableau, more complicated than any captured moment in glass. The snow began to fall again as people slowly made their way home, and Holly realized she was ready to do the same. 16. Truth under the mistletoe. The chaos following Sarah Fitzgerald's arrest had an oddly cathartic quality to it. As Sheriff Webb and his deputies processed the scene and the EMTs tended to Dr. Vance, the remaining crowd didn't disperse with the usual hushed whispers and furtive glances that followed small-town drama. Instead, people lingered, talking in normal voices about what they'd witnessed, offering help to the authorities, checking on their neighbors. Holly found herself being thanked by people she barely knew. Tourists who had witnessed her confrontation with Sarah, longtime residents who credited her with solving the mystery that had haunted their town for 3 decades. It felt overwhelming.
You did good up there,
Sheriff Webb said as he joined Holly and Jasper near the gazebo. The stage was empty now, except for abandoned pageant props and evidence markers where Sarah's syringe had fallen.
talking her down instead of letting it escalate to violence.
I just saw a daughter trying to honor her mother's memory in the worst possible way, Holly replied. She needed to understand that her mother was wrong, not evil.
Sarah's agreed to cooperate fully.
Webb continued.
She's already told us about finding her mother's notes and evidence after the suicide. Apparently, Dr. Eleanor had detailed files on everyone she considered a threat, including contingency plans if anything happened to her.
Jasper shook his head.
She really thought someone would carry on her work?
She was counting on it. Left specific instructions for Sarah about protecting the community's interests if the truth ever came to light.
Webb pulled out his notebook.
Sarah drove up from Denver as soon as she heard about her mother's death. She'd been planning this pageant scenario for days.
Holly shivered.
How did she know about the Snowglobe scenes? The globe was destroyed before she arrived.
Her mother had photographed every detail years ago, when she first suspected your grandmother was preserving evidence. Sarah found the photos along with detailed notes about what each scene represented.
Webb closed the notebook.
Dr. Eleanor Fitzgerald was many things, but she wasn't careless about her secrets.
The crowd had thinned considerably, but Holly noticed that many of the locals were moving toward the community center rather than heading home. Through the building's lit windows, she could see people setting up tables and arranging chairs.
What's happening over there?
She asked.
Town meeting,
Webb replied.
Father Miguel called it about an hour ago. Figure it's time for everyone to hear the whole story at once. Get everything out in the open.
Holly's stomach tightened. She'd known this moment would come, when the entire truth about Emmeline's death and the subsequent cover-up would be shared with the community.
You don't have to go,
Jasper said quietly, reading her expression.
You've done enough.
No, I do have to go. This started with my grandmother's secret. I need to see it through.
The 3 of them walked across the snow-covered square together. The string lights overhead continued to twinkle cheerfully, as if the events of the evening had been just another performance. Inside the community center, Holly was surprised to see nearly half the town's population gathered. Families who had fled the pageant in confusion had returned once word spread about the meeting. Elderly residents who remembered Emmeline's disappearance sat next to young parents who had only heard stories. Maeve was there with her mother and son, Tommy looking confused but trying to appear mature beyond his 17 years. Father Miguel stood at the front of the room, his usually cheerful face grave. Sheriff Webb took a position beside him, along with Dr. Patricia Vance, who looked pale but determined despite her ordeal.
Thank you all for coming.
Father Miguel began.
Tonight has been difficult for our community, but it's also been necessary. For 30 years, we've lived with questions about what happened to Emmeline Ashford. Tonight, those questions have finally been answered.
He nodded to Sheriff Webb, who stepped forward.
Most of you know that Dr. Eleanor Fitzgerald took her own life yesterday after confessing to the murders of Cordelia Thorne and Ralph Morrison.
Webb began.
What you don't know is why she felt compelled to kill these people, or what secret she was trying to protect.
The room was absolutely silent except for the hum of fluorescent lights and the distant sound of snow beginning to fall again outside.
30 years ago, Emmeline Ashford didn't disappear. She died accidentally in this very building, during what should have been a simple theft from the church collection box.
Webb's voice was steady as he laid out the facts. Patrick O'Sullivan's desperation, Emmeline's unexpected arrival, the tragic accident that followed. Holly watched the faces in the crowd as the truth unfolded. Shock, certainly, but also something that looked like relief. The mystery that had haunted their community for 3 decades finally had an explanation.
Several prominent community members,
Webb continued,
including Dr. Eleanor Fitzgerald, Helen Morrison, and initially Dr. Patricia Vance, made the decision to cover up the accident. They believed they were protecting the O'Sullivan family from the consequences of Patrick's actions.
Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Holly could see people turning to look at Maeve and her family, expressions mostly sympathetic. Dr. Vance stood up with obvious effort.
I was 22 years old,
she said, her voice quiet but carrying clearly in the hushed room.
A nursing student who thought the doctors always knew best. When Dr. Fitzgerald told me we were protecting an innocent family from being destroyed by a tragic accident, I believed her. I helped falsify the medical examination that made the kidnapping story seem plausible.
She paused.
I've regretted that decision every day for 30 years. Not because Patrick O'Sullivan didn't deserve protection. He was a good man who made a terrible mistake. But because Emmeline deserved better. She deserved the truth. And she deserved a proper burial with her family.
Where is she now?
The question came from an elderly woman in the front row. Mrs. Chen, Holly realized, who had known the Ashford family.
We found her remains yesterday,
Webb replied gently.
She'll be buried in the Ashford family plot with full honors as soon as the investigation is completely closed.
Father Miguel stepped forward again.
I've spoken with the bishop about this situation. Emmeline will receive all the sacraments she was denied 30 years ago.
Holly felt her eyes water. That simple promise that Emmeline would finally receive the dignified burial she'd been denied seemed to ease something in the room's atmosphere.
What about the people who covered it up?
The question came from a middle-aged man Holly didn't recognize.
Are they going to face charges?
The statute of limitations has expired on most of the relevant crimes,
Webb explained,
and the district attorney has decided that prosecuting elderly community members for decisions they made in panic 30 years ago wouldn't serve justice. Patrick O'Sullivan is gone. Helen Morrison died 5 years ago. Dr. Fitzgerald paid for her choices with her life.
And Danny O'Sullivan?
Someone else asked. Maeve stood up slowly, her face flushed but determined.
My husband knew what my father had done. He's been drinking himself to death with guilt for 20 years, watching me carry a secret I didn't even know I was carrying.
Her voice gained strength.
Danny gave a full statement to the sheriff today. He's checking himself into a rehabilitation program tomorrow.
Holly felt proud of her friend's courage. Standing up in front of the entire community to acknowledge her family's shame took real bravery.
So what happens now?
The question came from Jasper. Father Miguel smiled for the first time that evening.
Now, we try to heal. We've learned some hard truths about our community tonight, about what people are capable of, both good and bad. We move forward with that knowledge.
The meeting continued for another hour, with people asking questions, sharing memories of Emmeline, and gradually processing the revelations. Holly found herself approached by dozens of people, some offering thanks, others sharing their own memories of the events 30 years ago, all of them seemingly working through what they'd learned. As the crowd began to thin, Holly found herself standing under a sprig of mistletoe that had been hung in the doorway for the pageant. Jasper appeared beside her, following her gaze upward.
Seems like a strange place for Christmas romance,
he said with a gentle smile.
Is it, though?
Holly looked around the room where the truth had finally been told.
This is where it all started, where Emmeline died, where the cover-up began. But it's also where we just chose to face the truth together.
Jasper moved closer.
Holly Hart, you've given this town something it needed, the chance to stop living in fear of the past.
We gave it to each other, all of us, together.
He leaned down and kissed her gently under the mistletoe. When they broke apart, Holly saw that they weren't alone. Maeve stood nearby with Tommy and her mother, all three of them smiling despite the emotional weight of the evening.
Thank you,
Maeve said simply.
For everything, for being brave enough to find the truth.
Holly hugged her friend.
Thank you for trusting me with it.
As they prepared to leave the community center, Holly took one last look around the room where so much had happened. Outside, the snow was falling steadily now, covering the town in fresh white.
It's going to be a white Christmas after all,
Jasper observed, catching snowflakes on his gloves. Holly looked up at the falling snow, then at the man beside her, then at the town that had become her home in ways she'd never expected. The truth was finally out, and maybe now Millbrook Falls could begin to heal. Christmas was still 3 days away, but Holly felt like she'd already received the gift she'd been looking for without even knowing it. A place where she belonged, and people who mattered. That seemed like enough. 17. New beginnings. Holly woke on Monday morning to a world transformed. The storm that had threatened all weekend had finally arrived in earnest, dumping nearly 2 feet of snow on Millbrook Falls overnight. From her bedroom window above Frosted Memories, she could see the town buried under fresh white snow that sparkled in the early morning sun. The Frost Fair was officially over. The vendors had packed up and departed before the worst of the storm hit, and most of the tourists had fled to lower elevations and clearer roads. For the first time in a week, Milbrook Falls belonged entirely to its residents again. Tinsel stretched beside her on the bed, purring contentedly as morning light streamed through the window. The events of the weekend felt surreal now. The pageant confrontation, the community meeting, the collective decision to choose healing over recrimination. Holly had slept better last night than she had since arriving in town. She was making coffee in the small kitchen when her phone rang. Sheriff Webb's number appeared on the screen.
Morning, Holly. Sorry to call so early, but I wanted to give you an update before word gets around town.
What's happened?
Sarah Fitzgerald was found dead in her cell this morning.
Holly's coffee cup slipped from her hands, shattering against the kitchen floor.
Dead? How?
Apparent suicide. She used torn bedsheets sometime during the night. The note she left. She said she couldn't live with the shame of what her family had become. Said she was sorry for everything.
Holly sank into a chair.
I thought she understood. When I talked her down last night, I thought she realized her mother was wrong.
She did understand, and that's what killed her. According to the note, she spent her whole life believing her mother was a hero, learning that Dr. Eleanor was actually a murderer who killed to protect her own reputation. Sarah couldn't reconcile that with the woman who raised her.
Holly stared out at the snow-covered street, thinking of the young woman who had stood on the pageant stage with tears streaming down her face.
Is that really the end of it? She asked. No more secrets, no more people with reasons to hurt others.
That's really the end of it. Sarah was the last person with any connection to the original cover-up who might have felt compelled to kill for it. Everyone else involved is either dead from natural causes or has chosen to live with the truth.
After Webb hung up, Holly sat in the quiet kitchen for a long time, processing the news. Part of her felt guilty for the relief that washed over her, relief that there would be no trial, no months of reliving the horror. But mostly, she felt sadness for a young woman who had been destroyed by her family's legacy of secrets. A knock at the shop's front door interrupted her thoughts. Through the windows, she could see Jasper standing on the sidewalk, shaking snow off his coat. Holly hurried downstairs to let him in.
"Heard about Sarah," he said immediately, pulling her into a warm embrace. "Webb called the bookstore looking for you when you didn't answer your cell."
I dropped my phone when he told me, Holly admitted. I can't decide if I feel relieved or guilty about feeling relieved.
You feel human, which is exactly what you should feel after the week you've had.
They stood together in the quiet shop, surrounded by hundreds of snow globes that caught and reflected the morning light streaming through the windows.
I've been thinking about staying, Holly said suddenly. Not just to settle Grandma Nora's estate, but to really stay, to rebuild this shop, to be part of this community.
Jasper's smile was radiant.
Even after everything that's happened? After seeing what secrets can do to a place?
Especially after that. This town just proved that it's strong enough to face the truth and choose healing over hatred. That's exactly the kind of place I want to call home.
What about Denver? Your life there?
Holly looked around the shop at the snow globes sparkling in the sunlight, at the street outside where people were beginning to dig out from the storm.
What life? I had a job I didn't love, an apartment I could barely afford, and a marriage that fell apart the moment it was tested. Here I have possibility.
And what would you do here?
Run the shop, maybe expand it, add some local artisan work, turn it into more of a community gathering place. Nora always said this town needed somewhere for people to come together outside of church and the diner.
Jasper was quiet for a moment, studying her face.
You're serious about this?
I am. For the first time in years, I'm completely serious about something.
Holly picked up one of the simpler snow globes, a cottage with warm light glowing in the windows.
I want to help create moments like this. Not perfect ones, because real life isn't perfect, but hopeful ones.
Then I guess I should mention that the building next door is going up for sale. The old Henderson place. It would make a nice expansion if you wanted more space.
Holly laughed.
You've been thinking about this too.
I've been thinking about a lot of things, about what it would mean to have you stay, about whether a bookstore owner and a snow globe shop proprietor could make a life together in a town this small.
And what did you decide?
I decided I'd like to find out.
Holly set down the snow globe and moved closer to him.
So would I.
They were interrupted by someone knocking on the front door. Through the glass, Holly could see Maeve standing in the snow, holding a covered basket and smiling.
I brought breakfast, Maeve announced when Holly let her in. Cinnamon rolls, still warm. I figured after yesterday we could all use some comfort food.
How are you feeling?
Holly asked, noting that her friend looked better than she had in weeks, clearer-eyed, more relaxed.
Like I can breathe again, Maeve said simply. Danny checked himself into the rehab program this morning. Tommy and I drove him to the facility in Denver before the roads got too bad. For the first time in 20 years, I feel like we might actually have a chance at being a real family.
That's wonderful.
It is, and Holly ...
Maeve paused, setting down the basket.
I wanted to thank you, not just for solving the mystery or stopping the killer, but for showing me that it's possible to face the truth and survive it. I've been so afraid for so long, and now I'm not.
They spent the morning together in the shop, eating Maeve's cinnamon rolls and talking about the future. Maeve had ideas about expanding the bakery, maybe adding a small cafe area where people could sit and talk. Jasper mentioned plans to start a local book club that could meet in either shop. They were small dreams, but they felt solid and achievable. Around noon, Father Miguel stopped by with Dr. Vance, who was looking much better after her ordeal. They'd come to discuss Emmeline's burial service, which would be held the following week once the investigation was officially closed.
The whole community will be there, Father Miguel said. It feels important to finally lay her to rest properly, with the dignity she deserved 30 years ago.
Will her parents be there?
Holly asked.
They're both gone, Dr. Vance said softly. But there are cousins, some family from back east, who've agreed to come. They want to meet you, actually, to thank you for finally bringing her home.
As the afternoon wore on and visitors came and went, Holly felt a sense of rightness settling over her. This was what she wanted, this community, this life, this chance to be part of something meaningful. The snow continued to fall outside, but inside frosted memories, surrounded by friends and filled with plans for the future, Holly felt warmer than she had in years.
So, Jasper said, as they prepared to close up for the day, are you sure about this? About staying? About starting over here?
Holly looked around the shop one more time, at the snow globes that had brought her here, at the place where her grandmother had spent so many happy years.
I'm sure, she said. This is where I belong.
And for the first time in longer than she could remember, Holly Hart knew exactly where she was going. 18. Shattered glass, revealed truth. The hospital waiting room smelled like disinfectant and stale coffee, but Holly had never been happier to breathe antiseptic air. Maeve was in surgery to repair her broken leg, but the doctors had assured everyone that she would make a full recovery. Tommy sat beside Holly on the uncomfortable plastic chairs, his 17-year-old composure cracking occasionally to reveal the scared boy underneath.
She's going to be okay,
Holly said for the third time in an hour, as much to convince herself as to comfort Tommy.
I know,
he replied, but his voice shook slightly.
It's just, with everything that's happened this week, with Dad checking into rehab and all the stuff about Grandpa Patrick coming out.
He trailed off, staring at his hands. Holly understood. The O'Sullivan family had been through an emotional earthquake in the past few days, learning the truth about Patrick's role in Emmeline's death, dealing with Danny's alcoholism and departure for treatment, and now nearly losing Maeve in a car accident. It was more than any family should have to handle, especially with a teenager trying to process it all.
Your grandfather was a good man who made a terrible mistake,
Holly said gently.
Your father has been carrying guilt that wasn't his to carry, and your mother is the strongest person I know. Whatever happens next, your family is going to get through it.
Tommy nodded, some of the tension leaving his shoulders.
Mom said you saved her life down there by the creek.
We saved each other. That's what friends do.
Jasper appeared with fresh coffee and news from town.
The road crews have finally cleared Main Street,
he reported, settling into the chair beside Holly.
And Sheriff Webb called. They've officially closed the investigation into the Ashford case. All the paperwork is done. All the statements are filed. It's over.
Holly felt a weight she hadn't realized she was still carrying finally lift from her shoulders. For the first time since discovering the hidden compartment in the Victorian Snowglobe, she could truly say the mystery was solved.
What about Emmeline's burial?
She asked.
Father Miguel has scheduled it for this Saturday. The whole town is invited, but it's going to be a private ceremony for those who want to pay their respects. No media, no fanfare, just a chance to finally lay her to rest properly.
A nurse appeared in the waiting room doorway.
Family of Maeve O'Sullivan?
Tommy jumped up immediately.
That's us. Is she okay?
She's fine.
The nurse smiled.
The surgery went very well. The orthopedic surgeon was able to repair the fracture with a plate and screws. She'll be on crutches for a few weeks, but she should have full use of the leg once it heals.
Holly felt tears of relief sting her eyes. After everything that had happened, the thought of losing Maeve to a random accident had been almost unbearable.
Can we see her?
Tommy asked.
She's still groggy from the anesthesia, but yes. Room 237, just down the hall.
They found Maeve propped up in bed, her leg elevated and wrapped in bandages, but smiling weakly at their arrival. The color had returned to her cheeks, and her eyes were clear despite the pain medication.
Hey there, hero,
she said to Holly as they entered.
I heard you rappelled down a cliff to save me.
It was more of a steep hill,
Holly replied, taking the chair beside the bed.
And I had help.
Still counts.
Maeve reached out and squeezed Holly's hand.
Thank you for everything this week, not just the rescue, for finding the truth, for helping our family face it, for being the friend I didn't think I deserved anymore.
You deserved better than I gave you when I left for college,
Holly said quietly.
I'm sorry it took me so long to come back and make things right.
We were both doing what we thought we had to do. You were chasing your dreams, and I was protecting my family's secrets. Neither of us was wrong, but neither of us was completely right either.
Tommy cleared his throat.
Not to interrupt this moment, but Mom, what do we tell people about Dad?
Maeve's expression grew serious.
We tell them the truth, that he's getting help for his drinking, that he's dealing with some old guilt that was eating him alive, and that we hope he'll come home a healthier person.
She looked around at all of them.
This week has taught me that secrets are poison. Even when we keep them for good reasons, they end up hurting the people we're trying to protect.
Speaking of truth,
Jasper said,
Holly has something to tell you.
Holly felt her cheeks flush.
It's not a big announcement or anything, but I've decided to stay in Millbrook Falls permanently. I'm going to reopen Frosted Memories and make it my real home, not just a temporary stop.
Maeve's face lit up despite her obvious fatigue.
Really? You're not going back to Denver?
Denver doesn't need me. This place does. This community, this shop, these friendships, they're worth more than any corporate job.
Holly glanced at Jasper, seeing warmth and pride in his expression.
Besides, someone has to keep an eye on you people. You're all clearly too prone to drama and near-death experiences.
Says the woman who just climbed down a cliff to rescue someone from a car.
Tommy pointed out with a grin that made him look much younger. They stayed at the hospital until visiting hours ended, talking about everything and nothing. Plans for renovating the shop, Tommy's college applications, Maeve's recovery timeline, and the changes that would come to Millbrook Falls now that its deepest secret had been revealed. As they prepared to leave, Maeve caught Holly's hand again.
I'm glad you came home,
she said simply.
I'm glad we got our second chance.
Me too,
Holly replied, meaning it completely. The drive back to town through the snow-covered streets was peaceful. Most of the emergency vehicles had departed, and the accident scene at the bridge had been cleared except for some damaged guardrail that would be repaired in the spring. Milbrook Falls looked serene under its blanket of fresh snow, like a town that had weathered a storm and emerged stronger.
Hungry?
Jasper asked as they passed the diner, which was still open despite the late hour.
Starving, actually. I don't think I've eaten since breakfast.
They settled into a booth at Murphy's Diner, where the waitress brought them coffee without being asked, and launched into the local gossip about who had helped dig out which neighbors and which businesses had lost power during the storm. It was exactly the kind of small-town normalcy that Holly had found suffocating as a teenager, but now found deeply comforting.
So?
Jasper said when they were alone again.
Have you given any thought to what you want to do with the shop? Besides reopening it, I mean.
Holly stirred cream into her coffee, considering.
I want to expand the repair services. There are collectors all over the region who need someone who knows how to fix vintage snow globes properly. And I'd like to add a small workshop area where people can learn to make their own.
Teaching?
Why not? Everyone should have the chance to create their own perfect moment, their own little world where everything is beautiful and peaceful.
Holly smiled, thinking of all the possibilities.
I could do birthday parties for kids, date nights for couples, even grief counseling sessions where people create memorial globes for loved ones they've lost.
That sounds perfect,
Jasper said, and Holly could hear genuine admiration in his voice.
You're talking about helping people create hope.
Exactly. That's what Grandmother Nora was really doing all those years, wasn't it? helping people hold on to the beautiful moments, the peaceful scenes, the times when everything felt perfect.
Holly paused, struck by a sudden thought.
Jasper, do you think she knew? When she hid those clues in the Victorian globe, do you think she knew I'd be the one to find them and solve the mystery?
I think your grandmother knew you better than you knew yourself,
Jasper replied.
She knew you'd come back when the town needed you, and she knew you wouldn't be able to walk away from an unsolved mystery.
She was counting on my stubbornness.
She was counting on your love, for her, for this place, for the truth.
Jasper reached across the table and took her hand.
She was right to count on you.
They finished their late dinner in comfortable conversation, making plans for the shop renovation and discussing logistics like where Holly would live long-term. The apartment above Frosted Memories was charming but small, and if she was going to stay permanently, she'd need more space. Jasper mentioned that the Victorian house next to the bookstore might be coming up for sale soon, and Holly found herself imagining a future where they lived next door to each other, sharing morning coffee and evening conversations across their adjoining gardens. It was nearly midnight when they finally left the diner. Main Street was quiet, except for the soft whisper of snow continuing to fall and the warm glow of Christmas lights in shop windows. As they walked back toward Frosted Memories, Holly noticed that someone had left a small package on the shop's doorstep.
Expecting something?
Jasper asked as Holly picked up the wrapped box.
No return address,
Holly observed, turning it over in her hands. The package was wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple string, like something from an earlier era. Inside the shop, Holly carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a small snow globe she didn't recognize. This one was clearly handmade, with a simple glass sphere containing a miniature scene of Main Street in winter. The tiny buildings were painted with loving detail, including a perfect replica of Frosted Memories with its mint green paint and white trim. A note was tucked beneath the globe's base. For Holly, thank you for bringing peace to our town and to our hearts. Welcome home. The Millbrook Falls Historical Society. Holly felt tears spring to her eyes as she examined the globe more closely. Every detail was perfect, from the tiny Christmas wreaths on the lampposts to the miniature figures of people walking through the snow. In front of the little Frosted Memories, two small figures stood together, a woman with auburn hair and a man with glasses, holding hands under a streetlight.
It's us,
Jasper said softly, looking over her shoulder.
It's home,
Holly replied, setting the globe carefully on the counter where it would catch the morning light.
It's our perfect moment.
They stood together in the quiet shop, surrounded by hundreds of other perfect moments captured under glass, and Holly thought about all the scenes that had brought her to this point. The Victorian globe, with its dark secrets, had been shattered to reveal the truth, but this new globe represented something better, a future built on honesty, friendship, love, and the courage to face whatever came next. Outside, the snow continued to fall on Millbrook Falls, covering the last traces of tragedy and violence with a blanket of pure white. Inside Frosted Memories, Holly Hart was finally home, surrounded by captured moments and infinite possibilities, ready to help others create their own perfect worlds, one snow globe at a time. The past had been laid to rest, the truth had been revealed, and tomorrow would bring new chances for joy, healing, and the kind of everyday magic that made small towns special. Holly couldn't think of anywhere else she'd rather be, or anything else she'd rather do than spend the rest of her life preserving and creating those perfect moments that reminded people that hope was always possible, no matter how dark the winter might seem. The shattered glass of old secrets had been swept away, and in its place was the clear, bright promise of new beginnings. 19. Christmas morning, healing.
Holly woke to silence.
Not the heavy, muffled quiet of falling snow, but the crystalline stillness that followed a storm. Sunlight streamed through the frost-etched windows of the apartment above Frosted Memories, painting rainbow prisms across the hardwood floor. Tinsel stretched beside her on the bed, his silver fur catching the light as he yawned and began his morning grooming ritual. She lay still for a moment, listening to the gentle sounds of the town stirring to life below, car doors closing, distant laughter, the scrape of snow shovels on sidewalks, normal sounds, safe sounds. Christmas morning. 3 days ago, she'd been chasing a killer through a blizzard. 2 days ago, she'd watched Sheriff Webb lead Dr. Fitzgerald away in handcuffs while the woman sobbed about protecting the community she'd served for 40 years. Yesterday, she'd given her final statement and helped Maeve explain to her mother why reporters kept calling about events from 30 years past. Now, Christmas morning had arrived with the gentle persistence of dawn, offering something Holly hadn't felt in months: peace. Tinsel abandoned his grooming to pad across the comforter and bump his head against her chin, purring.
"Merry Christmas to you too, you furry detective,"
she murmured, scratching behind his ears.
"Think Jasper remembered the salmon?"
As if summoned by her words, the soft knock she'd been hoping for came at the door downstairs. Holly pulled on her grandmother's thick robe and padded down to the shop, Tinsel weaving between her feet. Jasper stood on the doorstep, holding a cardboard tray of coffee cups and a paper bag that smelled like cinnamon and vanilla. Snow clung to his dark hair, and his cheeks were pink from the cold. Behind his wire-rimmed glasses, his brown eyes held the same quiet contentment she felt.
"Merry Christmas,"
he said, stepping inside and stamping his boots on the mat.
"I brought breakfast, and yes, there's salmon for Tinsel."
"You're perfect."
The words slipped out before she could stop them, but instead of embarrassment, she felt only warmth. After everything that had happened, there was no point in hiding behind walls anymore. His smile reached his eyes.
"I have my moments."
They settled at the small table in the shop's back room, surrounded by the gentle chaos of the previous night's cleanup efforts. Broken glass had been swept away, but displaced snow globes still covered every surface, waiting to be reorganized. The Victorian globe, or what remained of it, sat in a place of honor on the windowsill, its shattered pieces carefully arranged in a shallow box lined with velvet. Holly sipped her coffee and watched Jasper distribute pastries from Sweet Provisions. Even in crisis, Maeve had found time to bake.
"How's the town this morning?"
"Quiet. Thoughtful."
Jasper handed her a bear claw dusted with powdered sugar.
"I stopped by the sheriff's office. Webb says the roads are mostly clear, but a lot of folks are staying home today. Processing, I think."
Holly nodded. She understood. Learning that someone you'd trusted for decades had committed murder to protect a 30-year-old secret, it left scars on a community's soul.
"Any word on Dr. Fitzgerald?"
"Formally charged. Webb thinks she'll plead guilty."
Jasper's voice was gentle.
"Her lawyer's already talking about a plea deal, mental health evaluation, reduced sentence in exchange for cooperation."
Holly stared into her coffee. Dr. Fitzgerald had looked so small in handcuffs, so broken. A woman who'd dedicated her life to healing, undone by the impossible weight of secrets she'd tried to carry alone.
"I keep thinking about what she said," Holly admitted. "About protecting the community. In her mind, she really believed she was doing the right thing."
"Maybe she was 30 years ago."
Jasper reached across the table to touch her hand.
"Helping cover up a tragic accident to protect a grieving family, I can understand that impulse. But murder?
He shook his head.
There's no protecting anyone from that."
Tinsel appeared on the table between them, eyeing the salmon Jasper had promised. As Holly opened the container and let him investigate, she thought about the fine line between protection and harm, between mercy and justice. Her grandmother had walked that line for 3 decades, holding secrets close until the right moment to reveal them.
"Do you think Nora knew?" Holly asked. "That Dr. Fitzgerald would eventually kill to keep the secret?"
"I think your grandmother understood people better than most."
Jasper's tone was thoughtful.
"She left you everything you needed to find the truth, but she also left it in a way that required you to grow into it, to become someone who could handle that kind of responsibility."
Holly thought of the hidden compartment in the Victorian globe, accessible only when the sphere was broken. Her grandmother had known that someday, someone would have to make the choice between preserving beauty and revealing truth. She'd made sure that someone would be Holly. Another knock interrupted her thoughts. Through the front window, she could see Maeve on the doorstep, holding a covered dish and shifting nervously from foot to foot. Holly unlocked the door.
Merry Christmas.
I wasn't sure if I should come.
Maeve's words came out in a rush.
I know you're probably tired of dealing with my family's mess, but I made Mom's Christmas bread, and I thought...
She trailed off, looking uncertain.
You thought right.
Holly stepped aside.
Come in. We were just having breakfast.
Maeve entered hesitantly, still clutching the covered dish. In the morning light, Holly could see the strain of the past few days in her friend's face. Dark circles under her eyes, tension in the set of her shoulders. But there was something else, too, a lightness that hadn't been there before.
I told Danny everything,
Maeve said without preamble, setting the bread on the counter.
About Dad, about what really happened to Emmeline, about why I've been so angry for so long.
Holly felt her breath catch.
How did he take it?
Better than I expected.
Maeve's smile was tremulous.
Turns out he knew I was carrying something heavy. He just didn't know what. He's going to get help for the drinking, and I'm going to see someone too about the anger.
That's wonderful, Maeve.
I wanted to apologize.
Maeve's voice strengthened.
Not just for Dad's part in what happened to Emmeline, but for how I treated you. I blamed you for leaving, but the truth is, I was jealous. You got out. You built a life somewhere else. I stayed and let myself get buried under secrets and resentment.
Holly moved toward her friend, arms opening.
We both made mistakes.
They embraced, and Holly felt something tight in her chest finally loosen. This was what she'd missed in her sterile city life, the messy complexity of real relationships, the possibility of forgiveness and second chances. When they separated, Maeve wiped her eyes and managed a watery laugh.
Look at me, crying on Christmas morning. Mom always said the holidays make everything more dramatic.
How is your mother handling all this?
Jasper asked gently.
She's processing.
Maeve unwrapped the Christmas bread, revealing a beautiful braided loaf studded with cranberries and nuts.
She loved Dad, but she also knew he was troubled by something. Learning the truth is hard, but I think it's also a relief. Finally understanding why he drank too much and woke up screaming sometimes.
Holly cut generous slices of the bread while Maeve poured herself coffee from Jasper's tray. For a few minutes, they ate in companionable silence, the morning sun growing stronger and filling the shop with golden light.
So,
Maeve said eventually,
what happens now? With the shop, I mean.
Holly looked around at the chaos of displaced snow globes, at the empty space where the Victorian display had stood, at the apartment stairs leading to the temporary home that was starting to feel permanent.
I'm not sure yet, she admitted. I called my boss in Denver yesterday and told him I needed extended leave. Indefinite leave.
Jasper's hand found hers under the table, warm and reassuring.
I keep thinking about what Nora left me, Holly continued. Not just the shop, but the responsibility. She spent 30 years being the keeper of this secret, protecting people, but also preserving the truth for when it was needed. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do now. Be a different kind of keeper.
What do you mean? Maeve asked.
Holly gestured to the snow globes surrounding them, hundreds of miniature worlds captured in glass.
These aren't just decorations. They're memories, moments people wanted to preserve. Nora understood that. She helped people hold on to the beautiful things while she held on to the difficult truths.
That sounds like a calling,
Jasper said softly.
Maybe it is.
Holly smiled, feeling the rightness of the words as she spoke them.
I want to reopen the shop, but I want to expand it too. Offer restoration services, create custom pieces, maybe even teach workshops. Help people preserve their own special moments.
I could help with the historical research, Jasper offered. Document the stories behind the pieces.
And I could handle the baking for any events, Maeve added quickly. I mean, if you want, I know I have a lot of making up to do.
Holly looked at her friends, one new, one rediscovered, and felt the warm certainty of found family.
I'd love that.
They spent the rest of the morning cleaning and organizing, working together to restore order to the shop. As they moved carefully among the delicate displays, Holly found herself noticing details she'd missed before, the way morning light played differently through each globe, the subtle variations in craftsmanship that spoke of different eras and makers, the way Tinsel seemed to have appointed himself official inspector of every relocated piece. By noon, the shop looked almost normal again. Better than normal, actually. The empty space where the Victorian globe had stood was now filled with a grouping of winter scenes that seemed to flow together like chapters in a story. The afternoon light would be perfect for customers to examine the pieces without glare.
It looks good, Maeve said, surveying their work. Different, but good.
Different can be better, Holly agreed.
As if to test that theory, Sheriff Webb appeared at the door, still in uniform despite the holiday. Holly let him in, noting the exhaustion in his weathered face.
Sorry to interrupt, he said, declining Holly's offer of coffee. Just wanted to check in, see how you're doing.
We're okay, Holly assured him. Any updates?
Dr. Fitzgerald's lawyer filed the paperwork this morning. Guilty plea on all charges in exchange for life with possibility of parole after 20 years.
Webb's expression was grim.
Given her age, it's effectively a life sentence.
Holly nodded. Justice, of a sort. Not the ending anyone would have written, but perhaps the only one possible.
There's something else, Webb continued. The state's sending someone next week to officially close the Emmeline Ashford case. They'll want to interview you again, get everything on record.
Of course.
The Ashford Estate lawyer called too. Turns out Emmeline's parents left money in trust for information leading to resolution of their daughter's case. It's yours, if you want it.
Holly blinked in surprise.
I don't need...
Think about it.
Webb interrupted gently.
Could be useful for fixing up this place, or helping other families find closure. Whatever feels right to you.
After he left, Holly stood in the middle of her grandmother's shop, her shop now, and tried to process the morning's revelations. Money for the renovation. Friends offering to help. A clear path forward if she had the courage to take it.
You're really going to do this, aren't you?
Jasper asked, reading her expression.
Stay in Millbrook Falls. Make a life here.
I think I am.
The words felt strange and wonderful in her mouth.
For the first time in months, I can see a future that doesn't involve running away from something.
Maeve smiled.
Good. We need you here.
As afternoon shadows began to lengthen across the shop floor, Holly's friends gradually departed. Maeve to Christmas dinner with her mother and a sober Danny, Jasper to visit the elderly congregation members who counted on his holiday check-ins. Holly was left alone with Tinsel and the gentle quiet of Christmas evening. She made herself tea and sat in the window seat overlooking Main Street, watching the town settle into holiday peace. Porch lights twinkled on house after house. Families gathered around dinner tables visible through warm, lit windows. Children played in yards transformed by the storm into winter wonderlands. This was what she'd been missing in Denver. Not just community, but the sense of being woven into something larger than herself. Her marketing career had been successful, but ultimately hollow. All surface polish with nothing meaningful underneath. Here, surrounded by her grandmother's treasures and the weight of family history, she felt the deep satisfaction of purpose. Tinsel leaped onto her lap, purring as he settled into a contented ball. Holly stroked his silver fur and thought about the conversation she'd need to have with her landlord in Denver, the furniture she'd need to ship or sell, the life she'd need to dismantle in order to build a new one. It should have felt overwhelming. Instead, it felt like coming home. Her phone buzzed with a text from Jasper. Dinner tomorrow? I have ideas about the workshop space. She typed back, I'd love that. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Holly. Sweet dreams. As darkness settled over Millbrook Falls, Holly climbed the stairs to her grandmother's apartment with Tinsel trailing behind. Tomorrow would bring decisions and planning and the hard work of building something new from the ashes of tragedy. But tonight, Christmas night, she wanted only to rest in the peace they'd all fought so hard to achieve. She fell asleep with snow beginning to fall again outside her window, gentle and soft, like a benediction on the quiet town below. 20. Boxing Day Decisions. The courthouse smelled like old paper and industrial coffee, a stark contrast to the pine-scented warmth of frosted memories. Holly sat in the witness room, reviewing her typed statement one final time, while Sheriff Webb shuffled through manila folders across the metal table.
This covers everything,
she said, sliding the papers back to him.
Timeline, evidence, her confession.
Webb nodded, adding her statement to a thick file marked Ashford, Emmeline, closed. The word looked strange after 30 years of uncertainty.
District Attorney's satisfied. The defense attorney says she wants to allocate its sentencing, make a full statement about her motivations.
Holly thought of the broken woman who'd sobbed in handcuffs about protecting her community.
Will that help her sentence?
Might show remorse to the judge. Won't change the facts, though.
Webb's weathered face was thoughtful.
3 people dead because she couldn't accept that some secrets need to see daylight.
Through the courthouse windows, Holly could see Main Street slowly returning to normal post-holiday rhythms. Shop owners swept snow from their doorways. The Christmas decorations looked slightly forlorn in the gray December light, but the town itself seemed lighter somehow, as if a weight had been lifted.
Any word on when the sentencing will be?
Holly asked.
Few months, probably. The defense is pushing for a psychiatric evaluation first.
Webb closed the file with finality.
You planning to be there?
Holly considered. Part of her wanted to see Margaret face the consequences of her actions. Another part, the part that sounded like Grandmother Nora, whispered about mercy and the complexity of human hearts.
I'm not sure yet,
she admitted.
Depends on what feels right when the time comes.
Webb's smile was approving.
Your grandmother would have said the same thing.
Holly left the courthouse feeling oddly complete. The official investigation was over. Margaret would spend the rest of her life paying for her choices. Emmeline Ashford's case was finally closed. But the real healing was just beginning, for the town, the families, for Holly herself. Her next stop was St. Margaret's, the small stone church where Father Miguel had ministered to Millbrook Falls for 4 decades. Holly found him in the sanctuary, replacing Christmas flowers with simple white lilies. The elderly priest moved with careful precision, each gesture deliberate and graceful.
Holly, dear.
His voice carried the faint accent of his native Columbia.
How are you holding up?
Better than I expected.
She slid into a front pew, watching him work.
I keep thinking about what she said, about protecting people. How do you know when keeping secrets is mercy and when it's just enabling harm?
Father Miguel arranged the last lily before joining her in the pew.
That's the question, isn't it? I've been thinking about it since you told me what happened.
He was quiet for a moment, hands folded in his lap.
I think it comes down to why you're keeping it. Are you protecting someone from real harm? Or just protecting yourself from consequences?
What about protecting a community? She really believed she was saving the town from scandal.
Did she?
Father Miguel's dark eyes were gentle but probing.
Or was she protecting her own reputation as the person who helped cover up Emmeline's death? Sometimes we think we're being noble, when really we're just being selfish.
Holly thought about her grandmother's journals, the careful documentation of suspicions and evidence. Nora had kept secrets too, but she'd also preserved the truth for when it was needed. The difference felt important.
Nora knew.
Holly said suddenly.
She knew who killed Emmeline, but she waited. Why?
Perhaps because she understood that truth without wisdom can be as destructive as lies.
Father Miguel's voice was thoughtful.
Your grandmother was patient. She waited until you were ready to handle the responsibility She was passing to you.
But people died while she waited. Cordelia, Ralph Morrison.
People died because she chose murder over confession. That's not your grandmother's fault or yours.
His tone was firm but kind.
We can't control what others choose to do with the truth. We can only control whether we preserve it and how we share it.
Holly stared at the simple wooden cross above the altar, thinking about the weight of legacy and the burden of knowledge.
I found out yesterday that the Ashford Estate left money for whoever solved Emmeline's case. Enough to renovate the shop completely, maybe expand into the empty space next door.
That troubles you?
It feels like profiting from tragedy.
Father Miguel was quiet for a long moment.
What if it's not profit, but opportunity? A chance to do something meaningful with resources that have been waiting 30 years for the right purpose.
You think I should take it?
I think you should pray about it. But I also think your grandmother would say that money sitting in a bank account helps no one. Money used to create beauty, preserve memories, build community. That honors Emmeline's memory better than any monument.
Holly left the church with Father Miguel's words echoing in her mind. The walk to her next appointment took her past Between the Lines, where Jasper waved from behind the counter as he helped a customer, past Sweet Provisions where Maeve was training someone new, her first employee, funded by the insurance settlement from Danny's accident the previous year, past the gazebo where Cordelia had died, now cleared of police tape and looking peaceful under a light dusting of snow. The law office occupied the second floor of a Victorian building that had been meticulously restored to its original grandeur. Victoria Chen, Nora's attorney, was a sharp-eyed woman in her 50s who had clearly been expecting Holly's visit.
I was wondering when you'd come in,
she said, gesturing Holly to a leather chair across from her antique desk.
Your grandmother left very specific instructions about what to tell you if you decided to stay in Millbrook Falls.
She knew I might stay?
Victoria's smile was knowing.
Nora Winters was many things, but naive wasn't one of them. She knew you'd been running from something in Denver. She also knew that solving her mystery might give you reason to stop running.
Holly felt a familiar tightness in her chest, the old resistance to being managed, even by someone she'd loved.
What kind of instructions?
See for yourself.
Victoria pulled a sealed envelope from her desk drawer. Holly's name was written across it in Nora's careful handwriting, along with a note. Open only if Holly chooses Millbrook Falls. Inside, Holly found a letter and a set of architectural drawings. My dear Holly, if you're reading this, it means you've decided to make Millbrook Falls your home. I'm so happy, sweetheart. I always hoped you'd find your way back to us. I know the shop needs work. I've been putting off renovations for years, telling myself I was too old to deal with the mess. The truth is, I was waiting for you. The plans Victoria is showing you represent everything I dreamed of for Frosted Memories, but never had the courage to attempt. The money is there, not just from my savings, but from the life insurance policy you probably didn't know about. I want you to use it to build something beautiful, something that honors the past but embraces the future. But more than that, I want you to use it to heal. Create a place where people can come not just to buy memories, but to make them, host workshops, teach children about craftsmanship, show people that broken things can be made beautiful again. You've always had the gift of seeing potential in damaged things, Holly. Use that gift. Build something wonderful. All my love, Nora. Holly's hands shook as she unfolded the architectural drawings. They showed Frosted Memories expanded into the adjacent vacant space, with a proper workshop area, a small cafe corner, and a community room for classes and events. The designs were professional, detailed, expensive.
She had these drawn up 2 years ago,
Victoria explained.
When Dr. Patterson's practice moved to the medical center and the space next door became available, she put an option on the lease, renewable annually. It's still available if you want it.
Holly stared at the drawings, seeing her grandmother's vision made concrete. A place where tradition and innovation could coexist, where the delicate art of Snowglobe creation could be preserved and passed on, where broken things, like relationships, like communities, like hearts, could be carefully mended.
How much money are we talking about?
She asked. Victoria named a figure that made Holly's eyes widen. Combined with the Ashford Estate reward, it was enough to fund the renovation completely and still leave a comfortable cushion for operating expenses.
There's one condition,
Victoria added.
The expansion has to include community programming, workshops, classes, events. Nora was very specific about that.
Holly thought about Father Miguel's words, about money sitting idle versus money used for meaningful purpose, about her grandmother's patient planning and her own unexpected desire to build something lasting.
I'll need time to think about all this,
she said finally.
Of course, but don't take too long. The lease option expires at the end of January.
Holly walked home through the quiet streets of Millbrook Falls, architectural drawings tucked under her arm and her mind spinning with possibilities. The sun was setting early, painting the snow-covered mountains pink and gold. Lights were coming on in houses along her route, revealing glimpses of normal evening life. Families cooking dinner, children doing homework, couples settling in for quiet nights at home. This could be her life, not just the shop, but the whole rhythm of small-town existence, knowing her neighbors' names, having regular customers who became friends, building something that would outlast her, the way Nora had built something to outlast her. But it would also mean leaving her old life completely behind. No more high-stakes marketing campaigns, no more Denver salary, no more anonymity of city living where she could reinvent herself whenever the past became uncomfortable. Her phone rang as she reached Frosted Memories. Richard's name on the caller ID made her stomach clench with familiar anxiety. Holly, her ex-husband's voice was carefully neutral.
I got your message about extending your leave. We need to talk.
There's nothing to discuss, Richard. I'm not coming back to Denver.
Don't be ridiculous. You're grieving. You're not thinking clearly. This little mountain town isn't your real life.
Holly looked through the windows of her shop, where Tinsel sat perched regally among the snow globes, and felt the last of her uncertainty crystallize into clarity.
You're right,
she said.
This isn't my old life. It's my new one.
She hung up before he could respond and turned off her phone. Inside the shop, she spread the architectural drawings on the counter while Tinsel investigated the corners with his usual thoroughness. The expansion plans were beautiful, respectful of the building's Victorian character while adding modern functionality. She could picture workshops in the community room, children's faces bright with concentration as they learned to create their own snow-filled worlds. Local artisans selling their work in the expanded retail space. Book clubs meeting upstairs in the cafe corner, with Jasper recommending mysteries and Maeve providing coffee and pastries. She could picture herself here in 5 years, 10 years, silver threading through her auburn hair like her grandmother's, hands skilled from years of delicate repair work, surrounded by the accumulated stories of a community that had become truly hers. The vision felt so real, so possible, that it terrified her. Her laptop was still open on the kitchen table upstairs. Before she could lose her nerve, she opened her email and began typing. To Director of Human Resources, from Holly Hart. Subject, Resignation. Please accept this as my formal notice of resignation from my position as Senior Marketing Director, effective immediately. I will not be returning from leave. I understand this creates staffing challenges, and I apologize for the short notice. However, my circumstances have changed permanently, and I am no longer able to continue in my role. Please coordinate with Richard Hart regarding the transfer of my current projects and client relationships. My personal belongings can be shipped to my new address, which I will provide separately. Thank you for the opportunities for professional growth during my time with the company. Sincerely, Holly Hart. She hit send before she could reconsider. Her phone rang immediately. Richard again, no doubt having been copied on the email. This time, she didn't even look at the screen before declining the call. There would be consequences, financial complications, professional bridges burned, but for the first time in months, Holly felt the deep satisfaction of making a choice based on what she wanted rather than what she feared. Tinsel jumped onto her lap as she closed the laptop, purring his approval.
What do you think, Detective?
She asked, scratching behind his ears.
Ready to become small-town cats?
His purr grew louder. Holly spent the evening walking through the shop, looking at each display with new eyes. These weren't just antiques to be sold and replaced. They were the foundation of something bigger, a business, yes, but also a mission, a way to help people preserve the moments that mattered most to them. She thought about Emmeline Ashford, whose story was finally complete, about Margaret, whose attempt to protect the past had destroyed her future, about her grandmother, who had trusted Holly to carry on not just a business, but a tradition of careful stewardship. Tomorrow, she would call Victoria Chen. She would take the money and the plans and see what could be built from them. She would find out what it meant to stop running. Tinsel stretched and yawned, then settled more deeply into her lap. Outside, snow began to fall again, soft flakes catching the light from the shop windows. Holly watched it accumulate on the sill, each crystal unique but part of something larger, something that would transform the landscape by morning. The metaphor wasn't lost on her. She was one small flake in the larger pattern of Millbrook Falls, but she was beginning to understand that sometimes the smallest changes could reshape everything. 21. New Year's resolutions. Jasper locked the front door of Between the Lines and flipped the sign to closed, though anyone walking by could see through the large windows that the bookstore had transformed into something resembling an architect's office. Blueprints covered every available surface, the reading table, the coffee bar counter, even the top of the biography section. Holly's neat handwriting filled the margins with cost estimates and timeline notes, while his own research occupied 3 legal pads with details about the building's history, permit requirements, and local craftsmen who specialized in Victorian restoration. He'd never imagined how intoxicating collaboration could be. For 6 days, they'd worked side by side, turning Nora's vision into a practical plan. Holly brought business acumen he'd never possessed, realistic budgets, marketing strategies, operational workflows that made his head spin with their complexity. He contributed what he did best, the deep knowledge of Millbrook Falls that only came from loving a place for decades, which contractors could be trusted with delicate woodwork, which suppliers had materials that would match the original architecture, which neighbors might object to increased foot traffic and how to address their concerns before they became problems. Watching Holly work had been a revelation. She approached problems with methodical precision, breaking complex challenges into manageable pieces. But she also listened, really listened, when he explained why certain compromises would or wouldn't work for the community. She'd scrapped her initial plan for a modern coffee bar when he'd gently pointed out that the Victorian aesthetic was what drew tourists to Main Street in the first place.
What if we do vintage-style fixtures with modern functionality?
She'd suggested, sketching quickly on the margins of the blueprints.
Give people the Instagram-worthy atmosphere they want, but with reliable equipment that won't break down during the frost fair rush?
Pure Holly, practical solutions with authentic charm. Jasper straightened the research materials and rolled up the largest blueprint, securing it with a rubber band. Tonight was New Year's Eve, and for the first time in his adult life, he was looking forward to a celebration instead of treating it as something to endure. The town was hosting a small gathering at the community center, nothing like the elaborate frost fair, just neighbors marking the passage of time together. He'd asked Holly to attend with him, officially. Not as research partners or fellow mystery solvers, but as a couple. The word still felt strange in his mind, weighted with possibilities he'd spent years avoiding. His phone buzzed with a text from Holly.
Almost ready. Maeve brought something that requires your historical expertise.
Jasper smiled, pocketing his keys. Holly had been staying late at the shop most evenings, working through the logistical details of the expansion while fielding calls from her former life in Denver. Her ex-husband had apparently escalated from phone calls to emails to having colleagues reach out on his behalf, all trying to convince her that she was making a mistake. Jasper had watched her delete each message without reading it, her jaw set with the kind of determination that had carried her through solving a 30-year-old murder. The walk to Frosted Memories took him past the community center, where warm light spilled from windows, and the sound of voices suggested the evening was already underway. But first, he wanted to collect Holly and hear about whatever historical mystery Maeve had discovered. He found them in the shop's back room, bent over what appeared to be a leather-bound photo album. Tinsel supervised from his perch on the windowsill, tail twitching with interest.
Jasper, perfect timing,
Maeve said, looking up with excitement.
Look what I found in Mom's attic while we were cleaning out Dad's things.
The album was filled with photographs from Millbrook Falls' early days. Turn-of-the-century shots of Main Street when it was still mostly dirt roads, families posing in front of the original church, children sledding down hills that were now residential neighborhoods. But the photos that had captured their attention were from the 1920s, showing the construction of what was now Frosted Memories.
See this?
Holly pointed to a black-and-white image of workers installing elaborate woodwork around the shop's front windows.
The craftsmanship is incredible. If we can match this level of detail in the expansion...
We can,
Jasper said, studying the photograph.
Tom Morrison's grandfather was the carpenter who did the original work. Tom still has some of the old tools, and his son Jake learned the techniques. They're expensive, but they're the best choice for maintaining authenticity.
Tom Morrison?
Maeve's voice was careful.
As in Ralph Morrison's family?
The name hung in the air for a moment. Ralph, the second murder victim whose only crime had been asking questions about old property records. Jasper felt the familiar weight of how tragedy had touched every family in their small town.
Tom's a good man,
Jasper said gently.
His grandfather would be proud to know the family craft was helping preserve something beautiful.
Holly nodded, making a note on her ever-present legal pad.
I'll call him next week.
They spent a few more minutes examining the photographs, with Jasper providing historical context for the faces and buildings captured in sepia tones. It struck him how naturally the three of them worked together now. Holly's organizational skills, Maeve's local connections through the bakery, his own research abilities. A month ago, they'd been little more than acquaintances. Now they felt like family.
We should head to the community center,
Holly said eventually, closing the album.
Danny's watching the bakery booth, and I promised him we'd be there by 8.
The community center buzzed with quiet energy when they arrived. Unlike the Frost Fair's tourist crowds, tonight's gathering was purely local, perhaps 60 people total, representing families who'd weathered the recent crisis together. Children ran between tables laden with potluck dishes, while adults clustered in conversation groups that shifted and reformed like slow dances. Jasper felt Holly's hand slip into his as they paused in the doorway, and he realized this was the moment. No more pretending they were just friends who happened to be working together. No more careful distance maintained for the sake of propriety. They were arriving as a couple, and everyone would know it.
Ready for this?
Holly asked quietly.
More than ready.
The evening unfolded with the comfortable rhythm of small-town celebration. Sheriff Webb complimented Holly on her plans for the shop expansion, while his wife shared stories of buying Christmas ornaments from Nora over the years. Father Miguel blessed the food and the new year with equal solemnity. Patricia, rescued from Margaret's scheme and still shaken but determined to move forward, thanked Holly again for her courage in solving the case. Maeve had indeed set up a booth for sweet provisions, offering coffee and pastries to supplement the potluck spread. Danny worked beside her with the careful sobriety of someone actively fighting his demons, but there was genuine warmth between them that Jasper hadn't seen in years. The recent crisis had shown them what really mattered.
Look at this,
Holly said, drawing Jasper's attention to a corner where a group of women surrounded a card table.
Mrs. Chen is teaching people to repair costume jewelry. See how she's showing them to reinforce the wire connections?
Jasper watched the impromptu lesson with growing excitement.
That's exactly what you want for the workshop space, isn't it? Community members sharing skills, teaching each other.
It's perfect.
Holly's eyes were bright with possibilities.
We could have a different focus each month. Jewelry repair, basic woodworking, maybe even Snowglobe creation for beginners.
I could coordinate the historical research component,
Jasper offered.
Help people understand the stories behind the techniques they're learning.
We make a good team,
Holly said, and the simple words carried weight that made his chest tight with emotion. As the evening progressed, Jasper found himself relaxing in a way he hadn't experienced in years. Part of it was Holly's presence beside him, the easy warmth of accepted partnership. But part of it was the community itself. The recent tragedy had stripped away pretense and social distance. People talked more honestly now, hugged more freely, expressed gratitude for ordinary moments that might have been taken for granted before.
You know what's strange?
Holly said during a lull in conversation. They'd found seats near the windows where they could watch snow beginning to fall outside.
3 weeks ago, I was planning to sell everything and go back to Denver. I couldn't wait to escape this place.
What changed?
Holly was quiet for a moment, considering.
I think I stopped seeing Millbrook Falls as the place I'd left behind and started seeing it as the place I could build something meaningful. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense.
Jasper thought about his own journey from passive observer to active participant.
I spent years cataloging other people's stories instead of creating my own. Working with you on the shop plans. It's the first time I felt like I was building something, instead of just preserving what already existed.
Maybe we both needed that. Something to stop us from hiding.
At 11:30, someone dimmed the lights and turned up the music. A handful of couples began slow dancing near the refreshment table, while children who'd managed to stay awake this late ran in circles powered by sugar and excitement. Jasper watched Holly laugh at something Maeve said and felt certainty settle in his chest like a warm stone. He was in love with her, not just attraction or partnership, but real love, the kind that changed everything. He'd spent years avoiding emotional risks like this, but instead of terror, he felt only rightness.
Dance with me?
He asked when Holly returned from helping Maeve pack up the bakery supplies.
I thought you'd never ask.
They moved together easily, Holly's head fitting perfectly against his shoulder as they swayed to music that was probably older than either of them. Around them, their neighbors and friends did the same. Couples who'd been married for decades, teenagers stealing moments of romance, even a few children dancing with their parents.
5 minutes to midnight!
Someone called out, and the energy in the room shifted toward anticipation. Jasper and Holly drifted toward the windows with everyone else, watching as a small group of volunteers set up fireworks in the parking lot. Nothing elaborate, just enough sparkle and color to mark the moment when one year became another.
Any resolutions?
Holly asked, her voice soft enough that only he could hear.
Just one.
Jasper turned to face her fully, hands settling on her waist. Around them, the countdown began, but he barely heard it.
Holly,
10, 9, 8 exclamation mark.
I love you,
he said, the words coming out in a rush of honesty and hope.
I'm in love with you, and I know it's fast and complicated, and maybe crazy, but I couldn't let this year end without telling you.
7, 6, 5 exclamation mark.
Holly's smile was radiant.
I love you too. I was terrified to say it first, but yes. I love you, Jasper Holloway.
4, 3, 2 exclamation mark.
They kissed as the room erupted in cheers and the first fireworks painted the windows with golden light. It felt perfect, not grand or dramatic, just completely theirs. Built on weeks of partnership and understanding, seasoned with shared purpose and genuine affection. When they broke apart, Holly was laughing.
Best New Year's Eve ever.
Best year ever,
Jasper corrected, pulling her close again as more fireworks bloomed outside.
And I have a feeling next year's going to be even better.
People around them exchanged hugs and kisses. A few children yawned against their parents' shoulders, and the community that had weathered tragedy together celebrated the simple gift of surviving into another year. Through the windows, snow continued to fall on Millbrook Falls, blanketing the town in peaceful white. Jasper thought about the year ahead, shop renovations and grand reopenings, workshop schedules and historical research projects. The daily joy of building a life with someone who understood both his quiet nature and his hidden depths. For the first time in his adult life, the future felt not like something to endure, but something to anticipate with genuine excitement.
Ready to go home?
Holly asked eventually as the celebration began to wind down around them.
With you? Always.
They walked back to Frosted Memories hand in hand, leaving footprints in the fresh snow and planning their first day of the new year. There would be contractor meetings and permit applications, budget reviews, and timeline adjustments. But there would also be quiet mornings over coffee, evenings spent planning their shared future, and the deep satisfaction of building something beautiful together.
Happy New Year, Holly Hart,
he said, kissing her once more before she opened the door.
Happy New Year, Jasper. Here's to new beginnings.
Tinsel appeared in the window, pressing his nose against the glass as if to hurry them inside. Holly laughed as she fumbled with her keys, and Jasper felt the simple contentment of being exactly where he belonged. Above them, the last firework faded from the sky, leaving only stars and falling snow and whatever tomorrow would bring. 22. Frosted New Beginnings. The brass bell above the door chimed constantly as friends and neighbors streamed into the newly reopened Frosted Memories. Holly paused in arranging a display of locally made snow globes to watch Mrs. Patterson from the post office examine the workshop schedule posted near the register, while her granddaughter pressed her nose against the glass case containing grandmother Nora's most delicate pieces. 3 months. That's how long it had taken to transform Nora's vision into reality, and standing in the bustling shop on reopening day, Holly could hardly believe the change. The expansion had doubled the retail space while keeping every bit of the original's Victorian charm. The workshop area buzzed with activity as Tom Morrison demonstrated traditional wood joining techniques to a group of fascinated teenagers, his weathered hands gentle with tools his grandfather had used to build this very building. In the corner cafe space, Maeve supervised the coffee service while Danny, sober now for 6 weeks and counting, arranged fresh pastries that disappeared as quickly as he could plate them. Holly! Sarah Webb, the sheriff's wife, approached with a beautifully wrapped package. This is from Caleb and me. He couldn't make it. Some tourist got their car stuck in a snowdrift up near Ashford Estate. But he wanted you to have this. Inside the tissue paper, Holly found a hand-carved wooden snow globe base, obviously crafted with care. A small plaque read, "For New Beginnings and Old Friendships. Sheriff's Department, Millbrook Falls."
It's perfect.
Holly said, genuinely touched.
Please tell him I love it.
The memorial display drew a steady stream of visitors throughout the afternoon. Holly had agonized over how to honor both grandmother Nora and Emmeline Ashford without dwelling on tragedy, and the final result felt exactly right. A beautiful glass case held a selection of Nora's favorite pieces alongside a restored photograph of young Emmeline in her Christmas pageant costume. The accompanying plaque read simply, "In memory of lives that touched our community with joy and wonder." She would have loved this, Father Miguel said, appearing at Holly's elbow with his usual quiet grace. The elderly priest moved more slowly than he used to, but his dark eyes were bright with approval as he surveyed the crowded shop. Nora always said the best memorials were living things, businesses that served the community, traditions that brought people together.
I hope so.
Holly watched a young mother help her toddler choose between 2 music box snow globes, both featuring dancing figures that spun to tinkling melodies.
Some days I still can't believe this is real.
Believe it. Father Miguel's smile was warm. You've created something beautiful here, something that honors the past while embracing the future. Near the register, Jasper managed the steady line of customers with the calm efficiency of someone who'd spent years in retail. He'd temporarily closed between the lines for the grand opening, hanging a sign that directed customers to "Find me at Frosted Memories today." The 2 shops had started working together naturally, their partnership growing from personal to practical, book clubs meeting in Holly's community room, Snowglobe workshops advertised in his store, customers flowing easily between both spaces.
Holly Hart!
Patricia approached with her usual directness, though her smile was genuine.
I wanted to thank you again for everything you did, and to tell you that I've signed up for your advanced restoration workshop next month.
Really? That's wonderful.
Holly had worried that Patricia might want to avoid reminders of the traumatic events that had nearly cost her life. Instead, the retired physician seemed determined to embrace new experiences and connections.
After what happened, I realized I'd been letting fear keep me from trying new things,
Patricia explained.
At 73, that seems like poor planning.
The afternoon was organized chaos, the best kind for community events. Children clustered around the kid-friendly display cases. Parents browsed the expanded selection of gift items, and serious collectors examined the rare pieces with the reverence Holly remembered from her grandmother's time. But the workshop area drew the most consistent attention, with people of all ages watching Tom Morrison's demonstration and asking questions about upcoming classes.
Next month, we're offering basic Snowglobe assembly.
Holly explained to a group of interested parents.
Perfect for families who want to create custom pieces together. And in April, we'll have our first historical preservation workshop, where Jasper will teach research techniques while I demonstrate restoration methods.
What about jewelry repair?
Asked Mrs. Chen, who'd become something of a local celebrity after her impromptu New Year's Eve lesson.
I have so many pieces that just need small fixes.
Second Tuesday of every month.
Holly confirmed.
You're already signed up to teach it.
The partnership model was working better than Holly had dared hope. Community members shared skills and knowledge while she provided the space and coordination. Maeve handled all the food service, from workshop coffee to special event catering. Jasper contributed historical context and research support. Even Danny had found a role, using his mechanical aptitude to help with equipment maintenance and setup. As evening approached and the crowd began to thin, Holly found a quiet moment to step outside and appreciate the scene from the sidewalk. Warm light spilled from the shop windows, revealing glimpses of friends and neighbors still browsing, still talking, still connecting over shared interests and new discoveries. Admiring your handiwork? Sheriff Webb appeared beside her, looking tired but satisfied. Sorry I missed most of the festivities. Tourist season never sleeps.
Everything okay with the car situation?
Yeah, just a city driver who thought four-wheel drive meant they could ignore winter road conditions. Webb's expression was amused rather than annoyed. Gave them a lecture about mountain driving and sent them on their way with snow chains and a recommendation for your shop.
Always appreciated.
They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the evening light fade behind the mountains. Holly still felt a small thrill at being able to call this view hers, this community home.
Got an update on Margaret,
Webb said eventually.
Sentencing is scheduled for next month. Her lawyer thinks she'll get life with possibility of parole after 25 years.
Holly nodded. She'd decided not to attend the sentencing, choosing instead to focus on building rather than relitigating the past.
How's she doing?
Better, according to the reports. Therapy, medication, accepting responsibility. Probably too little too late, but... Webb shrugged. People are complicated.
Yes, they are.
Any regrets?
Webb asked.
About staying, I mean. Giving up the big city career for small-town shopkeeping.
Holly considered the question seriously. The past 3 months had brought challenges she'd never faced in marketing. Permit applications and zoning regulations, supplier negotiations, and seasonal inventory planning. Her Denver salary was a memory, replaced by the uncertain income of small business ownership. Some days, she fell into bed exhausted from physical labor that her old job had never required.
None,
she said finally.
Not a single one.
Webb smiled.
Good. We're better with you here.
Back inside, the crowd had settled into a comfortable evening rhythm. The workshop demonstration had ended, but people lingered in conversation groups, reluctant to let the celebration end. Holly made her way through the shop, checking on displays and chatting with customers who'd become friends.
Holly!
Maeve waved from behind the coffee counter, where she was packing up the last of the day's pastries.
Look at this.
She held up a notebook filled with names and contact information.
47 people signed up for workshops, and we're only offering 6 different classes.
That's incredible.
I know, and Mrs. Patterson wants to know if you'd consider hosting a quilting circle here on Thursday evenings. Apparently, the community center's sewing room has terrible lighting.
Holly laughed.
Tell her yes, but she'll need to coordinate with Jasper about scheduling. We've got book clubs on alternating Thursdays.
Speaking of Jasper,
Maeve said with a knowing smile.
He's been watching you all afternoon with the most ridiculous grin on his face.
Holly glanced over to find Jasper helping an elderly customer wrap a delicate musical snow globe, his careful hands and patient explanation reminding her why she'd fallen for him in the first place. As if sensing her attention, he looked up and winked, making her heart do the same little skip it had been doing for weeks.
We're happy,
Holly said simply.
Good. You deserve happy.
As the last customers made their purchases and headed home, Holly began the familiar ritual of closing up shop. But tonight felt different from the solitary evenings of her grandmother's time. Jasper counted the day's receipts while she secured the displays. Maeve cleaned the coffee equipment while Danny stacked chairs in the workshop area. Even Tinsel helped, conducting his usual inspection of every corner to ensure nothing was amiss.
So,
Jasper said, approaching with the day's total written on a piece of paper.
Want to see how we did?
Holly took the paper and blinked at the number.
This is really good.
This is better than really good. This is, we might actually turn a profit. Good.
And that's just retail sales,
Maeve added, joining them at the register.
The workshop fees and cafe sales are separate income streams. Holly, you might have actually built a sustainable business here.
Good enough that she could really stay, really build a life here. The thought carried more weight than simple business success. It meant workshops for years to come, relationships that would deepen over time, a real place in this community.
We built it,
Holly corrected.
This doesn't work without all of us.
After Maeve and Danny left for their own evening plans, marriage counseling, followed by a quiet dinner, part of their ongoing commitment to rebuilding their relationship, Holly and Jasper finished the closing tasks in comfortable partnership. The shop felt peaceful in the aftermath of celebration, ready to rest before tomorrow brought new customers and new possibilities.
Tired?
Jasper asked, switching off the main lights and leaving only the soft glow of the security lighting.
Exhausted and exhilarated, and maybe a little overwhelmed by how well everything went.
Nora would be proud.
Holly looked around the transformed space one more time, seeing it now not as her grandmother's legacy but as something new they'd all created together. The memorial display caught the soft light, and Holly felt her grandmother's approval in the gentle gleam of glass and silver.
I think she would be,
Holly agreed. They climbed the stairs to the apartment together, Tinsel leading the way with his tail held high like a victory banner. The upstairs space had gradually transformed from temporary refuge to home. Jasper's books mixed with hers on the shelves. His coffee mug sat beside hers in the kitchen sink. A spare pair of his glasses rested on the bedside table next to her reading lamp. So, Jasper said, settling beside her on the couch while Tinsel claimed his favorite armchair.
What's next for the brilliant businesswoman of Millbrook Falls?
Holly curled against his side, letting the day's satisfaction settle into her bones.
Tomorrow I want to start planning the summer outdoor market. Mrs. Chen thinks we could coordinate with the farmers market to offer craft demonstrations alongside the produce vendors.
Ambitious.
And next month I want to launch the historical preservation workshop series. Maybe start with techniques for dating vintage pieces, move into proper storage and display methods.
I love it when you talk research methodology.
Holly laughed, nudging him with her elbow.
What about you? Any grand plans for Between the Lines?
Actually, yes.
Jasper's voice carried a note of excitement that made her turn to look at him fully.
I've been thinking about expanding too, not the physical space, but the programming. What if we partnered with the Historical Society to digitize their archive? Make it searchable online. Create virtual exhibits about local history?
That's a fantastic idea. You could apply for grants, maybe get funding from tourism boards who want to promote the area's heritage.
Exactly. And it fits with what you're doing here, preserving the past while making it accessible to new generations.
They talked late into the evening, planning projects and dreaming about the future they were building together. Outside, snow began to fall again, the soft kind that would dust the mountains with fresh white and make tomorrow's sunrise spectacular. Her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number, but the area code was familiar. Denver. Holly, this is Amanda from the Peterson Group. Richard gave me your number. We have an exciting opportunity that would be perfect for your skills. Could we talk tomorrow? Holly showed the message to Jasper, who read it with raised eyebrows.
Tempting?
He asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer.
Not even a little bit.
Holly deleted the message without responding.
Whatever they're offering, it can't compete with this.
She gestured toward the window, where Main Street stretched out below them. Porch lights twinkled on houses that contained friends and neighbors, people who'd become family through shared crisis and mutual support. The shop downstairs hummed with potential energy, all the workshops and events and connections still to come.
Besides,
Holly added, settling back against Jasper's shoulder,
I have everything I need right here.
Everything?
Jasper's voice was soft, but Holly caught the underlying question. She turned to look at him fully, seeing in his warm brown eyes the same contentment and anticipation she felt.
Everything that matters. Community, purpose, love. What else could I possibly want?
I can think of a few things,
Jasper said, and his smile held secrets that made her pulse quicken with curiosity.
Such as?
Well, there's the matter of making our living situation official. I mean, I'm practically moved in here already, but we should probably discuss lease arrangements, or property ownership, or…
Jasper Holloway, are you asking me to live with me?
I'm asking you to live with me,
he confirmed, suddenly serious.
I'm asking you to build this life we've started, to wake up together every morning and figure out each day as it comes. I'm asking you to be my partner in everything, not just the business ventures.
Holly felt her heart expand with joy she'd forgotten was possible.
Yes, to all of it. Yes.
They sealed the agreement with a kiss that tasted like promises and possibility, while Tinsel purred his approval from across the room and snow continued to fall on the town that had become home. Later, as they prepared for bed, Holly caught a glimpse of herself in the bathroom mirror. The woman looking back had laugh lines around her eyes and confidence in her posture. Someone who belonged somewhere, was needed and valued and loved. The bitter, defensive person who'd arrived 3 months ago seemed like a stranger now.
Ready?
Jasper called from the bedroom.
Coming,
Holly said, turning away from her reflection. She switched off the light and headed toward the man she loved, toward the bed they'd been sharing for weeks but would now officially call theirs. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and possibilities. Tonight, she fell asleep surrounded by love and the quiet satisfaction of work well done. Outside, snow continued to fall on Millbrook Falls, covering the town in fresh white while the future waited, patient and full of promise. Continue with Holly. Ornaments and Outrage. Chapter 1. Silver Bells and Second Chances. The December wind carried the scent of snow and wood smoke through Millbrook Falls as Holly Hart stepped out of her Toyota, breath forming small clouds in the crisp mountain air. The Whitfield estate sale had drawn a decent crowd despite the early hour, and she could already see other dealers moving with purpose toward the Victorian mansion's front porch.
You're sure you don't mind me tagging along?
Jasper asked, emerging from the passenger side with 2 steaming travel mugs. His wire-rimmed glasses had fogged slightly in the cold, and Holly couldn't help but smile at the familiar sight.
Are you kidding? Your eye for first editions might find something I'd miss.
She accepted the coffee gratefully, inhaling the rich aroma.
Besides, this could be good research for the bookstore's consulting expansion.
They'd been talking about formalizing their collaboration. Holly's authentication expertise paired with Jasper's historical research skills. Between the Lines had been busier than ever since word spread about Holly's role in solving last year's Emmeline Ashford case, and people were bringing him all sorts of family heirlooms to investigate. The Whitfield mansion stood 3 stories tall, its gingerbread trim and wraparound porch speaking to the prosperity of Millbrook Falls' Victorian era. Holly had driven past it countless times, but never imagined she'd be attending an estate sale here. Poor Mrs. Whitfield had passed just after Thanksgiving, leaving behind a house full of the antiques her late husband Marcus had collected over 15 years of dealing.
Looks like serious competition,
Jasper observed, nodding toward a well-dressed couple examining items on the porch with professional intensity. Holly followed his gaze. The woman wore an expensive wool coat and took photographs of each piece with a high-end camera, while the man made notes in a leather portfolio. They had the unmistakable air of out-of-town dealers, the kind who swept into small mountain communities looking for treasures the locals might undervalue.
Guess we better get moving then.
Inside, the mansion buzzed with the controlled chaos of a well-organized estate sale. Orange stickers marked prices on everything from Victorian furniture to Depression glass, while volunteers in matching T-shirts directed traffic flow. Holly automatically began cataloging items with potential, her trained eye separating genuine antiques from clever reproductions.
Holly, fancy seeing you here.
She turned to find Grace Pettigrew approaching with a warm smile. The elderly owner of Memories and More Antique Shop looked elegant as always, her white hair perfectly arranged and a vintage cameo brooch adorning her navy cardigan.
Mrs. Pettigrew, good morning. I was hoping to find some pieces for the Christmas season.
Please, dear, call me Grace. We've been neighbors on Main Street long enough.
The older woman's blue eyes sparkled with genuine affection.
I was just admiring Marcus's Christmas collection. He had such an eye for quality pieces.
Grace gestured toward a corner display that made Holly's breath catch. Arranged on an antique sideboard were at least 24 Christmas ornaments, their glass surfaces catching the morning light streaming through tall windows. Even from across the room, she could see they weren't typical holiday decorations.
Those are spectacular,
Jasper said softly. Holly moved closer, her collector's instincts fully engaged. The ornaments were clearly vintage, hand-blown glass in deep jewel tones, each one unique and bearing the telltale signs of skilled European craftsmanship. Silver bells, ruby baubles, sapphire stars, and emerald trees, all with the weight and clarity that marked genuine 1920s production.
German?
She asked Grace.
I believe so. Marcus mentioned they came from a single estate, though he was always rather secretive about his sources.
Grace picked up a price tag and winced slightly.
Rather expensive, but then Marcus always did know quality.
Holly examined the tag on a particularly beautiful silver bell ornament. The price was steep, but not unreasonable for authenticated vintage pieces. More importantly, something about the collection felt significant. Not just decorative objects, but pieces with stories.
The metalwork is exceptional,
she murmured, noting the intricate engraving on each cap.
This level of detail suggests they were custom commissioned rather than mass-produced.
You're thinking of buying some?
Jasper asked. Before Holly could answer, the well-dressed couple from the porch appeared beside them. Up close, the woman's blonde hair showed expensive highlighting, and her manicured nails clicked against her camera as she examined the ornaments with obvious interest.
Lovely collection,
the woman said with a slight accent Holly couldn't quite place.
We represent several collectors who specialize in this period.
Are you from the area?
Grace asked politely.
We're the Hendricks, Bob and Carol. We've recently relocated here for retirement.
The man extended a hand with the practiced charm of someone accustomed to making good first impressions.
We're thrilled to discover such wonderful pieces in our new community.
Something in their manner struck Holly as rehearsed, though she couldn't put her finger on why. Professional dealers often had that polished quality, but these two felt different somehow.
Holly Hart,
she said, accepting the handshake.
I own Frosted Memories on Main Street.
The Snowglobe shop?
Carol's smile seemed to brighten.
We've walked past several times. Such a charming concept.
Thank you, and this is Jasper Holloway from Between the Lines bookstore.
More pleasantries were exchanged, but Holly noticed Bob's attention kept drifting to the ornament collection. When Grace stepped away to examine items elsewhere, he moved closer to the display.
Remarkable craftsmanship,
He said, lifting the same silver bell Holly had been admiring.
The weight distribution suggests hollow construction. Quite ingenious for the period.
Holly blinked. That was an oddly specific observation for a casual collector. She'd noticed the same thing. The bell felt slightly off balance, as if the weight wasn't evenly distributed through the glass. But pointing that out suggested knowledge that went beyond appreciating pretty Christmas decorations.
Are you in the antique business professionally?
Jasper asked.
Oh, just enthusiasts.
Carol said quickly.
Bob has always been fascinated by the technical aspects of glasswork.
They moved on to examine other items, but Holly caught them photographing the ornament collection from multiple angles. Professional documentation, not casual interest.
What do you think?
Jasper asked quietly.
I think I want that silver bell before they decide they want it more.
She approached the volunteer managing sales in that section, a cheerful woman wearing a Whitfield estate sale t-shirt.
I'd like to purchase some of the Christmas ornaments.
Of course. Which pieces?
Holly selected the silver bell that had caught her attention, along with a deep blue star and a green tree with delicate gold detailing. The total was more than she typically spent on impulse purchases, but something about the collection called to her professional instincts. As she completed the paperwork, she overheard Bob Hendricks asking the volunteer about the collection's provenance.
I'm sorry, but Mrs. Whitfield didn't leave detailed records about where Mr. Whitfield acquired specific pieces.
The volunteer explained.
He kept most of his business records at the shop.
Of course,
Bob said smoothly.
Just curious about the history.
Holly carefully wrapped her purchases in tissue paper and placed them in a sturdy box. The silver bell felt even more intriguingly off balance in her hands, and she found herself eager to examine it properly at home.
Good choices,
Grace said, rejoining them as they prepared to leave.
That bell in particular caught my eye. Something special about it.
What do you mean?
Grace tilted her head thoughtfully.
Hard to say exactly. Sometimes you just sense when an object has stories to tell.
Back at Frosted Memories, Holly settled at her workbench in the shop's rear workshop while Jasper made fresh coffee. December tourism had been strong, and the shop showed the pleasant chaos of a busy season. Inventory stacked for restocking, repair projects in various stages, and the comfortable accumulation of a thriving business. Tinsel, her silver Maine Coon cat, immediately claimed the box of ornaments as his personal investigation project, sniffing each piece with the intense concentration he usually reserved for suspicious strangers.
Careful, boy,
Holly murmured, lifting him away from the delicate glass.
These aren't toys.
She arranged the 3 ornaments on her workbench under the bright LED lamps she used for detailed examination. In the proper lighting, the craftsmanship was even more remarkable. Each piece showed the subtle irregularities that marked genuine hand-blown work, while the metalwork displayed the precision of skilled artisans. The silver bell drew her attention first. About 4 inches tall, it featured an intricate pattern of holly leaves and berries engraved around the cap, while the bell itself showed a slight seam where 2 pieces of glass had been joined. That explained the weight distribution she'd noticed.
Finding anything interesting?
Jasper asked, setting a steaming mug beside her.
Just appreciating the workmanship. These are definitely 1920s German production, probably commissioned as a set.
She picked up the bell again, noting how the light caught the silver cap differently in certain areas.
Though this construction technique is unusual.
She reached for her jeweler's loupe and examined the cap more closely. The engraving was even more detailed than she'd realized. Tiny holly leaves intertwined with what looked like initials, or perhaps a monogram worked into the design.
T.A.
She read aloud.
Those could be the original owner's initials.
Or the artist's signature,
Jasper suggested. Holly rotated the bell slowly under the magnification, following the engraved pattern. Near the base of the cap, almost hidden among the decorative scrollwork, she found something that made her pulse quicken. a tiny lever disguised as part of the engraving.
Jasper,
She said carefully.
look at this.
He leaned over her shoulder as she pointed to the mechanism.
Is that?
A hidden compartment.
Holly set down the loop and examined the lever more closely.
See how this piece of the engraving sits slightly proud of the surface? It's designed to be pressed.
Her finger hovered over the tiny mechanism. Professional curiosity warred with caution. Opening the compartment might damage the ornament's value, but the potential discovery was irresistible.
It's your ornament.
Jasper said softly.
Whatever's in there has been waiting a long time.
Holly pressed the lever. The cap of the bell split along an invisible seam with a soft click, revealing a small, hollow space inside. And nestled within, wrapped in what looked like oiled silk, was something that definitely didn't belong to the 1920s. A USB drive.
Well,
Jasper said after a moment of stunned silence.
That's not what I was expecting.
Holly lifted the small device carefully, noting its professional appearance and the way it had been protected from moisture and damage. Someone had taken considerable care to preserve whatever information it contained.
This was placed here recently.
She said, her mind racing through possibilities.
Within the last few years, certainly. But why hide it in a vintage ornament?
Before Jasper could answer, the shop's front door chimed with the sharp insistence of someone entering quickly. Holly quickly closed the ornament's compartment and slipped the USB drive into her pocket, just as footsteps approached the workshop.
Holly, are you back there?
Sheriff Caleb Webb's voice carried the professional tone that meant official business. Holly exchanged a glance with Jasper, then emerged from the workshop to find the sheriff removing his hat, his weathered face grave.
Afternoon, Sheriff. What brings you by?
I'm afraid I have some bad news about Marcus Whitfield.
Holly's stomach dropped.
What happened?
Found dead in his shop this morning. Looks like someone broke in during the night.
Webb's eyes were sharp and assessing.
Thing is, Holly, we found your business card in his appointment book for yesterday afternoon. I need to ask you about your recent dealings with him.
I didn't have an appointment with Marcus,
Holly said slowly.
I haven't been to his shop in weeks.
But you were at his estate sale this morning?
Yes, with Jasper. We bought some Christmas ornaments.
The USB drive seemed to burn in her pocket, but instinct told her to wait before revealing it.
Sheriff, what exactly happened?
Webb's expression darkened.
Someone tore that shop apart looking for something specific. Shattered about half his inventory, but it wasn't random destruction. They were searching.
He paused, studying her face.
Funny thing is, they seemed particularly interested in his Christmas ornament collection. Everything in that section was destroyed.
Holly felt the blood drain from her face.
Destroyed?
Smashed to pieces. Like someone was looking for something hidden inside ornaments and didn't care about being careful.
Webb's eyes narrowed slightly.
You wouldn't happen to know why someone might do that, would you?
The USB drive in her pocket felt like evidence of her involvement in something she didn't understand. Holly realized she was at a crossroads. Tell the sheriff about her discovery immediately, or try to understand what she'd found before involving law enforcement.
I honestly don't know, Sheriff,
she said, which was technically true.
But if there's anything I can do to help?
There might be. You know more about antiques and collectibles than anyone else in town. I could use your opinion on what they might have been looking for.
Webb replaced his hat.
But first, I need you to come down to the station and give me a formal statement about this morning. Both of you.
After Webb left, Holly and Jasper stood in the sudden quiet of the shop, the weight of what they'd discovered settling around them.
We should have told him,
Jasper said finally.
I know, but something about this feels bigger than a simple break-in.
Holly pulled the USB drive from her pocket and stared at it.
Someone killed Marcus, and it has something to do with these ornaments. Before I hand this over, I want to understand what we're dealing with.
And if we're in danger?
Holly looked at the USB drive, then at the silver bell sitting innocuously on her workbench. Whatever secrets the ornament collection held, they were worth killing for. and she might be the only person in Millbrook Falls who knew they existed.
Then we better figure this out quickly,
she said,
before whoever killed Marcus realizes we have what they're looking for.
Outside, the December wind picked up, rattling the shop's windows and carrying the promise of snow. Inside frosted memories, surrounded by thousands of miniature worlds captured in glass, Holly Hart held a piece of technology that might contain the key to murder. She just had to decide whether to trust the sheriff with it or trust herself to solve the mystery first. The silver bell caught the afternoon light, its hidden compartment now empty, but its secrets far from revealed. Whatever stories Grace Pettigrew had sensed in the ornament were darker than anyone could have imagined. And Holly was about to discover that some Christmas treasures carried a deadly price. Continue reading Ornaments and Outrage on Amazon now.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.